Evening, everybody. I am so sorry for starting basically at the time that I would be finishing. And the only excuse for it is I fell asleep. I had, I believe, as I said in the tweet, an involuntary trip to the House of the Sun, which for my character is a remarkably dangerous prospect. But I hope you are all well. There is a reason why. My God, is there really this many of you at the start here? Um, Yeah. This is one of the reasons why I upload things to YouTube. I appreciate it is completely unfair to people who have gotten used to, a 7 or 8 start time on Fridays, to, to expect them to. Oh, actually, sorry, there was perfect timing. You just finished reviewing all the videos. Oh my goodness, yeah, it's all you guys really are here at the start. This must be what it's like to be like a real streamer. Um, So there's one thing I just wanted to double check. I did notice that there was an announcement on the Book of Hours. Sorry, what am I trying to say? Uh, Tiny weekend beta pass. Oh, you know what? I could be. Yeah, I could have sworn on the community hub there was something going on here. Let me just double check this. Because I noticed there were a couple of bugs that I had reported that were covered in that note. It may be that they just pulled it off. Okay, tiny weekend beta patch. Yeah, Friday, August 11th. If you're lucky enough to have a preview key, I've uploaded a beta patch with some teeny narrative Easter eggs, some UI improvements, some fixes like inaccessible glasses of water. For everyone else, this beta patch rejoices in the name of Release Candidate 7. Which means that it's the version you'll see on Thursday in 5 days, 22 hours, 36 minutes, 37 seconds, except by the time that you read this, that time is guaranteed to be even shorter. Pip, pip, AK. Now, I don't actually see a... What time did this get sent? Okay, I may have already downloaded it, actually. So in any case... I'm happy to see that. I'm happy to see that particular detail. Oh, Dr. Fankendender, thank you very much for resubscribing a little over 2 years. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is not a punishing game unless you want it to be. Alright, welcome to Hush House. This is a special guest preview edition of Book of Hours. It's as close to the launch build as we can make it. 2023 8A1 reduced VRAM requirements, fixed a bug where loading from the game wasn't possible, only from the menu, added the music player. 2023 8A4 Keeper's Lodge wasn't available after a reload. If you run into problems, mail us at support@weatherfactory.biz. I'm going to guess here that this release candidate didn't actually get pushed to Steam, or... if it did, it's one that I don't have access to, which is fine. I can get over the glass of water, but I have a feeling that. Hey, Evil's Resurgence, how you doing? Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's the weekend, so in any case, I didn't want to spend too much time talking about the. I'm glad to hear it. Congrats on getting the... thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, so actually I should maybe talk about that a little bit overall before we get started. Excuse me. Where do I start? So, I'm late. Like I said, I fell asleep. I really do want to do Book of Hours. Now, keep in mind that because of the hour that I'm starting in here, it would be very unwise for me to do... like 10 hours of streaming like I normally do. So this is probably going to be a shorter stream. Now, I want to try and do a nice big one, and it's the weekend, so I can afford to do a little bit more, but I have a lot to do this weekend, and some of that is in prep for the oncoming week. As it is, there's also some things that I need to hand in at work. I had a pretty big interview this week, which I'm happy about. I have no idea how it went. But in addition to the release of Book of Hours, this is actually a time in my life when there is a lot that's being asked of me. And this game is 100% worth it. I'm very, very happy to do this. I will just mention I ordered a couple of bagels because I've not eaten for a while, so I may munch on these things while I play the game. I'm trying not to order in for stream as much, but this time if I wake up at almost midnight to stream, I feel like that's the fastest way I can get online. Hello, Charles Olmsted. But yes, so now I can start taking the wrappers off a few of the things I was talking about. So on release day, some of you have found this channel through the broadcast that I did on the Steam page, and I will be doing something similar for Book of Hours. So my usual deal, I know somebody on Wednesday asked whether or not it's going to be like another monster stream. I never go in with the intention of doing an extremely long stream. I am paid for them. So, I want to make sure that I'm doing something that helps Weather Factory reach their audience. And if that means to keep it small, that's one thing. Obviously, the tendency is that the longer something goes on, the more people get, the happier they are. So, I'm preparing for something that's longer. But thought it was time to refill the bagels. Let me go do that now. All right, Dr. Frankenbinder. I did actually unwisely get a coffee just to give myself a little pep, but I know that's going to cause sleeping problems. So that will be happening on the 17th. Basically, when the game gets released, that's all going to be available to you, or you'll be able to see it. Now, as far as the following day, at about 1 o'clock Eastern time, and then Weather Factory has announced the other dates in terms of Pacific time and British Standard Time, but we'll then be doing basically an interview with Weather Factory on the GOG Twitch channel. Now that's going to be, there's one of the regular Twitch broadcasters for GOG is coming on pretty much immediately after that is done. So, Alexis and Lottie are busy people, and this has been a game that I think is something like 5 years in development. And it's, right before, I think it's like the very last thing that they're going to do before the weekend. So one thing to just keep in mind with that. So first of all, they are pretty open people as far as the development is concerned. Not even pretty, like, they are open, right? So, and there's going to be an AMA on Reddit in our games, and it will also be part of. It'll also be cross-posted with the Weather Factory Discord. So for those of you that have questions, right, they've got a lot of them usually whenever they do those AMAs. So, you have. I'm absolutely delighted to be able to do this thing, but please just keep in mind, right, that you have access to the creators of the game yourself if you have burning questions that you want. Again, my tolerance for broadcasting is quite a bit more than the developers of games, so I suspect that the entire time block will not be for interviewing. I'll try and maybe read the appropriate cues and such for the duration. But yeah, in this particular case here, the plan will be after the interview, we'll be playing some of the game. It won't be anything that you all haven't seen and probably played by that point, but obviously it does help get the word out. And more importantly, there are some people who prefer GOG. It's something that I did for Cultist Simulator, and people seem to really like it. So I'm very happy that I got a chance to do that as well. So yeah, there's a blog post for that. If there's any questions in terms of when that's going to happen, feel free to ask them. But this is the fun stuff that I've been talking about, or hinting at least, that you now you get to take part in. So I've been delighted to see you there. Obviously, it's helpful It's helpful to the game if there's lots of people watching, because these are what the algorithms do. It's helpful to me because then I get to, run back to the creators and say, see, I am the legend that brought you your audience. But with that in mind, this is also some of the reason why, I would love to be doing this game every single day between now and, and Thursday for the release. But I am also preparing for these things because I'm sure you've already noticed I've been playing this game a lot, and it has resulted in some strange bedtimes. And the last thing I want to do is kind of burn out on the day before release when I should be at the top of everything. So anyways, there's the housekeeping. Obviously, with such a late start, I don't want to spend too much time on things that are not about the game, but I think for most people, they will like it. I know there was a comment on the Steam forums that basically said, I wish you didn't give this to YouTubers. I sort of understand where they're coming from that, because I don't know if this is true for the person saying it, but I also know that in general people aren't crazy about the idea of broadcasters getting keys, because as far as they're concerned, it's sort of somebody getting a game for free, so they're not as big of a supporter. And they don't appreciate the game as much. And I mean, let's be honest, my style isn't for everyone, but likewise, I can't stand the sort of rhetoric of YouTube where you have some guy, with an idiotic making an idiotic expression. Jordan Peterson owns feminist, and it winds up being a completely generic back and forth where, I'm sure if you agree with one side, you're probably going to think that they did very well, but nobody's really winning any points. That sort of stuff doesn't work for me on YouTube. I understand why people are annoyed by it. And yeah, I mean, I'll just to be fair, I don't want to, I do have something of a mean streak if I really let myself sort of get the immediate response to stuff like that. The thing is that I don't like being told how to play games, and so, for someone to say, the YouTube algorithm is what it is. So for someone, if they really saw something that they didn't want to, and I agree with you, Pandorian, that I'm not entirely sure that YouTube thumbnails can show more than what's already been shown in the game. But, like I said, I have my own experiences of things that really bother me and sort of dilute the experience that I have. So, for my own part, I wanted to try and offer some of the ways that this kind of activity can help a game. I mean, I'm a nobody, so it's not like I'm going to be Book of Hours is not going to be a profitable project based solely on my effort. But my hope is that this helps to lay the foundations for a positive community, much like what happened with Cultist Simulator. I did that when that was a game that nobody had heard of, few people had heard of. I didn't come in the very, very beginning when it was a JavaScript sort of prototype. But yeah, with that in mind, I wanted as much as I could to sort of offer the case, and it was because someone else later on sort of said that hey, there's a small streamer I like, and they brought me into Cultist Simulator. They probably won't get a key for Book of Hours, and I'm like, well, actually, you should know that I'm smaller than this guy, and Weather Factory, didn't necessarily see my audience size as a breaking point on that. I mean, they'll have their own reasons behind why they distribute keys or don't, but because I wanted to try and talk up Weather Factory, who, from this point of view, I think they are almost unique, but they're definitely exceptional in terms of how well they treat their broadcasters. They come prepared. Every email I've gotten from them has a bunch of stuff to help support the broadcast. I don't even use most of it because I'm very minimalist in terms of how I approach layouts and things like that. They give you a bunch of information that you need. There are a couple of documents that they provide. So there was actually a guy. If you have the mobile version of Cultist Simulator, there is actually a tutorial in that which wasn't part of the original game. And that document originally was sent out to streamers so that like reviewers, so that they wouldn't have to spend multiple hours like trying to wrap their head around the game while they're trying to write to a deadline. And I guess it was maybe with Playdigious, they decided that given the dynamics of mobile gaming, that it would be appropriate to include that in the game. I think that's true, by the way, because I don't know if mobile gaming has quite the same sort of, forum, Reddit, YouTuber kind of culture in terms of figuring out how things work. So, but yeah, with that in mind, there's similar things for Book of Hours, which I've completely ignored. but yeah, no, it's one of these things where I would say from my perspective as a very small broadcaster, Weather Factory doesn't just give you what you need to succeed in a broadcast, but they really make you feel appreciated and like you are, you're doing something good. And this is in the context of a time when I've had a couple of very good relationships with publishers that have ultimately just kind of they basically just ghost me. It's like, yeah, you're too small now, so we're not even going to reply to your emails. I've had people say they're going to do something, and then all of a sudden the emails don't go by, and I had to realign my whole schedule around that. So because there was sort of a suggestion that Weather Factory didn't care about small streamers or may not care about small streamers, I wanted to sort of talk up for them. And then I tried where I could to make the case for broadcasters. But the thing is that I get why people will want to go in the dark, and I think that's a legitimate wish. I just kind of wish that it didn't take the form of not giving people keys. Anyways, I wound up extending the introduction by like 5 minutes on that. So I just wanted to mention that because part of the reason for mentioning that is it also gives me a segue into being able to say that I am of course playing the special guest preview, which is a key that I was given for promotional purposes. So if you're gonna make a buying decision off of this broadcast, number one, let the bosses know. But number two, I like Weather Factory. I like their game. I suspect I have a key because I like them and their game. But it's good to disclose this, given that this game is coming out in a few days. I hope everything isn't too loud for everyone. It's a little loud in my headphones. But you do have a question on mechanic you've seen other Book of Hours first-time players interact with early in the game, but you haven't, or... go ahead, Pandorian. It's fine this time. I'll mention if it's something that I'd prefer to be in the dark on, but but yeah, no, it's if like this is a preview, right? So it's good to try and answer questions where I can. So go ahead. I've noticed in the case of Cultist Simulator. Yeah, no, it's fine. So the thing is that I've noticed on Cultist Simulator a lot of people send messages telling me that I've forgotten to do something. Very rarely is it something that I have forgotten to do. It is usually because I've made a choice. Are the extra hirelings season specific? You're not talking about the Sweet Bones people, are you? Not Miner, Barber, Orchard, Fisher. And I'm presumably not talking about these hirelings in the Rectory, the Smithy, or any of these others. Yeah, so I'll be honest with you, I don't actually know what you're referring to. So that's a thread that I've completely missed. I'm intrigued. I mean, I don't actually think that that's a. Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, I'm not that bothered by it because I know that there are mysteries in the game. The one thing, like, so a good example of this is that pets were in the game a lot further along than I really engaged with them. And like, what happens with me is like when I talk with a pet and when I talk with a pet and it doesn't really do anything. That's something where I say it's like, okay, obviously there's something to this, but I'm moving on. Now, I would say if we're talking about extra hirelings, my guess here would be this is kind of maybe not exactly a confirmation, but we've got the mirrors in the what was this called? The Hall of Division. So I've had particularly in this room, I've had a thought that, okay, there is the possibility here that I may be able to summon a hint. And that's that's one of these cases where I'm sort of dealing with a suspicion. In Cultist Simulator, you've been able to summon summon things to help you out. And so it wouldn't surprise me if that was in there. And, given that there's a room particularly full of mirrors and such, there's a suspicion that I had along those lines. So that one is sort of like on the border, and that may not be what you're referring to. But yeah, so far as any help that I've gotten, it's always been mundane help. So. I mean, if you really want to say what you saw, Pandorian, go nuts. But I guess the thing that I need to say here is that, like, I'm happy to have the mystery. I don't feel that I'm missing out on anything. Oh, sorry. I don't feel like I'm missing out on something that I need to know. And I'm happy to see if I can just stumble on this through my own devices. If it's important to you to tell me that, I mean, I guess the thing's already open, but I'm not entirely sure that what's happening now is we're crossing from the realm of me answering a question for you, which would be, with these other types of hirelings you can get, is there a seasonal aspect to it? And in this case, I can't say because I haven't encountered it. Whereas, now we're getting to a point where, you're saying, well, I saw this thing here. And it's like, well, I'm not really sure if I'm offering anything by commenting on that, but I am getting to a point where I'm not able to discover that on my own. Yeah, well, but this is it. Like, I like to explore the mechanics in depth in my own way, right? So, one big thing for me is that, like, the fact that I've been able to get this far in terms of skills without committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms is just me being able to sort of follow that train of thought to see where things go. And again, if I read a guide online that says you can get X, Y, or Z doing this, that's fine. You can't unknow that. But I guess the big thing for me is that I've always valued and I've always appreciated the knowledge that I've sort of been able to earn myself. And so if I like this idea of being able to, run into a problem where I say, I need this extra thing, on my own. So. Yep, that sounds good, Pandorian. And actually, if you can give me a second here, I'm sorry to delay the start so much for everyone, but I did just I was a little curious about the patch that was referred to. So, I wanted to check one email thing. As it is, this is also related to the interview. So there was an email that I wanted to refer to. It's totally unrelated to this topic, but I wanted to follow. Wait a minute. Yes, cool. Okay. All right. Where were we? So I think we just got out of Numa. We are in summer, so if we get... Oh, yes, that's right. So if we get a rainy... it's autumn. So when autumn comes, when it's a rainy day, we're going to be able to open up the different rooms here. So the dim hall, the rose haunted hall, wrecked pantry, so on and so forth. And when it comes to, so we're sort of prepping for combinations of hired help and rain. For the dim hall, until we get access to Arab, we're a bit stuck. So I'm going to leave that be. Also, when it comes to Solomon's preparation, I think I'm willing to unlock different rooms, but I do also think that I'm... How do I put it? I'm aware of the limits that I have. We've already used one of Solomon's preparation. We've got another one in the forge. And then for the echoing chamber and the... the Eloman Tower needs Denzil. Or possibly Reverend Timothy. But yeah, so for these we've got the what am I trying to say? We've got a few game plans in place, but they're more situational. So the ones that are potentially within my reach are up here. We've got these 3 books that we want to catalog. I've got two containers that I want to open. And then in terms of books, I think we had... Okay, so it's potentially 6 total books, but we've got 3 here. And then when it comes to situational, we also have sort of our Moon and Knock material. But actually, if I recall correctly... No, we're still only up to 6 when it comes to, or 7 when it comes to Knock. So, yeah, we're in fairly good shape. There's a few things that we could do to sort of improve matters. And what's the deal? Right, we're curing the malady. So, yeah, we are ready to end the day and move into the next one. My bagel came with a pickle, so as the day passes by, I'm going to... As the day passes by, I'm going to, I don't know, devour this thing. If only the CS player character touched grass, maybe he wouldn't have to deal with so much fascination. So, to slightly bring it back to the thing that you were talking about, or that Pandoran was talking about, there is one thing that I do find kind of interesting. I would guess... No, so, like, this is the thing. I don't like speaking with authority. This is actually one thing that I'm trying to prepare for the interview. To a certain extent, I would like as much knowledge as I can about Book of Hours to go in prepared, because any interview I've ever done... I have done documentaries. Any interview I've ever done, I like to go in prepared, just the same as if I do a research project, I like to go in prepared. And yet I feel that one of the ways to engage with Book of Hours is to, is to savor it, right? This is not the sort of thing that it's not a Kleenex game, you don't play it once and then throw it away. you don't you don't try and like gorge yourself on it. But there are some interesting questions that you can ask just in terms of the overall emphasis in terms of the game. So for instance, so far as I can tell, you don't go to the Mansis in this, and I can see very good reasons why my character in particular wouldn't want to. For those of you not familiar, I am the twice-born librarian of Hush House, and this is the journal. So that's a little bit of a shame here. This is the journal in which I keep my remaining memories. The twice-born's third choice might be life as the librarian, or it might be something more radical. If you can complete the game by recording, you can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the Illumination Wisdom. Memories the twice-born. I remember that once I walked the House of the Sun as a bodiless immortal, but there was a matter that could only be resolved if I returned to flesh. Now if I go back to the House of the Sun, I will be hunted and punished. If I stay in flesh, I will be hunted and devoured. I need a third choice. To remain at Hush House as librarian would be one such choice, but there may be something more. So, in this case here, and there's some other things in terms of just sources of inspiration. So here I would say that there's good reasons why I wouldn't necessarily want to go... you wouldn't want to, like, I can see good reasons why this character wouldn't want to go to the Mansis. Whether or not that's true for the other characters, there's another question. But, I mean, you have this engagement with all of these other figures who, you do associate with sort of the secret occult world, and obviously that's a very important place. It's even referenced here, right? The Mansis. There have been many attempts to depict the House of the Sun. This, by the visionary painter known only as the Magyar, is best known. It's signed and dated. If it's really the original, it must count as one of the great treasures of the house. So it's present in at least some way. So that I do find that kind of interesting. But then there's some other things too, where like this is Book of Hours, so this is a librarian simulator if we're going to attach the simulator name. But I think a really big thing about this is that there's a useful distinction that you can make in terms of where your emphasis might be between a game which is about maintaining an occult library versus founding a secret society. So we have the stories of the secret societies. In fact, I don't want to go too far down this road, but if let's say you were really interested in influencers and how people, become aware of ideas, or how, sort of communities are created and such, and you wanted to use something of the Cultist Simulator formula, one thing that you could recognize, so you have sort of movements like Rosicrucianism, that didn't really seem to have a whole lot of people following. But some people kind of suggest, I think like one of the authors of the manifesto basically wrote some equivalent of, it's just a prank, bro. And I mean, people who want to adhere to the beliefs are sort of like, oh, he was trying to protect his, his clergy position, or not deal with the consequences of revealing all the secrets. And other people are like, yeah, there's evidence that this is a bunch of nonsense. But then you can move on and you sort of look at some of the other groups that come up. So you have something like the Hermetic Society of the Golden Dawn. And that, I think at least part of it was sort of like, well, I want to go and make my own Freemasons. I think actually one of the people said that they didn't like the Freemasons because they had to spend too much money being a member, right? And then you have Aleister Crowley, who I think was a member, and then he sort of went off and did his own thing. And of course, he's a very famous occultist. And where I kind of find this stuff interesting, and again, this isn't necessarily an emphasis in terms of where Cultist Simulator went, but you can imagine a secret history style game that is in here, which is, you know, if you want to make a cult, right, who is it that is able to actually bring in a lot of people? So, you know, you've got people who are very significant figures, like, say, you know, a Pythagoras or, you know, or a Crowley, somebody who, through, you know, for one reason or another, is able to attract attention and is able to sort of accomplish this goal. There are other people who may have certain talents but don't necessarily have that talent for bringing in believers or followers or interested parties, however you want to put it. So you can sort of see from the cult aspect, you have a thread that you can pull on. In the case of Cultist Simulator, that's largely handled through reputation, mystique, and notoriety. But there's another version of this that you can do, which is as the author of a text. I mean, this one maybe is a little bit more on the nose, right? You're the writer trying to struggle to find an audience. But that's present as well. And so the reason why I'm going on that is, like, this is a fictional product that, I mean, probably is part of this, you know, if you're a developer and you want to run with that, you know, with the Six history, go with God. Based on that line of thinking, you could chronologically say that this could be after the initial ending of CS, but before the secondary playthrough. Well, this does. So interestingly enough, Cultist Simulator doesn't give a firm date. This one does, but I think there is some evidence that this may take place in a history that's different than the one in Cultist Simulator. And I suspect that any ambiguity along those lines is quite intentional. So I would say this one, it's fair to say, is after the events of Cultist Simulator. And there's a number of reasons why you would see that, because you get to see, like, the weary detective and Zachary Wakefield. There's a number of people that you'll see, and it's very clear that it's referring to how you knew them in Cultist Simulator in sort of the past tense. On the other hand, I think it's also fair to say that actually, does Exile give dates? Because I get the impression that Exile, I think, is a prequel, or takes place before the Cultist Simulator, doesn't it? I get the feeling that it does, and I can't actually explain why. Anyways, there's a few threads. If you try and make the link between the different games, there's actually some kind of interesting implications with where this story seems to be going, which I don't feel I'm ready to talk about right now, but I'm very interested, and I think I wrote a very long text message to my friend Jeff to sort of explain what was going on. Anyway, sorry. I did want to make a point just in terms of, like, the overall emphasis. So again, just in terms of, like, the influencer thing, right? There's ways that you can do that. You could also be, you know, the author of an occult text, because in this case, you know, you've written manuscripts which maybe one day would become the sorts of things that people consult later on, right? Maybe some of the things that you write for Dr. Adim or, you know, or Jennings or something like that would be, you know, it's sufficiently important, and so someone, you know, eventually this winds up becoming an important text as part of the you know, the world of the secret histories. But you know, you can kind of see you for the most part, I think the idea of, like, writing these texts is, you know, again, something that you can imagine a game being built around it. And again, this idea of getting attention, or whether or not that is. But you can also sort of see how there would be a very different emphasis from what, you know, Cultist Simulator or what Book of Hours would be. And this is one of the lines, and again, this is just purely for my own classification, that I'm kind of trying to draw in terms of Book of Hours. So, you know, you're not doing the culty things, whether they are more historical ones in terms of sort of secret societies and, a bunch of people getting together. It's like it's not the stonecutters from The Simpsons, for everyone in chat who's old. Or the you're not. I'm trying to think of another example of something that you're not doing. I mean, actually, one case here is that you're not confined to the desk. And again, the, at least up to this point, absence of the mantis is interesting. And you can see, in all of these cases, you can see why. Even also little things like the fact that you get to keep the books around and you keep referring to the books, that you keep coming back to those over and over again. Or maybe even the fact that the senses are engaged a little bit more in this game. All of these things kind of have a certain degree of meaning. But, these are things that, as far as I can tell, you sort of learn them as you play the game. This is one of the big ones for me, is that this is where the playing the game on Twitch from the very beginning. There really isn't a case where I've played this game without it being part of a broadcast, and I feel different for Cultist Simulator. Like, I feel like with Cultist Simulator, I did actually spend some time. I did start playing it on Twitch and YouTube and such, but I did. I did have some time on my own with that. Anyways, you did come for some gameplay, so I'm still trying to figure out about Mark. So, fragile, unstable trace. Yeah, I got to figure out what's going on with it. Yeah. So actually, to that point, RFSM, like, it could just be a question of scope, but I think, so far as I can tell, there isn't romance in this game, and romance was added as an update to Cultist Simulator. But I also think if there's sort of this pillar of loneliness informing the game at the start, it's appropriate that you're on your own in this. So sometimes the absence of things that the game is capable of is also a point of interest. Anyways, let's see what the weather is. A sunny day. All right, so let's see. I guess Mr. Kill would be my path to the sky. So I think I am going to. Okay, so let's actually think about Reverend Timothy, because I think there's probably something more interesting I can do here. So with Reverend Timothy, we use the sunny day. We use our FOSS, so that brings him up to 6. So I guess the question is, where does the 2 lantern come from? Because we don't have Evening Isles coffee. It's funny, I used to feel like there was something lantern oriented that would have allowed us to go there. Feed Reverend Timothy the glass finger toxin and make him work better. Okay, so I think it's fair to say, unless I find something that's going to boost his lantern. And there may be an option that I know I've got the tool, but that's only 1 lantern for the tool. I think I'm closed off on the echoing chamber. We can get him up to 6. We can get him up to 7. But I would need either sustenance or a drink to push him further. Actually, hang on. Yeah, Solomon's preparation. Change that. Okay, so we'll close off Reverend Timothy for either of these possibilities. So this really means that I'm probably down to winter. So we'll do the same exercise with Mr. Kill. So it would be Whist, Regret to bring him up to 6. We would give him Solomon's Preparation. That brings him to 10 and we're ready to go. Okay, so this means... Oh, hang on. What about the Eigengrau? Or I don't have any. So that's an interesting question. Where do I get his... Well, I guess I could also use a Witching to Sane. Yeah, I think that's... I still want to make some progress. So if I need 9, if I bring him up to 4... Yeah, no, we still need to use a little bit of everything. Okay, so first things first, we'll speak with Mr. Kill. We'll hire him for a day. We also want the Regret from Keonat Abido. Or hang on, we want to... Oh, that's right. I'm so limited in terms of my... in terms of what I can do with my elements of the soul. I do still want to talk with him, though. So... Shapt... Yeah. Oh, I forgot to bring my spreadsheet out. When I'm ready to start recording information, I'm just going to go grab my spreadsheet, but I don't need to do that right now. Okay, so I need to regenerate the Whist. I've got the Faust and the Trist to play around with, and the health actually. Although again, it would be nice to get the gardening done. Okay, I'm going to use... Again, I've got a bunch of stuff that I want to do. I feel like I should be making the Eigengrau, but I think I'm going to prioritize cataloging the books first. Unless one of these books winds up using... Yeah, there's actually one other thing I should check. None of these are... Sky. Okay. Yes, so I know the order in which I want to do things. Catalog a Solar Period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. We'll do the same with the Trist. So I could have gone beachcombing. In this case, I value the books a bit more. And then Solomon's desk will take the health. So this one I'm sort of taking my life in my hands, but so I keep forgetting the the consequences, like in terms of missing out on something finished. Oh, right, getting Mr. Kill. Okay, we want to recover as soon as possible, so let's drink the tea. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Okay, we have Nin's Cages, the Avignon text, the merciful measures of the witch Nin. Now this is written in Ericapean, which is outside of our abilities. We've got the Instruments of the Heart, a 10 heart text, so that's currently in the too difficult pile. I'm a little weirded out. I thought there was another 10. Like, it feels like the ordering's a bit weird here, but... and then... Damascene Traditions of the House of Leith, so that is an 8 sky. It's always interesting to look at something like Sunny. So we would have... Mr. Kill would have... Well, Mr. Kill isn't relevant here, so we could get two from the weather, 1 from Foss, so that would be 3, 4 because of the tool, and then I think we really only have Pentiments. Yeah, so we're not quite ready for that yet. Nope, that's a new one for Book of Hours. The languages that were in Cultist Simulator that you could use. Fusine, Deep Mandiac, Vac. If you've seen Deep Mandiac Vac, I guess Frisian. Well, Frisian's one that you start understanding as the librarian, so I guess it would just be 3 if we're considering the ones that the librarian doesn't already have. But obviously the main character in Cultist Simulator knows, and they at the start they know fewer languages than the librarian does. Something happened. Nope, here we go. I could have been talking with Mr. Kill right away. Sorry, as you can tell, I'm still suffering the effects of having just woken up. So we'll probably feed him Solomon's preparation right away. There's clearly a lot more I would have liked to have done today, but I gotta work with what I've been given. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. A nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. English, Greek, Latin, Aramaic, and Frisian. Yeah, I mean, technically the game does not specify that the default language is English, because if you think of it, if you assume the written language is the default language, then when you play the Chinese localization, everybody in the city is speaking Chinese. But yeah, you're right. Whatever the base language of the game is, which I think is very reasonable to say that it is English. It does. This is much more explicit in terms of its location, and unless something really different happened with the restoration, I think it's reasonable to say that everybody here is speaking English. But yeah, so English doesn't get a special treatment as a language, but in terms of additional languages, Greek, Latin, Aramaic, Frisian are your starting ones, and then we have added Fucine to our understanding. So I'm being really pedantic about that, but I also remember looking in I'm pretty sure it was the forums for Steam. There was someone being really nasty about the fact that this got a Create Europe grant, and basically saying that Weather Factory sort of owed them localization in all of the European Union languages. And I thought Weather Factory gave a very good response to that in terms of talking about the cultural influences of the game. Actually, you know what? Not to focus on the negative side of this, but I actually do want to highlight the cultural influences. I feel like that one is funnily enough, I've been reading my Norton Anthology of English Literature and learning a lot more about some of the origins for the way that English wound up shaped the way that it was. It's really fascinating, but maybe not a topic for now, because I know there's experts who will pounce on me if I say too much. So again, I really don't want to focus on the negative side on this one, but here's the response that they gave to someone who is, I think, being a bit unreasonable about the localization. Creative Europe approved the grant years after Brexit was agreed. We're European developers making a game that celebrates European culture. English, Spanish, Norwegian, French, Croatian, German are all European languages, although some of them are spoken by non-EU citizens. You disagree, and I understand the nationalist anger, but the thing is to write Creative Europe and tell them that, not to pick a fight with me. I agree that the UK is no longer in the EU, and I'll be up again. Oh, sorry. There was something about, there's another one that was a little bit more about the cultural influences. That, or I'm thinking of a different comment. You know what? I might as well just move on to the next topic. But yeah. Anyways, it might have made more sense if I talked about. For some reason, it's that comment made a lot more sense to talk about in my head, and then I think probably taking it out of the context made it lose a lot of its emphasis. But in this case here, like I did want to highlight the. I did want to highlight what I think is a positive about it, and I failed. Okay, today wasn't that productive of a day, I'll confess. I could try and recover an element of the soul, but I think in this case we'll just go to the echoing chamber. So this has long been a holy place, but the voices of the monks have outlasted their prayers. A surly muttering circles the room, picking up speed as it goes. Each time it passes me, it almost manages to articulate my name. So let's think about what the next day is going to be, because we're just sort of... I mean, the cataloging is nice, and we'll have to do some cataloging after we go into this room unless it's changed. But in terms of elements of the soul, I'm going to have to use 5 elements of the soul to take care of the things I kind of consider to be immediate priorities. I would like to see me make some more Eigengrau sooner rather than later. And then on top of that, I would like to make Solomon's Preparation, because if I want to use Mr. Kill to go further, we're now out. Although we do have the 3, blue crowns. Okay. Chapter House. Here the monastic superiors would meet to manage the affairs of St. Brendan's and to resolve its disputes. Here in 1349, the last trial of one of the last nuns of St. Brendan's took place. 2 were executed for the murder of Abbess Nona, supposedly with perversions of the healing arts. Nona was the last abbess of St. Brendan's, and after the trial, the monastery never accepted female novices again. From the wide windows, the sea is always visible, beating on the rocks far below. Max, King of Pax. Hello, I've been watching my YouTube VODs, and I'm hyped for this game. Thank you very much for letting me know that you're coming from the YouTube channel. I hope you're enjoying it, and I am obviously looking forward to it as well. If you're just arriving here, so I know it says we've been streaming for about an hour, but I'm sure you figured out it takes me a while to get started, and this one is no exception. I slept in. Apparently a nap turned into avoiding the stream. But I'm glad to have you here. I hope you enjoy your time. And yes, I'm looking forward to it as well. We actually talked a little bit about how if you didn't see the blog post, I will be doing an interview with Weather Factory on the GOG channel on exactly a week from now. Oh yeah, I should probably mention, depending on how I'm feeling, I may or may not be able to broadcast afterwards. I think I can do both, but I will just be coming off of that GOG interview, so if I start later, please understand why. You'll all be playing Book of Hours anyway. But yeah, and then of course the day before that, we'll be sharing this game on Steam. So yeah, in terms of the things that I want to do, so we've got more solar books to work with, but we are into autumn now, so there may be some changes. All right, fog. This is a great example about how everything can change. Oh, very cool. I'm actually really glad to hear that. So I didn't say this in a bad sense, but I am delighted at how much Weather Factory sort of talks me up. But I will confess, I know from experience the Steam streams, as a proportion of the viewership, they're not a great funnel in terms of getting people into the channel. And that's fine, because the focus should be on their game. I'm not mad about that. But I actually really appreciate it when people let me know about that stuff, because, you know, it does give me an idea in terms of what the impact of doing these collaborations are in terms of growing an audience. Now, you know, I don't do it to grow the audience. I do it because I love these games, and I really like the developers, but it's helpful when people mention that sort of stuff, just because it helps me get an idea in terms of where the interest is coming from. So I'm glad that you were sufficiently interested in my rambly approach to Book of Hours. All right, where were we? So like I said, because we've been relying so much on memory and only keeping a handful of elements of the soul, this is one of the reasons why waiting for the weather is such a big deal for us. So we did say that the knock would either help us with the tantra, or it would help us with the moon. Now, the fact of the matter is we've already got sea stories up to a pretty high level. So, it could be that some of these other moon texts, could get us even more. But I think the time has come for us to finally read the Twin Serpent Tantra. By the way, RFSMGG, I did forget Sanskrit, which I don't think was in your original message. That is another fairly important one. Although I don't believe that's covered by the Create Europe ideas. Hamsquit, you found you through your Culture Simulator videos. Yeah, thank you for that, Hamswitch. I also really like it when people mention the YouTube channel as well, because I did start doing dedicated videos for the YouTube channel because people were sort of being very encouraging about that. But again, I'm always unclear in terms of where the transitions are from, YouTube to Twitch, Twitch to YouTube, and so on. I figure that's probably a good pathway from Twitch to YouTube. But YouTube to Twitch, I'm never clear on, because obviously people live in different regions, so it's not always the easiest thing to catch a stream. So maybe people will hope that I sleep in more so that I can stream at an hour that works for them. Okay. The Twin Serpent Tantra. Just before the outbreak of the Great War, Alexander Sparrow, almost certainly a pseudonym, published leaflets claiming the influence of snake princes on world affairs. The text called Twin Serpent Tantra was his primary inspiration. So I do want to make sure that I get this, I do want to make sure I do this properly. So Ambrose's desk is good for knock stuff. So here we'll take the Twin Serpent, we will add the fog. I think the Edict's preliminary meter is our best here. And then if we add the Shapt, that should bring us up to 8. There we go. I'm a match for this book. Enough knock to match mystery knock. Great, thank you. Yeah. I noticed that those are doing, for me, good numbers. For like, if it was somebody who's doing it for a living, they'd be bankrupt. But for me, the numbers, they're much higher than my usual thing. And that'll change when the game is out, obviously. But I think I can live with the full release of Book of Hours. All right. Basically the question comes down to how do I want to spend the rest of the day. So I think probably an Eigengrau from Auroral Contemplations would be good. Alternatively, I can go all in on the cataloging and the opening, but I don't think that's a good idea. I do think I should get some basics down. So let's start by making an Eigengrau. Distill a kind of possibility. I also think gardening would be a good idea, so I believe we should be able to get some pears. The shining pear Auris Oracalcinus in summer and autumn. Fragrant pears soft in the hand. And then Solomon's Preparation would also be good to prepare, although this one I need... Oh god, I gotta remember the best place to do this. So I now always have the option of... the workbench, but I think... Is it the dispensary or the... No. Yeah, that's good. So, Inks of Containment, Whist. I don't want the Eigengrau. So we're up to 6. Oh, we need a memory for that. Okay. Well, we don't need Solomon's Preparation right now. I'm just trying to think if there's a... Yeah, no, I think it would be better for me to wait until we have an appropriate memory. We had a question about the languages. Do librarians know the same languages at the start? I haven't tracked it, but I believe they do. I have had multiple starts, and I'm generally looking for the same languages as before. So, I can verify it because I actually have another. I do have another save file with a different character. I think in this case, let's actually, you know what? Cataloging probably isn't going to do that much for me. So let's open the 2 containers, and then we'll catalog with what's left. So we'll use our FOSS to open something small and rare. Crack open your container. Delight in your discovery. I think we can afford to carry the books. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are occasionally contaminated. And we have got a visitor interested in a wound. Mr. Zachary Wakefield, marksman, detective, renegade. He has always been a quiet man, but since he left the Suppression Bureau, he has grown even quieter and terribly still, except for his fingers and for his eyes, always restless in motion. So this is the interesting question. One thing that I think, so I definitely am interested in them, and that's something that's I kind of caught my first attention, but there's something very noteworthy that I want to draw your attention to. So let's take a look at the description of moth, for an example. I knew a man who captured moths in a bell jar. On nights like this, he would release them one by one to die in the candle. Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning. We may still have a couple of principles left. So, lantern. Life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown. Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the House of the Sun, and of the light above it. We've exhausted this one, so I don't think it'll... Well, edge can help us here. All conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and of struggle. So there's a reason for the emphasis, and it's not just me being a pain. Let's start reading the descriptions for the new. So moon. Secrets are soft. Night is softer still. The sea speaks. It is not always wise to listen. The nocturnal, the forgotten. If we go back to the Faust description. Oop. Oh, now I've gone and done it. Well, I can get the names in here. We can take sights and sensations. Windstorm, echo song, the intricacies of mathematics and the principles of flight. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think. Matters of balance, harmony, and necessity. So this one does say principles of flight, but obviously it does not refer to sky itself as a principle. And likewise, you can do the same with nectar and scale. And so what I find interesting here is that they act like principles, but they're actually in the text itself. Moth, grail, edge, winter, so on and so forth. The principles are all named as principles, whereas these new ones, moon, sky, nectar, scale, I feel like I'm missing one. Moon, sky, scale, nectar. Whatever it is, I can't think of it off the top of my head. Rose. That's it. I always forget rose. Yeah, but that's missing nectar. But in those cases, I've checked, and it does not seem that any of those descriptions mention the principle. So I'm fascinated by this, Max, because you have the restoration, you have the new king. You have new principles running, or things that act like principles or look like principles running around. There are some implications for things that we know quite well. So, for instance, the fact that Storm has the sky aspect. There's all sorts of questions that emerge from it. But once I started thinking quite a little more carefully about these things, I actually suddenly realized that I didn't have any reason to call them principles, other than the fact that they were something that had a number that kept going up. And so that, of course, this is the problem with me with games like this, is I'm okay at asking the questions, I feel, but I'm not very good at coming up with the conclusions. So, but of the new ones, my favorite is definitely Sky. Okay, let's deal with the cataloging. So this is an 8 Grail. So I think it's fair to say that this is going to be one that I can't handle in its current form. So calcite supplications will put you with the others. I think I'll also put the Eigengrau in the servants' quarters. In a couple seconds, we'll have our opening. A year tally, a chitty worth an additional year of life, scrupulously obtained through carefully balanced thaumaturgic attention to the cindered tally of the madrigad. And where do we put that? It's actually very winter, so we can put that in the long tower. All right, we'll open the other container. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. A tiny treasure of forgotten things. Perhaps there's a real oddity in here somewhere. So do they act the same gameplay-wise, and are there hours that have these new aspects? So I don't believe when we take a look... So what we have, of course, are representations. So in these cases, the Sisterin Witch, the Velvet, the Thunderskin. So I noticed the Thunderskin has Sky attached to it. When it comes to the 4 solar hours... and the grudging reference to the Wolf Divided, but there's no stained glass of the Wolf Divided. These have... Oh, no, sorry, my apologies. The Menascate has the Moon association. So there's 2 that we've seen. Now, obviously, you know, the Sun and Rags and the Madrigad and the Menascate, traditionally, I think we would say have lantern aspect as well. Maybe it's kind of just taken for granted that they have these things. So yeah, in this case, at least the Menascate has an association with one of the new things that may be principles, let's say. Gameplay-wise, they definitely seem to behave the same. So, for instance, Auroral Contemplations here, you know, we've got Lantern Edge. Actually, probably what's more interesting here would be there's, where was it? Disciplines of the Hammer. So this, I think... anybody would reasonably say is a close association with the Lionsmith. To purify and combine the cells and the essences. The hammer shapes gates and shatters doors within us and without. That's got its edge and its forge. But there are definitely ones here which have things that are like principles. So in this case, Sea Stories has Moon aspect. So again, I don't mean to suggest that they are not principles. I'm actually trying to figure out what they are. I don't know if there is sort of a community answer to this yet. But I do think it's noteworthy in this case that where the game is it's normally quite explicit in terms of talking about what is a principle and what isn't. When it comes to these new ones, the game is actually quite... coy in terms of the status of these new items, which is going to be a fun little research project for me later. Where was I going to go with this? Right, so we've got... I'll read the Twin Serpent Tantra again. Just before the outbreak of the Great War, Alexander Sparrow, almost certainly a pseudonym, published leaflets claiming the influence of snake princes on world affairs. The text, called the Twin Serpent Tantra, was his primary inspiration. The Tantra describes the Great Hooded Princes, a dynasty of unclear origin, engaging in prayers, sacrifices, and poetry in honor of the Key Serpent, the Crossroads Twins, and the Mirror Queen. Nagai encircles, Nagai arises from wounds, Nagai spares those who are already harmed. The Great Hooded Princes are described as having escaped from the history of their death to a history where they yet live. The text claims that they are now 108 of them. Where is it? But in one of the many instances of twinnedness before they crossed from their death chronicle, there were only 54. Where were we? Okay, memory pattern. Now, if you'll forgive me, I need to just run really quickly because I have a spreadsheet that I'm keeping all of this information in, and I need to get that. So I will be back in just one moment. Okay, so got Edict's Liminal. I feel a little bit better about these things that give me multiple lessons learned because I have I've got Numa in the rearview mirror now. We are going to want to try and get some memories to lock that in, and after we get, well, I guess I also need to pick up the pears. So, fragrant pears, soft in the hand. Oh, that's right. I need to put them on the shelf in the Keeper's Lodge. There we go. Another thing, what is Numa? So Numa is sort of a mysterious season. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. The amethyst ampule. Were it released from the glass, it would be quite another color. So maybe put that in the alchemist's area. So mechanically, it's a season that appears, I think, once a year, but at random. It's a really special time. So all of the normal locations get closed up for one reason or another. But there are people who visit by. So we've got the Matter of the Softer Frost. In Numa, visitors will be concerned with how and when things end. As long as this card remains, pneumatic visitors will have an interest in winter mysteries. Their needs will usually be more exacting than visitors. Sorry, I should be dealing with Zachary. They will usually be more exacting than visitors who come during more traditional seasons. The visitor we had was Rowena. When I came here the first time, I was so angry. That I had been cast aside after I opened the way. That was the least of it. That I had opened the way, that was the worst of it. Though once I thought it was the other way around. So, I mean, well, internally the game's fair. I think there are kind of parameters for when Numa shows up, but it is randomly determined, basically. You can't predict. I'd put it to you this way: you can't predict Numa unless you have access to a very specific set of dev tools. It's definitely not. You couldn't count down to Numa. You're not gonna have like Numa, then a season, then Numa. So it could be that it's a year and a half or so that it goes by. So like there's not. It's, again, I don't want to suggest that it's completely random, but it's not. it's not something that happens with regularity. Nothing to do with the... Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? There are very few... I feel that there are very few coincidences when it comes to like Cultist Simulator and Secret History stuff. So, like obviously there's a lot of references to Rome. So, you've got the Mithraeum in Cultist Simulator. We have the Sol Invictus symbol. We have Elagabalus, referenced. So, and then Fucine, right? That's the lake in Italy. So, like, there's it would be wrong of me to. It'd be wrong of me to say that it's not associated with it, but the reference to Numa here is very specifically to this special season that comes in. That's a very mysterious and exciting. Like, there's a lot of powerful stuff that happens, but mechanically, you have what are called persistent memories. So persistent memories survive the dawn, but when the season called Numa passes, they will depart with it. Numa comes to Brandkrug every 9 seasons, but exactly when is never certain. So I think that might be what you're referring to, Pandorian. So it basically sort of says that, you've got about a year and a half between appearances of Numa. But, sorry, I said I was going to talk with Zachary, but then I didn't. But, again, exactly when is never certain. So in this case, you can't say, like, if you were to keep a tally from Numa to the next period, I don't think you would find that Numa's arriving when it's supposed to. My understanding is that it will be some period after 9 seasons that it's enabled. Hello, Vanguard Master. I hope you're doing well. I hope and have a good rest. I already had my rest apparently. Okay, so here's the thing I wanted to talk about: the affair of the Open Reverend. In a highly specialized clinic, in an obscure corner of the capital, specialists study the ecstatic agonies of the case known only as the Open Reverend, who once was the vicar of the parish of St. Agnes, Fore Street. The blessings of St. Agnes of the Fires and St. Agnes of the Shears are ungentle, but St. Agnes of the Threshold may be her cruelest aspect. So that's what Wakefield is here for. Oh yeah, does it say what aspect with Heart or Winter Mysteries? So it doesn't clarify which of these two. Now, if we wanted, we could try and learn Kilisimi from Wakefield, but I believe that would mean that his interest in the affair of the Open Reverend is not satisfied. So, a conversation with Wakefield. Librarian, I can see you. If there's an incident card active, you can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. On the Open Reverend, if one has been chosen to be opened, why would one wish to be closed? Try this book with as much mystery winter as their winter interest, so we should be able to satisfy that. The priest has received the grace of the gates. I will learn what may pass through that gate. The priest will open only outwards, a disappointing mode, but at least his suffering need not be drawn out any longer. I think I could probably make a Numa happen if we really wanted to see it, but I would prefer to play the game as intended. Okay, so a little bit better of a day in the sense that we got to knock off a few of the things that I was looking for. And again, it's hard to look at something like the Twin Serpent Tantra and say, oh, reading that, what a disappointment. So I'm going to need to keep the Shapticide so that I can, the Tristor, the Shapticide, so that I can improve the Edict Liminal. Following that, we still have some cataloging to do, and then I still have sort of my 3 default texts. All right, Bronze Spintra. So we're doing very well. We're doing very well as far as the the currency, the secret world is concerned. Zachary Wakefield concluded obscurely that in the Grunwald matter he might have enough to understand the possibilities of clarities, conductivities, and ovidic forms. So has the Church of Sol Invictus surpassed Christianity as the main religion in England, or just in Brandkrug? I couldn't say. This is a hard one for me to say because the game has referred specifically to the restoration of the 1930s with the new king. And so, because in particular, the Anglican Church has such there's a very tight connection between that and the monarchy. It would be hard for me to say. The specific reason why we would see the symbol of Sol Invictus here would be that this is the nave of the Abbey Church. So for 1,000 years, the unconquered sun has been worshipped here in all its aspects. Though since the heresies of the intercalate, many of those aspects are considered distinct hours in their own right, and the sun's death and birth are both now celebrated. The Abbey Church used to be more golden, but many of the valuables were lost at the Abbey's dissolution, including the original stained glass. These magnificent windows are of recent manufacture, financed by the 8th librarian Green, who is a believer of the Second Dawn variety. So this is very specifically a church that is dedicated to the solar hours. And in this case, there would be the sun and splendor. The sun and splendor was divided in the intercalate. And you have, in this case, the watchman, the menascate, the sun and rags, the madrigad, and then also the wolf divided, which is the sun's wound. So it would be hard for me to make a general statement about the beliefs in England as a whole, because in the case of Cultist Simulator, you're sort of playing a secret cult, which is being sort of pursued by the Suppression Bureau, which is, so in this case, you're dealing with sort of secret and forbidden knowledge. Whereas in the case of Hush House, this is a very special place. This is a special library, one of, is it 8 that are referred to in the game? And so from this, because we're dealing with specialized knowledge in a unique place, it would be hard for me to generalize to talk about England in general. So I, to be honest with you, I couldn't even necessarily say that Brandkrug itself has a particular attachment to the to this church. These would be secret. This, I think, would be open to the public. Well, definitely references to Christianity. So you've got, I think, was it Christ is one of the names? Hang on. I actually think I made a note of this somewhere. It's on my old hard drive, so I'm going to need a quick second to find it, but I think the search in Windows is pretty good now. I just need to remember, I don't remember the exact file name, but I think I have like a sentence that I wrote in that. I guess if you were a name, you'd be a name of one of the specific or would you? No, I think... Yeah, I'm pretty sure Christ would be... I can't remember if it's a knock long or a name. Reverend, yes, almost certainly. I think it might actually say Reverend Timothy's words always run. Maybe it was after it's in the introduction on this, but yeah, I would be surprised if Reverend Timothy. He has the lantern and knock influence, so he'd be. There's at least some kind of association, yes. Okay, sorry, I'm losing track. So we did say that on a rainy day with in autumn, we would be able to start unlocking some of these different rooms. So we need 7 grails, so we get 2 from the Orchard Keeper, 2 from the Orchard Keeper, 4 from the Rain, 5 from the Health. Wait a minute. So is it the Dandelion Wine that's getting us the 7? That's a shame if it is, because I feel like there's a better way. Okay, well, one way or the other, we want to hire them. So let's start with the Florin. Assistance from an Orchard Keeper. In autumn, the Orchard Keepers come to sell their wares at Brandkrug. A shilling will buy one's help. Orchard Keepers offer nectar and a little heart. Okay, let's think about how we are working through the day. So my Edict's Liminal is already at 2, so I'm going to need 2 memories to be able to move this up. That is something of an argument for... Yeah, you know what? Let's bring Reverend Timothy in. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. I do think I still want to do gardening, so our options in autumn would be... I'm curious if it says... Okay, we still have the sea holly. Do the honey scar jasmine today. Honey scar jasmine, like a dart of sweet fire. No, the lore is fascinating, and one of the things that I like about it is that I remember getting a specific ending in Exile and knowing a little bit about what's in Book of Hours, and I remember reading something really specific in Exile that just opened up a whole lot of possibilities in my mind for that particular playthrough. I remember being very excited by what I read, and so the fact that this game that is 5 years old can still provoke those kinds of responses, to me, I think is one of the things that makes this a very special and unique game. So it's like, I'll agree with you when you say it's not important in the sense of it's not important in terms of what's on the screen right now, but it's exactly the kind of like dwelling on the lore and like what's interesting. This is exactly the sort of thing that I think makes this a really worthwhile game. So I know what you meant, but like it's I don't want to say that like following interests like that is a small thing. Like I think it is a very big reason why this game has the attention that it gets. Okay, I do still want to catalog the books, so I feel like I could be doing better with the day, but I'm going to take my chances by talking with Timothy for the memories for the Edict's Liminal, and I do want to get at least the cataloging taken care of, because that means that we're going to be in a better position to take advantage of the weather. So, this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And then likewise we have Tryst with the book. So I've sort of limited myself in oh, drat, actually I should have kept, well that's fine because we can still use the shaft. So I do have an option with the Whist. In this case I will go for, probably makes sense just to get the Confounding Parable, but we need Knock or Moth. Moon's Egg should cover us for that. Let me just double check. No, what am I doing? That's Moon, Rose, or Sky. That doesn't help me with any of those. guess the impulse would help. So I think that's Deoris book 1 that I get the impulse from. Alright, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So I need to keep this shaft aside so that I can level up the Edict's liminal. But what we're hoping for here is to get Reverend Timothy to give us the memories we need. Of course, we want to advance the Orchard Keeper first, so we'll start with the rain. So just as a reminder, I'm kind of playing it by ear here, but in the case of the Orchard Keeper, we've got... Oh, that's right, this is why I was getting the pears. So we've got the Orchard Keeper, we've got the rain. So we can give them an element of the soul. Oh, wait, but I used up the health. I'm a moron. All right. We've got the element of the soul, a memory, a tool, a beverage, and sustenance. I think I still have what I need to get it up to 7, though. So we'll start with the rain. So I believe these pears have, nectar. So it may still be an idea for me to feed them the dandelion wine, though. Okay, so for the Solar Period book, we've got the Mirror of Melancinth. That's a 12 sky text, so that's going to take us a while to learn how to read. And Nin's Cage is the Bruges text illuminated. And this is in Aracapean, so that is not a language we can read yet. So the solar books that we're finding are all going in the too hard pile, but I still think it's good to catalog them. Okay. I don't remember if I had any 12 sky here yet. Nope. So, at least in terms of my to-do list, we've covered this. We've gotten all of the books that we had access to. They're now cataloged, which means that for the next few days, my priority is going to be reading the text that I have access to, and hopefully unlocking a few more parts of the house. So, I'm probably going to start with the well. There's a lot of food in... actually... The Wrecked Pantry would probably be the best place to start because it does have... I think that's going to have Evening Isles coffee in it. Okay, so let me think about what I want to do with the Orchard Keeper at this point. So we've got the memory. Now, if I want to give them... If I want to use the aspect, or the element of the soul, I'm going to have to renew it using a drink. Now, I do have Eigengrau, so I do actually have that as an option. But let's think about how else I might be able to get to the level that I need. For instance, we could get up to 6 with the dandelion wine, and then we give them the kitchen bowls. The alternative would be I go for kitchen bowls and a pear. That gets them up to 6. So what would the last 7... Yeah, at that point I would need an element of the soul. So, let's say we go dandelion wine and the bowls. Serve appropriately. Pour out. Poured out. So that's the last of the homemade flower wine that I have. But it is good for the two nectar. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. So next time it's raining, I need to make sure I don't do gardening. Alright, so this is an impulse. This is moth for my edicts liminal. I need another one, and obviously we're going to get that through conversation. The more I think of it, I probably should have just wound up talking with the orchard keeper, but it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. So here we will give them the tool of the cake bowls, or kitchen bowls. Cake time! I can lend my assistant something to help, increasing their abilities. And yeah, I think what I'll do the rec pantry first, because that will potentially buff Reverend Timothy to allow me to go up to the Omen Tower. But the deserted well is another high priority for me. Alright. I had a spot that I kept the honey scar jasmine, but the wrecked pantry. Smashed glass and shattered timber. This room can be restored, and there will be salvageable provisions tucked away in the wreckage. But I'll need someone with strong arms and a patient heart. Well, it's I mean, I feel in I feel very similar. Oh, I completely forgot I have a meeting tomorrow as well. God, tomorrow is really full for me. All right.
Sure I understand.
Come on. All right, let's talk with Reverend Timothy in hopes of getting something relevant for the upgrade that we need. So just a reminder here, I've got the one understanding here. So what I'm looking for is one more knock or one more moth that doesn't use up the shaft. Yeah, it's not a day job thing. It's something extra, but still, it's not my first choice of how to spend the time, let's say. I think I'll just add it here. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. Okay, so the pantry. This room is as close to the roots of the this room is close to the roots of the house, and so it had a troubled reputation with the servantry, who late at night might hear the pulse of an unseen drum, the buzzing of flies, voices crying out in tongues unknown, and so the servants would trade favors not to be the one to fetch spices for his lordship's posset after dark. Here we've got the maze-crazed room, so that takes 8 heart or 8 rose. That's particularly difficult for us to do, so it's unlikely that we're going to follow up here. But again, this is the main reason why I took this one. Now, I do need to share, there was mackerel, but there was also pickled pilchards, an acquired and unforgettable taste. I thought the scale might have been an indication that it's, this is a comment on how, quote-unquote, enjoyable the pickled pilchards are, but it did also occur to me that mackerel has scale as well, and fish have scale, so that's probably actually where the, the scale comes from. But still, I love the idea here that there's a comment being made as to pickled pilchards. Some of the descriptions in this are truly wonderful, so I'm actually going to take the time to read a few of these. So we've got rose pearl, surprisingly common in these waters. We've got more dandelion wine, which is good. Phosphorescent scrapings, rendered inert but still luminous. These are remains. Also, a canned ham counts as remains. The taste will remain reliably unchanged for many years to come, which is, in some respects, an advantage. 2 heart, 2 moon, and scale. Pickled pilchards, an acquired and unforgettable taste. Heart, 2 moon, 2 scale. Veiled Goddess Lapsang Suchong Ti, named for the enigmatic minor deity whose charge is the healing of burns, forge, and sky. This is what we use to boost Denzel to move to the top. Blackberry Jam, plucked from hedgerows, to Grail Heart Nectar. Pumpkin, mush it, eat it, hide forbidden documents in it. Heart and nectar. Soft Amber Pumpkin, a lovely golden gourd grown beside the soft sea. Heart Lantern Nectar. One of my favorite descriptions. Scrumpy, the West Country's... Oh, that's a shame. They changed it. The West Country's most unregenerate achievement, perhaps at its best when pressed from stolen apples. There was a text of this which said, "Now this is apples." But in this case, the West Country's most unregenerate achievement, perhaps at its best when pressed from stolen apples. The factory making you want to be there as to be a grocer just so you can keep stocked and inhabit the position of someone who needs to keep stock. We've got a tall parcel tightly wrapped in oilcloth and contraband jetsam flung overboard in furtive haste. Beeswax, it begins as a flower. Beeswax can be used to make candles if you have a skill with the chandlery aspect. Schloss Jannings and Domaine Reveline. Dawn Lion Coffee, coffee from beyond the great deserts. That'll be good for boosting Lantern. Elderflower Cordial, wrung from sweet white flowers. Roseship Jam, plucked from wild roses. Blackberry Jam, flour, pulverized grains, bread's precursor. TRN Limited Drinking Cocoa. We actually have some up there. Eigengrau, if Grey Dawn oil were drinkable. Cuckoo Honey. Evening Isles Coffee, that's the one I was looking for. Gideon Soaks, a therapeutic collection of beneficial bottles. More Dawn Lion Coffee. Cater Hero Second Flesh of Sam. Pickled mushrooms, we've had those before. Cinnabar, a bright scarlet powder with a silvery brilliance locked within. Pale Marrow in Brandkrug, they take marrow seriously. This is a marrow redolent of sorrow. Golden Marrow in Brandkrug, they take marrow seriously. This is accounted a beauty among its kind. Slow Gin, a homemade berry gin. And Essential Paroist, what happens when you boil and scrape us down to our utter fundamentals. So maybe what I can do here is I can move the mackerel into the pantry. There's a bunch of stuff I should probably move into the pantry, so let's impose... keeping stuff in the kitchen I think makes sense, but... Oh, and a basket of vegetables, gifts from the garden. Maybe we can move the Eigengrau into the pantry, though. Oh yeah, and I've been wanting to put the sea glass in the foundry at some point, so let's put that on the shelf. And I wanted to do that because I think there was another thing for me to open. If there was, I can't find it anymore. Okay, so obviously this gives me more stuff to do. If I do want to get these texts read at some point, but I'm happy enough with some of the work we've done now. Now, if I want to get Reverend Timothy up, I am going to have to brew some of the coffee. I think maybe I'll start with the Dawn Lion, because like the Evening Isles, I'll be able to... sorry, Dawn Lion I've got a backup in case I need a replacement, whereas the Evening Isles, it's the only one I have of it right now. Yeah, well, we also have Essential Paroist from... I don't think it's up here. Oh, yeah, it is. What happened... Yeah, it's the same one. Actually, that's probably what I wanted to move. I don't think... I think that does it. So we take our Edict's Liminal, Lesson Learnt, Memory Impulse, Stolen Secret, Shapt. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Sorry, just 1 second. Sorry, I'm still getting distracted occasionally, but I'm trying to keep them minor. By the way, I call it Paroist, but I guess it's Paroist. Again, I don't... I'm not good at pronunciation, but I tend to know the word. So I think this is... how do I put it? It's like... If I'm not mistaken, it's like just above your bones, or like covering your bones. I'm sure I can like look this up, but yeah, in any case, I wouldn't normally want to keep that in the pantry. So far as I can tell, it's not the it's not something I would see as something you would eat. Having a false realization. There's a reason Father Timothy has knock because he talks a lot, which indicates he has a strong shaft. Well, I mean, there's a couple of ways that you can read that. But yes, Reverend Timothy... I mean, I'm sure I've pointed this out a couple of times, but Reverend Timothy's talk verb is 15 seconds longer than every other character. And certainly, shaft is the element of the soul associated with eloquence, speaking, and eloquence and understanding. The door opens both ways. Plus, I mean, you do need to be a reasonably good speaker, I feel, to be a good good priest. Alright, Edicts Liminal, the precepts of limitation and division established by the enigmatic conclave of hours, sometimes called the Chancel. So next time we want to boost this up, we're going to need 3 moth or knock items. If you will excuse me, I've been staring at this bagel the whole time. I've got what I wanted to do done today, so I am going to shut up and actually have something resembling dinner. I appreciate the juicy tomato right up until I get an extra nectar aspect on me. But yeah, Edicts Liminal I may actually wind up being, well, it's 3, but I think it's going to be equal to my sea stories. I think Containment is still 3, yeah. But for some reason, I thought Edicts Liminal would actually overtake Auroral Contemplations, but no, it does not. All right, an offer from Oriflammes. Oriflammes established 1776, sent signs sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase The Amalgam of the Red Rose, an account by Mistress Redflower of the alchemical operations favored by the House of Lancaster, also identified with the Sunset Road. These operations ultimately led to their victory in the War of the Roads, but are described as now debased. So we'll use the Bronze Spintra here. In this case, this is exactly how much we need. Oriflams thanks you for your custom. And we still need to see what the weather is today. Storm! Alright, this is why we wait. Kind of a gentle storm, though. So this is the only room that we might be able to take advantage of the storm with. Just give me a second. Again, I apologize, but this is what's keeping me going. Okay. So, for the Maze Crazed room, let's just think a little bit about what the game plan for this would be. We don't have Mrs. Kill, so we wouldn't be able to take advantage of... Unless the Orchard Keeper is hard. Actually, I think the Orchard Keeper does. Yeah, okay. So with the Orchard Keeper, we'd be able to move them up to 5 heart right off the bat. So then the question would be, where do I get the other 3 from? So this would bring them up to 6. So then we would need 2 heart from either a drink or from a food item. Okay, can't use the pairs. So you do seem to have a few food items that give sort of the basics in terms of heart, but just 1. Which is fine. Like, what we maybe have to do then is am I just that bad at the game that we need to do Twitch plays? Like, is this what it comes down to? Like, is the game now just trying to come up with a way to like tell me how to play without me noticing that it's a way to play? Because like I can just go and wait until the game comes out if this is how we're gonna do it. I did. It's not great for me to be up this late to be streaming this game. So there is always that side of me that just wants to say, you know what? Sometimes life happens. I obviously needed the rest. I'm just going to go to bed. Like, I'm not even done talking about my approach and I'm being told to use a tool? Like, come on, man. How many times are we going to have this conversation? Anyways, I'm going to start writing this down now, so... We got 4 heart from the storm, baseline of 1 heart, which technically would also be with Mrs. Kill, but obviously autumn. So this, by the way, is one of the reasons why I'm focusing so much on unlocking rooms, because autumn is a period where I have 1 more heart from a hireling than I normally would. So we have the one from the mixing bowls. Actually, now that we've unlocked... No, hang on. We need to unlock this one to get the mop and bucket, so we only have one of the... Well, I mean, again, one tool is sufficient, so... So I'd say our baseline would be 6 heart, in the sense that we don't give any... I mean, the storm is something that's not renewable, but... You'll know if it's a question. I will be very explicit when I say, hey, I need help, chat. Tell me how to play the game. Like, I'm not as dumb as you seem to think I am, okay? Like, sometimes there's a process of working through things that I like to do, and I prefer that to playing the game in silence. And, like, again, I feel like I've been as clear as I can about this, and I really don't want to spend more of the limited time that I have talking about this particular thing. So let's accept that as a lesson learned and moving on, but I am going to have to get a bit more strict about this if it keeps this way, because it is actually becoming a bit of a drag to play this way. So can maybe just consider that a warning in terms of the dynamic moving forward. Okay. So again, at my baseline between the conditions under which I would explore a heart room here would be a storm. So we've got this the storm, the baseline heart. So baseline heart will be 5 from the storm, 6 with the mixing bowl, and then from that point we would need to use an element of the soul and some kind of consumable. And then the ideal would be to try and do this in such a way that we can still keep collecting the things that we want. So I suppose in this particular case I could give up the health and one of the, and some produce. But then of course the question becomes, all right, so that's the room taken care of. And again, that would be a room that I wouldn't normally be able to access. I think in most circumstances I would actually struggle to... Oh, God, I've lost the room already. I wasn't counting on being able to get this room. But given that I don't have FET or core... so this is slightly more appealing than what it normally would be. It's not really going to affect winter or moon. But I do feel like I should at least take a look at the outside option in terms of the remaining texts. Because my sky isn't that strong. The only sky I'm really working with right now is Sights and Sensations. So, Damascene Traditions of the House of Leith, we would have 4 sky to work with, so I need to find another 4. We have 5 sky if I add my Faust. 6 sky if I add the astrolabe. So then with that, we would also... So a storm would give us, with Sights and Sensations, would give us this. So this should actually be moved to the other pile. So the next question would be, is there a similar story that we can tell in terms of heart? So it's actually kind of the same argument. So we would take health. It's actually easier. No, because Rites of the Roots isn't heart. I'm just going to go from top to bottom. Yeah, it looks like 2 is my best. But again, same argument. So with the health and the skill, we're up to 3. With the storm, we're up to 7, and then with the bowls, we're up to 8. So I'm running out of space. Well, put this on the shelf. I think I'm going to make a new storm shelf over here. So these are probably for fog. This is for snow. And this will be my storm shelf. So again, I don't think I'm inclined to reading these books in the storm yet, just because there's other books that I can read. But that is something I want to keep in mind for future. So we are going to go for the Orchard Keeper. And I think I am going to go and I am going to use the health on this one. Yeah, we'll take care of the rest of that later. So I don't need any memories from, as far as the worker upgrade is concerned. I don't need memories. The obvious question, though, is where do I get my Edict's Liminal? We do need 3 memories for that. I can still read a text. Yeah, you know what? Let's just do... I'm going to do this the easy way. I'm going to collect the memories that I need from... hang on. Before I do that, let's decide what book I'm going to read today. So I have a knock text, which would require a shaft. I have a forge text, which would require shaft. And I have, yes, the Rose of Hypatia, which would require tryst. Okay. So again, we're looking for moth and knock. So this will get me the impulse, which gives me a moth. Advice on containment gets me a pattern. Well, there's a more recent knock text that I read that gives me a pattern too, but where is advice on containment? As an aside, Journal of Thomas DeWolf has gotten its spine now. DTG 16, almost 1 a.m. here. Gotta say, you're committed. You've committed to a lot of yeah. And we're guaranteed to add 3 more, and then depending on the weather, we can probably add another 5. We still have only committed 1 thing to the Tree of Wisdom so far. Sorry, I was just taking a second to look at my spreadsheet, and interestingly enough, where I'm at right now, I only have 2 memories that I can get from books that give me moth or knock. So impulse gives me 2 moth and 1 nectar. And then the yeah, it's just the pattern that gives me the knock. I mean, I'm fine with that. I can still make this work, but under the old system where some of these things would be unique, it's actually, I would be in a situation where I couldn't necessarily level this up. How you doing, I'm Panzer? Is there any way to get more health and stuff since you have more than 1 Faust? Absolutely there is. I can just show you in a little bit. And don't know if the books are randomized, but it certainly seems like we've been unlucky for books and such. Oh, for things like memories. No, I think the memories are consistent between books, but you don't know what room is going to have a certain book. But yeah, it's actually not that hard for me to get health. So I'd be guessing it's probably one of the preservation ones. But yeah, so if I take Rites of the Roots, I can assign it into preservation, and that'll get me a health right away. I'm actually slightly curious. What are some of the other ones that would... Yep, try to Sama Herrera. So actually, to give you an example of how far I can go in terms of getting health, it's not just preservation, it just... Preservation's an obvious one. Okay, so we could do Hill and Hollow, then Tridesma Hyra for level 2, and then we would do Rites of the... Oh no, Rites of the Roots is only level 2. But yeah, we could actually go up to 3 health. Yes, it's just about 2 a.m. for me. But yeah, it's essentially just a matter of committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms. The reason why I haven't done it yet is that I'm moving up certain skills to certain levels. And so one of the things I'm trying to do is when I finally hit a point where I'm like, okay, I don't think there's anything else that I can do with the Tree of Wisdoms at this point, then I'm going to do just a big jump in terms of like committing a whole bunch of things, and that'll make my my character ridiculously powerful or something. I don't quite know what the end game to that is. But right now what I'm doing is I'm preserving options. And I've paid for that because, as you say, I have less health than I normally would. I'm not able to get Mrs. Kill because I don't have the Arab, which gives me Grail aspect to be able to hire her with. The only reason I can hire Denzel is because of my health or my Shapt. But this has so far worked for me, right? I've been able to get this far into the house without unlocking those elements of the soul, and in the end, when it comes down to it, I'm going to be able to say, okay, this is something I can afford to keep at a lower level. This is going to be one of these things I hold back so that I can commit it as high into the Tree of Wisdoms as I can, and that's just an approach that I'm taking this time around. I will play the game other ways in the future. It's just this time it's a convenient and to me interesting way of playing it. Okay, so we've got my tryst for the Edict's Liminal. Now let me just double check, because I may also need a pattern, in which case maybe I should talk to my hireling. Yeah, by their marks ye shall know them. So we've got, well, a 3 for Edict's Liminal, so that's up to 5. So I guess if I bring this up to 6... Okay, no, this makes sense. So if I take the Edict's Liminal, if I level it up, then I have the 6 that I need to be able to read the book, so we're good. But we're gonna leave the rest of it there. I don't believe so. I won't say why, but I thought about this a bit, and I think you would have to be going... I mean, okay. I know in Cultist Simulator there are specific things that are done to allow you to recover certain things, let's say. And I don't know in the case of... So, like, let me give an example. Let's say... Let's say every book that I read, I didn't take advantage of the lessons. Instead, what I did was I let them go away at Numa. I'm not 100% sure what the game would do to to make it so that I could commit more things to the Tree of Wisdoms. But what I want to say on that note, and I'm almost certain that there are playtesters that have completed the game at this point. Let's just consider what it would take to get to Illumination 9, right? So if we're going through the pattern that we have here, so we're at Edict's Liminal 3. So to get to Edict's Liminal 4, we need 1 lesson learned and 3 memories. So by that logic, to get to Illumination 9, we would need, from this pattern, we would need one lesson, and then, I say lesson learned, but it's actually just lesson. I would need 1 lesson, and then somehow I would need to come up with like 8 other memories. Now, chances are there's going to be something different that we need to do at the higher levels. Well, why would it? I guess it depends on whether or not uniqueness exists for books, but one other possibility would be that if you haven't got the lessons learned and you reread a book that's passed after Numa, the lessons could come out of it. Like, it seems to me that this is a fairly obvious worry that a developer for a game like this would have, and particularly because, people are going to be exploring the game and this is intended to be a bit more forgiving. I would imagine there is a way out of it, much the same way that you can play Cultist Simulator and you can have a rival that takes every single one of your locations, but you can still get the books that you need to be able to ascend. But with that in mind, I don't know, because I haven't gotten into a situation where I feel like I need more memories than what I currently have access to. I guess I should talk to the Orchard Keeper to commit the different resources. Just a reminder, we're trying to get to I mean, the funny thing here is that we would have been reading a book with this storm had we not unlocked the pantry, but this is the right call in this case. The Maze Crazed Room is one that we wouldn't normally be able to access, so this is exactly the sort of thing you want to use unusual weather on. The books will always be with us, and honestly, because we're not committing these things to the Tree of Wisdoms, getting another skill, unless it's one that winds up pushing me to an even higher level that unlocks more books, getting another skill that's not going to be committed to the Tree of Wisdoms isn't maybe the draw that it once was. Okay, so we've got the pattern, we've got the impulse, we should have another pattern from... Now that's interesting. That screws me, actually. How much you want to bet that was... Well, this is it. Okay, so there, like a perennial bug report that I would file would be that it was possible to have multiple unique memories. And like what I would used to do would be I'd talk with someone for a certain memory like over and over and over again. So this could be the way that the game enforces this. Now this does put me in an awkward place, because I don't have an unlimited amount of time. So here's what I'm gonna do. I need to find something to drink. This is the CNH second flush Assam. I think this is the same. Yeah. So I'm gonna serve some tea. Pour out. I have a feeling that this is deliberate, but I do actually kind of wish that the game was a bit better at specifying that you wouldn't get the result. So I'm gonna get my whist back by sleeping. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink, while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Okay. So we're now up to 6. We will use the bowls. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. I think I'll probably give the gardener a pumpkin. It definitely does, but I mean, I was abusing the ability to rest a lot in an early beta, so I actually like the fact that it takes a while. All right, offer something to eat. I can offer my assistant something to eat. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. So after that, I'm going to keep talking with this follower. So the good news here is that in the end, I am, one way or another, I'm going to be able to read by their marks, you shall know them. It does mean, though, that moving up this Edict's Liminal may be a lot harder than I thought. Speak with my assistant. I could encourage my assistant, work with them for a little while, or exalt them. Or I could just listen to whatever they might have to say, add something to enhance your assistant's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. So I think one thing that is likely is I'll maybe try and get another impulse this time, by the way. So this will be Locksmith's Dream Trespasses. Gossip doesn't really help me. I'm trying to think if there's ever been a case where I've tried to get the same memory twice, so this could just be where I'm finally learning how they've kept me from my uniqueness shenanigans. I'm gonna just go ahead and say that 8 forge is something for the too difficult pile. But that's just it. Like, so that they can stack, but that's because I already have them in my environment, and this does not, like, in Cultist Simulator, they have there's a specific property that they have that talks about uniqueness. Whereas if the property is about whether or not it generates, if it's inside of memories, that's a different matter. So it used to be the case that if you had multiple memories of a certain type, adding one into the section here would eliminate the other duplicates. That doesn't happen anymore. But that is not the same as saying that you can just keep generating new ones if they're already on the board. So of course I've added some, there's a little bit of this isn't the best experiment because I'm not doing this with the same book. But the thing is, I actually want the outcome that I'm looking for, so I can't very well... Like, in this case, this is a test. If I don't get an impulse out of this... Okay, so this would... Ah, there we go. Look, so it is actually enforcing uniqueness. So obviously I lost a T out of that, and I'm probably not going to be able to achieve what I wanted with the lesson Edict's Liminal, but it's a good lesson to learn. So here's a good example of what's going on with memory gossip. So I have a feeling in this case, because this is generating in 5 seconds, this should still stay in the pile. So I don't know if this was changed in between updates, or... Like, I'm not 100% sure what's driving this. But I think it's fair to say that my effort to try and get the Edict's Liminal up is... that's definitely hit a wall, so I'm going to have to go back to bringing in my hirelings and talking to them a whole lot. Obviously, I got less done today than I wanted, but that's fine. Again, this is about learning lessons. We're still going to be able to unlock the room that we wanted, so all is not lost. And what I'm going to do, this is going to lose me my shaft for tomorrow. But what I'm going to do, if I can't upgrade Edict's Liminal by the end of the day, what I will do is I'll just use the memory pattern to read the existing text, and then I can use the Tryst tomorrow. Actually, one thing I could do, I can use the Tryst to open one of these packages. Or I guess I could use the Tryst with the memory impulse. Well, we'll figure it out, but either way we should be able to... Well, yeah, if I read it, that'll just keep me from having two elements of the soul. I don't know, we'll figure it out when the sun goes down, but not looking good in terms of the memories that I need. So there's a sneaky way that you can get the memories that you need, but it seems to me that the intention of this game is that you're supposed to use one memory of each type, which I'm completely fine doing. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use the Tryst... No, I need to hold off on the Tryst, actually. It's going to get a little scary, but... Okay. So we will take the gardener with the maze-crazed room. Wires are strung tightly and crazily through this room, snaring the bed legs to the window latches to the wardrobe handlers. Every movement brings a ripple of musical pings. I'll need time and patience to unravel. So that'll take a minute. What I'm going to do here, I want to make the most of the resources that I have. So we'll go to Ambrose's desk with our shaft. We will take, by their marks you shall know them, a monster hunting initiate of the hour named the Colonel, who identifies herself as Little Sophia, Provides evidence on finding the weak spots of long. So we will use the memory pattern here. And we can add edicts liminal for that. So knock, a gate flung wide. I'm a match for this book. Enough knock to match mystery knock. Now, if I was so inclined, I could take the... So I could do memory impulse with the tryst and... solutions and separations, I think. So 2, 4, 7, and then we add the shears to make it 8. The catch here would be this is 2 elements of the soul that I have knocked down for tomorrow. Actually, you know what? I'm still okay with that because I'm not going to be pushing as hard. I'm not going to be pushing as hard to... Yeah, it's not my favorite choice, but I think we'll just read this. I'd rather make use of the memories that I have rather than... Reading a book with scissors. Exciting. Especially with moth aspect, because I figure that moth is probably the most likely of the aspects to... it's one of the most likely of the aspects to make you just have a moment where you're like, I could just cut this a little. All right, I can master this mystery. So, tell you what, I'll focus on the knock text first. We'll just read the thing when it's completed. Okay, so tomorrow, again, depending on the weather, remember we're going to be down 2 elements of the soul. Oh, actually, and I can't read on Matthias and Amethyst Imago because the I need the shaft for this one. So maybe what we'll do is we'll try and get Reverend Timothy to open one of the rooms. And if nothing else, I can just open up these packages. All right, a gale. So that has implications for sky. I'm going to take a minute and just see what comes up with this room. All right, the servants' quarters south. When Hendrik de Wolf left behind the life of a mercenary, he appointed his quartermaster as head of his new household. This would have drawn little comment, except that his quartermaster was a woman, the soft-spoken, steely-willed Ernestine Peterhans. For more than 5 decades, these rooms were her unchallenged domain. Even in her 80th year, she still walked her rounds every day, and the servants would fall silent at the distant jingle of her keys. Okay, so we got a couple more packages to open. A basket of clean linen, a nighttime luxury. We've got the guest bed in the servants' quarters, so that's forge, nectar, scale, and heart, but we need heart to open it, or well, to get in. And there's not much, other than the packages, there's not a whole lot else for us to work with here. So the next room is the wounded room, so that wounded room. So that's 8 heart, 8 knock. We may actually be able to hire someone to open that room. There is a reasonable question as to whether or not that's what I want to do. But I'm gonna be back in just a second. I'm gonna take a small break. I'm close to the time that I would normally end, but I'm gonna try and go a little further if I can. Just because I feel, well, number one, like, it did take me a while to get in, but I feel like there's a few things I'd like to try and accomplish before we wrap up for tonight. But like I said, I am going to take a quick break here, and I am going to run ads for a bit just to save people the pre-roll trouble. But now would be a good time to get up, have a drink, stretch. Don't look at the ads. I get paid for the ads whether or not, whether you're at the keyboard or not. But We'll see you in just a couple minutes. All right, hopefully you're all clear of the ads. Thank you for your patience with me. But we're good to probably take it to the rest of the stream. Again, I'm going to try and go a little bit longer than the 3-hour mark. But so the question as always is, where are we? So let's say I wanted to use my health. And again, this is going to keep me short of pairs, but I think we still... So there's still some arguments for being able to go into this particular room. It is maybe also worth considering that, in theory, we could try and move Reverend Timothy up to this. So Reverend Timothy also has one knock. And then we don't have the knock instrument, so I guess that or tool, so that wouldn't really do the trick. So with a Gale, as always, we have the one heart to start off with. And then we have the tool for the mixing bowls. So with our health and the base amount, we know that we can get 3. By incorporating the Gale, we can go up to 6. And so we would essentially need either a food item or a drink with 2 heart, or we would need something with, we would need one of each, which means we're giving up quite a bit in order to be able to achieve that. Now, I'm not opposed to that. What I would like, though, is to try and give up something either plentiful. Yeah, so the basket of vegetables would be a good example here. Like, what I'm really looking for is something that's easy to replace. So like Schloss Jannings is a tough one because it gives 3 different aspects: scale, heart, and edge, and the heart is one of the more minor ones, although we do have more than one Schloss Jannings. Oh, actually the Isle Water is a good example of that as well. Okay, so maybe we pour the Isle Water and we use the basket of vegetables. So yeah, I think we are going to unlock a room with the gardener. So again, that does keep me from doing my... That does keep me from doing my reading, or sorry, my gardening, which I'm a little worried about now. I think I haven't been gardening enough, but I can live with it, let's say. So how do we want to spend the rest of the day? I can't read the book. Oh yeah, actually, no, I didn't even consider this guy. So just as a hypothetical, let's say, so the Faust would give me the 1, the Gale would bring that up to 4, the Astrolabe would bring that up to 5, so I'd actually need, I have the skill, that's 2, so I couldn't actually use a Gale to read the book. So that's actually good information here. So Gales allow me to explore rooms, but Storms are the only thing that would allow me to read the book. It's possible that maybe it would have been better for me to use the book. But that's neither here nor there. Like, we've made our choices. So in this case, I'm going to spend the day unpacking packages. Something small and curious. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. And we're not going to worry about the Edict's Liminal at all. I don't have the Tryst. I don't have the Shap. There's no point in trying. So talk about the weather. More useful than one might think, especially in Britain. One other thing I might have been able to try would be to get Reverend Timothy to sort of move up to somewhere, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. There's just other priorities. I don't think we've ever found a book in a package, but yes, we'll find what's inside. So I'm ready to lend my limbs, boosts heart, scale, and nectar. I'm not unhappy that we're doing this, but I do kind of feel like this feels like a little bit more of a minor day. Although we are in reality going to be getting 2 different texts, so I should be a little happier than I am. Okay, so we've got 2 books that we've read. Oh right, it was at Natan's desk. So by their marks you shall know them. A monster hunting initiate of the hour named the Colonel, who identifies herself as Little Sophia, provides advice on finding weak spots of Long. Little Sophia observes dryly, should one desire to slay an immortal, it is most practical to do so before they become immortal entirely. She details the marks, the changes that the Long undergo as they abandon their mortal condition. As the Lantern Long begin to abandon its flesh, its skin becomes loose, its bones soften. The 6th mark is to be observed thus, when the flesh between the finger and thumb can be pulled to the final finger joint. My recollection is, I think I actually remember a tweet sort of describing the skin between the finger and thumb getting kind of loose. I think that actually has its origins in like an observation one day. I can't remember, I can't actually point to the exact time, but I actually think this is based off of a real, like a real experience. My flesh, of course, is tight as a drum. But the reason I keep the camera off is that I am just too much of a specimen of perfect youth, like a Greek god, really. And I feel that the focus should be on the game, so I try not to distract you all. Anyways. I'm getting a lot of patterns. Surgeries and exsanguination, so we do have that already. Yeah, well, it's when you're doing your lantern ascension. But yeah, I believe the quote from the for the purposes of the Ascension, has its origins just, I think, on one day, like Alexis was looking at his hand, and or maybe playing with just sort of the skin on his hand, and had this sort of moment of reflection. And I can absolutely see, because there definitely have been times where you'll see an observation that a writer makes, and then sure enough you'll see that appear in the game. So I think that actually is, I think if you were to go sufficiently deep in the in the archives, you would actually find the origins of that particular quote. That happened. I feel that happened a little bit less with Book of Hours, but there's definitely some fun tweets that will show you the unexpected origins of some of the concepts of the game. So like there's a dream, that talks about a koi geometry and a storm in a tin and stuff like that. And it's quite like quite literally a photo of objects on his desk that formed the cabinet of curiosities. All right, crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. All right, we are up to 5. I do like cake time. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. I'll hang on to the Witching to Sane. That's one that I wish I was making more of, but whenever it rains, we just wind up using the Orchard Keeper for other things. Okay, so I think I'm going to use the vegetables. I am definitely... I tend to be a little reluctant to use consumables in games like this, and I really should. So this is my effort to try and get over myself, basically. Excuse me, get over myself, basically. But I do still feel like there are going to be times where I say, if only I, got this thing. But actually, the Witching to Sane would be a good thing that I could feed. I think I will actually feed that to the follower. All right, we got another soft amber pumpkin. Crack open. Ugh. I refuse to believe that I can't put that on the shelf. There we go. Something especially tasty. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. All right. A nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. So it is worth mentioning here, like, there would be a situation under which talking with the Orchard Keeper would make sense, but because all of my elements of the soul are already exhausted, it feels like it would be a lot of effort to try and turn this into an upgrade for Edict's Liminal. So in this case, I think I'll just say, lesson learned. We're not going to focus on that today. Now, we have got The Rose of Hypatia, a volume of collected teachings from the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories, but in some was very powerful indeed. This was recorded by Hypatia and dedicated to Saint Nympha. Saint Nympha, described as not born but cultivated, the sentience that became the saint. Hypatia inhabited a sinner's corpse in order to enable that sinner's redemption. Not all the dead enter the mansis by the winter door. Not all the dead enter the mansis at all. All right. So that gives solace. And weaving and not working we don't have yet, so we can at least commit that. Again, if we get to Numa, I'm in trouble. If we don't get to Numa, I'll probably be able to handle all of this, but I guess I need to leave my open up my consider verb though. And we can open the wounded room. Blood drips from wet-edged cracks in the ceiling here, pooling on the floor. Another rage-fueled presence that I could use help to lay. I will confess, it would be nice if I had some weather that didn't require me to use up so many of my elements of the soul. I feel that I'm falling behind on a few things that I wanted to do. All right, more drinking cocoa. So again, when I get access to Mrs. Kill, the cocoa is going to be something we use a lot of. So let's take our weaving and not working lesson. A new skill. He. Valentine DeWolf. All right, have a good one, DTG. It's yeah, it's almost 3 o'clock where I am, and there's more stuff for me to do, plus that meeting. So I don't think you're gonna miss out that much, but I still want to try and do a good stream of this if I can. All right. I feel like we're at a point where we could use Reverend Timothy to get higher in the Ill-Omen Tower. We usually use Denzel, but we don't have to commit to that. This will eventually be a level 2, so let's make space for it now. That's a pretty strong heart, so that, given that we're going to be moving that up, that may be something that helps unlock some of these heart texts later. But yeah, I'm going to need to spend some time... I'm definitely going to need to spend some time clearing out the lessons that I've got. Actually, with that in mind, surgeries and exsanguinations... I also forgot to add this to my... Okay. Yeah, it's just Bosk. It obviously doesn't appear on all of them. But there's always going to be 2 associated with a skill to let you know where you can place it on the Tree of Wisdoms. I suspect you already knew that, but for the benefit of the people who didn't, it's usually helpful to answer the question one way or the other. So we do get to catalog a book. We've also got the investigator's suitcase, so we can open that up. So, the servants' quarters north. This was once the private chamber of the formidable Ernestine Peterhans. Seneschal of Brandkrug, Baron Hendrik, and afterwards his son Thomas would both descend the back stairs to visit her in person. For counsel, most said. For prayers, others insisted. Only the very foolish ever suggested there was any improper motive for their visits. Here we have Dawn Lion Coffee. This is helpful, actually. It tells me exactly what this grants. So it's 2 lantern, also some scale and forge. We've got the Shadowless Silk, a variant of the Persian silk tree, golden as the Shadowless Kings. Severe chair, unfussy marsh green upholstery. Looks like there's... Oh, we can just touch a glass of water here, so I'll water. Presumably that's going to be addressed in the next patch. Shaving mirror, snip snip. And... yeah, another guest bed. I think these are the same as the others. Okay, this is definitely going to be... This is going to require some effort on my... Well, actually, I guess with the lantern we should still be able to handle the stairs, so I shouldn't be so ready to give up. The overgrown kitchen garden, that's 9 Grail or 9 Nectar, so this is definitely something... I would consider this to be out of bounds for us right now. We are going to have to commit something to the tree before we get that far. I suspect we are going to be able to handle the deserted well and the rose-haunted hall. Hopefully before... We're almost done with autumn, so we need to prepare. But yeah, I would say the dim hall... dim hall's off limits. Overgrown kitchen garden's off limits. These are in sort of shooting distance. And then the blockaded stairs and the ill-omened tower are something we can probably handle as well. But it depends on what the weather is tomorrow, I think. My preference would definitely be to get some gardening in. And then... Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's probably better that I just... I'll see what the next day brings. I can read a book with Shapt. That would be the last book that I immediately have available to me, but I don't think it would be a bad idea for me to try and commit a few of these. Okay, a sunny day. So this is time for Reverend Timothy to shine. And with that in mind, okay, so let's say the tryst is going to go for the weaving and the not working. So we use the Shapt to get Reverend Timothy. Well, there isn't really a reason to do that, actually. So we'll use the Faust to get Reverend Timothy and move him up. Health for gardening, whist for cataloging, let's say. So the packages go unattended. Okay, yes, I can work with that. Speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. Oh, and I want to get my pears. Fragrant pears, soft in the hand. So we'll start by talking about the sunny day and the Faust. I kind of want to get Timothy up to his appropriate level before we commit too much. Let's take the whist to catalog the book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Alright, so next up we talk to him about... No! Alright, well, that's fine, because we wanted a memory anyway, but... So let's figure out the rest of the path. So we're going to get him up to 6 with the Faust, 7 with the artifact, and then 9 with the coffee. Alright, and we have the Rose of Woznai, the heretical teachings of a disgraced offshoot of the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories. This was recorded by Woznai and dedicated to Saint Respicius, so this is absolutely one that we can read. I might actually have this already. Yep. So the nice thing about the Rose of Woznai is I know the result from this one. This gives me a revelation, so I can keep that in mind for, you know, using Reverend Timothy, for instance. So we'll see what memory he gives me. There is a specific plan that I have for how this will work. So let's take weaving and not working as an example. This one requires heart or moth, so I would use Trist for this. And the trick behind this is basically going to be whatever memories Reverend Timothy gives me, I can use as an input right away. And if Timothy doesn't give me the relevant... So this is perfect, actually. That's definitely going to work. Collaborate Foss. Together we'll be watchful. Boosts Lantern and Sky. So I can actually get started on this already. So I think the surgeries and exsanguinations is... Yeah, they're both kind of in the same boat. Anyways, I'll use weaving and not working for the start. There's always more to learn. Improve this skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms if you haven't already committed it. So, again, if Reverend Timothy winds up giving me something that's relevant... is that the pair finished? Yep. If Timothy gives us something that we need, great. If he doesn't, well, actually, under the old system, the Trist would have been used to force one of those memories. Now, I think we just wind up using the Shap maybe to open up a package, let's say. But I have a few options. I'm not committed one way or the other, let's say. But my hope, obviously, would be that we can get Reverend Timothy to a level where my hope would be that we get the memory from Reverend Timothy. We can use the Shaps to improve surgeries and exsanguinations, and at that point we can focus on Edict's Liminal proper. I'm not 100% sure how I'd pull it off, to be completely honest. That one's going to be a bit of an open question for me, but you know, probably the weather. Well, that would probably take the fog, actually, so the fog would be something that would give me... I don't know. I'm going to have a think about that, actually. Proffer a tool. I can lend my assistant something to help, increasing their abilities. Okay. So after the coffee, Reverend Timothy will be ready for some chats. And again, in the worst case scenario, we use the Shap to open one of the packages, and in the best case scenario, we get the memory that we need for surgeries and exsanguinations. That's heart and knock, and we can focus our attention on Edict's Liminal. So let's get that coffee in him. Reverend Timothy with Don Lion coffee is actually a 50-minute conversation. Coffee from beyond the great deserts. Now, there is a small temptation here to go to the blockaded stairs, but I think I get more from the Ill-Omened Tower, particularly because that's one that will allow me to... I will be able to get some books. I think there's at least one book there. So it's nice to have some books just because those are a good default position. But as it is, because of the nature of autumn, the fact that I'm able to get an orchard keeper, that's meant quite a bit as far as just in terms of the types of weather. Like if you think of the types of weather you can get, storms, gale, rain, even the sunny day at this point, just because it saves me the element of the soul to move Reverend Timothy to other rooms. A lot of my days are spoken for in autumn, just because, you know, of it happens to be a season that's very good for filling in some of the things I can't answer with my elements of the soul. So Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. So I think we're gonna go up, and then we'll consider the side, like the stairs and such later. Revelation, okay. the revelation will be useful in certain circumstances. So the Rose of Woznai is a good example. I think I get one more chance to get a memory with Reverend Timothy out of this, but I'm getting close to the point where I want to use the Shapt for the contraband jetsam. It's also the investigator's suitcase, a suitcase that once belonged to someone in the habit of shining a light in dark places. So I do think I can get impulse from Timothy still. I don't think I get patterns from him. If I do, they are exceedingly rare. Okay, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. I think I'm going to lose my nerve and I'll just use the shop to open a container. Something renounced who threw this overboard. All right, so it's good to know that I didn't throw away anything for surgeries and exsanguinations. The ill-omened tower. The stairway has been chained off. The stairway has been chained off, more than chained off. The whole thing is wrapped or swathed in chains. Authoritative sigils forbid entry. All right, we just got on the right side of that. All right, ambergris, or possibly ambergris chunk. Never, never, never call it whale vomit. 2 moon, 2 scale. It's a thing, it's a material, and it's a gem. I'm sure I'll find a better place than the foundry for these things. I'm pretty sure we've got... yeah. Okay, as always, we'll see what the weather brings. Oh boy. I was dreading this. So this is basically my Edict's Liminal. I can get the pattern and the impulse so that I don't need to worry about it, but yeah, glassfinger toxin for all the guests. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I do see some value in bringing Reverend Timothy in this. Reverend Timothy gives me options, so Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So we're going to use him as a memory factory. We're getting close to the end of autumn, so I need to decide if I want more pears or if I want something else. I don't think there's anything growing here right now. Trumpeter's lily. Okay. My other option was... yeah, we've got the honey scar jasmine already. Probably should be stocking up on pears, given that they're the only sustenance that I have for this. So let's say with the fog, so I've got the Edict's Liminal. So that I need either the Tryst or the Shap. So I'm going to set those two aside. And I need, technically I need 2 for the... Technically I need 2 to read the relevant texts. On the other hand, I am in shooting distance of reading at least one of these texts. So I think I'm going to use the Foss to read the Rose of Woznai. Actually, no. I'm not. Because I know I get a revelation out of that, and I can probably use that to upgrade something else. So I'm going to use the Foss to open up the Contraband Jetsam. And then I'm going to wait. I'm probably going to use the Whisk to open the Investigator's suitcase. But it depends on what happens with Reverend Timothy and the fog. All right. The church tower. The bells in this tower rang every Sunday, even in Solomon Husher's time, until Thurza Blake finally cancelled services so she could save money by sacking the priest. This brought a deputation of angry locals from Brankrug village, where there was a fearful superstition that when the bells of Brankrug fell silent, the bells of Ys would be heard. So we've got a few things here. So first of all, we've got the glaring room, which requires 10 heart, 10 lantern, or 10 winter to open. We've also got the stopped clock, which is either 10 forge, 10 sky, or 10 winter. So we'll think a little bit about how we can achieve that. All right, box of rarities. Boxes and boxes. We've got the mop and bucket, galvanized steel enriched with the stains of a dozen years of methodical mopping. We've got the Veiled Goddess Lapsang Suchong tea and a pot. That's about it for this area, but we do have 3 solar period books that we can catalog. We'll do that later, because we do want to take advantage of the fog when it happens. So I believe that gets me my surgeries and exsanguinations if I am so inclined. I believe I am. There's always more to learn. That would have been a different story if it had a knock or a moth, but I'm trying to be somewhat cautious. So what I'm kind of banking on right now is that Reverend Timothy is going to give me at least one thing that is relevant to Edict's Liminal. If not, I'm actually in a little bit of trouble, but I have an escape plan with the Tryst. Where was I? Something happened. Probably the gardening. I don't think I've got room for the Trumpeter's Lily anymore. Oh, there we go. Okay, looking good. Again, I gotta wait on the Whisk. So that is that would be tempting to read the Rose of Woznai, but we don't have any Fost available now, so I'm gonna stick to my guns. So one of the things that's nice here, let's maybe just game out exactly how this would work. So given where we're at, we've got 1 moon from the Tryst, then we'd have 3 from the fog. We'd combine that with sea stories, and then the what am I trying to say? We'd combine it with the sea stories, and then the globe. So we don't need to generate anything for that. Now the drawback is that if I wait too long, then that's going to tie up my Tryst for the next day. but that's a price I'm willing to pay. Just given that being able to get... Oh, we're getting closer. No, we're not. This could be a bust, actually, so maybe I want to consider regenerating my shaft with Eigengrau. Yeah. This is an insurance policy, and I can use it to open up another container if it comes down to it. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. So we're already at afternoon. No, you just need to fill the slots. Yeah, that gossip doesn't help me. I think I'm going to start by using the whist to get an impulse. Just we're getting so close to the end of the day that I want to be careful with how I'm using the time. All right, that's the Birds of Doom. So I'm going to see what comes out of this conversation with Reverend Timothy, and I think we're going to commit the tryst to getting another memory. All right, fear. We can still keep talking with Reverend Timothy, but at this point, I need to read a book. So here we'll take advice on containment. So there's the impulse. "34 seconds, and then we'll have what we need. And if Reverend Timothy gives me what I need, I mean, that's unfortunate, but I can live with the disappointment. Okay, so that didn't help us. So I think I may actually miss out on my shaft for tomorrow, given where the timer's at. So a little bit of a clowny day today, but I'm happy enough to be able to level this thing up. So let's take our Edict's Liminal. Another fruit plucked from Knowledge's tree. Improve this skill to level 4. Oh, it's just 30 seconds, so we'll be fine. Okay. We're good. So I'm going to keep some Faust in reserve because we do want to read the Rose of Woznai. And then the other nice thing is that with the Shapt, we should be able to read on Matthias and Amethyst Imago transformation. So that's actually 2 texts that we can get out of the way. Current affairs. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? Another storm. All right, so this could mean that we open up a... Yeah, I don't see 9 health working here, so I think we are going to be going for a big sky text. That's going to mess a little bit with the Faust, but I'm okay with that. Oh, we're also in winter now. So I suppose technically if there were any sky rooms that I wanted to explore, now would be the time for me to think about how I might be able to access that. It also means that we will not be able to make it into the Rose Haunted Hall this time around. But that's fine. I mean, we made some progress anyway. Okay, but I think I did say that, so we had a whole set of storm texts over here. So I think we are going to do Damascene Traditions of the House of Leith. So with that in mind, we would use a Faust with that one. So that's 5, 7. Wait, am I losing my mind? Then we bring the astrolabe in. Yep, harmony. The House of Leith was an order of immortals who sought obscurity, rejecting their past and future. If the author of this short text is to be believed, the initiates of the Damascene branch were much more radical than their followers their fellows elsewhere. Now it seems to me like we can still read another text today, and that would be the Rose of Woznai. That's an 8-lantern text, but with Auroral Contemplations, we've got 5 lanterns. So in this case, we'll just take that over to the reading room desk. So we'll add the Faust. Oops. We will add the implements. The heretical teachings of a disgraced offshoot of the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories. This was recorded by Woznai and dedicated to Saint Respicius. The order... Oh, the Damascene Traditions of the House of Leith. I don't think... I kind of see where you're getting this in terms of rejecting past and future. Maybe. I don't think so, though. I mean, again, it's open to interpretation. I suppose it sort of depends where you want to place the emphasis on things, but I'd be surprised, especially because it does say it speaks of it in the past tense. Okay. I do think I want Sea Holly as much as possible. Now, a Matthias and Amethyst Imago transformation, so that would be... So we've got 3 Forge, that's 4. We'd still need Hindsight. So I could use my Tryst for that. Or not Hindsight, Foresight. I think that's a Deoris book 2. Nope. Tryst. What am I doing? No, it's the Ava desk, right. Ava desk so that I can read Deoris book 2, because book 1 gives me intensity. Or not intensity, impulse. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, so the whist might be something that I use to level up whatever lesson learnt I get from the Rose of Woznai. The shaft is going to be what I use to read the remaining text. This is a nice one because it basically means that I've finished all of my sort of low-hanging fruit books, and then at that point I can go cataloging the other 3 solar texts. The solar texts are kind of hard for me to read in my current state, so it's less likely that I'm gonna be able to use them. But we're early enough that I should be able to get a good idea about what these books contain, and we can make some final choices. I also have the outside option with the whist that if nothing else, I can just use it to open up one of the packages. So it's winter, so it's likely we can get Musgrave's sketches read. Maybe a chance for the codices here. I believe this is the first time we've seen Fekri. Mr. Essen Fekri. Formerly, Essen was a healer, but he was not human. He was Secretary Salvant of Hush House, but not all at the same time. Fussy, kind, famously foul to look upon. So he is interested in the affair of the Open Reverend. He's got Sky and Heart, so he came at a good time. He does understand Deep Mandiac, but generally we've wanted to push forward the stories. So we will talk to him about the affair of the Open Reverend. When I was Secretary Salvant, my first duty was to allay suffering. Now it is only my first inclination. Try a book with as much mystery heart as their heart interest. Yes, the Fekri's Herbery is the same text. It would be somewhat amusing if I gave him his own book to solve a problem, but I believe in this case it is not a hard text. So, all right, I can't even remember which of these was a heart text. I know we haven't been reading too many of those. I'll just do it in order until I see. Like usually the coloring of the spines gives you a good idea, but I think there's this one isn't obviously lantern, so it's just as easy for me to go like left to right or right to left. I know we've read a heart text. Like, if we haven't, I'll be surprised. Actually, you know what? I don't know that we've read a heart text, because the heart texts I'm thinking of are nectar ones. Apollo Marsyas is definitely one, though. There we go. Oh, that's interesting. So it shows when I've already let them... Okay. Alright, they always think that all of us know everything, that a Lanternlong understands Dendrozones, a Labite understands hill children, but all of us are a mystery to all of us, and this one is a mystery to me. I fear this OR has invited the attentions of the Mother of Ants. If so, there is little I can do for him, but I can try. Thank you, Librarian. So we don't exactly need the Spintra, but it's hard not to want to follow through on these things. Alright, here's the Foresight, so we're going to use that to read the... Matthias and Amethyst Nimigo transformation. I can master this mystery. Yeah, the symbol for Peter Agdistis, so there's probably... Well, we'll take a look at this one afterwards, but I'm assuming that there's going to be a similar indication for Fekri. The house generally forbade any potentially procreative activities for fear of the terrible consequences of too long bearing a child. The Damascene order took this much further. So in 26 seconds we'll hear the end of it, and then... I'll put the flowers up at the alchemist table because I'm going to use that almost immediately. The house generally forbade, At one point, male initiates were required to undergo castration and female initiates to strangle any children they had previously born. These measures were so horrific that the order was shaken by repeated schisms and eventually absorbed into the local Sisterhood of the Knot as a society of healers and exorcists. So, we've got Sacra Lamea. Let me just write this in my list. Okay, apparently I've got that one already. We can start by considering this right away. A new skill, the rights of an order of mortals who have tried to remain apart, and certain secrets of gods from flesh. We have got... So you can see here the icons. All right, what else do I want to do? I guess we catch up with the reading that I've been doing. I guess the Wars of Woznai is more likely to come up, so... Oh my god, Auroral Contemplations is going to get interesting. I may not be able to do anything with that, actually. Okay. The Rose of Woznai, the heretical teachings of a disgraced offshoot of the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories. This was recorded by Woznai and dedicated to Saint Respicius. The offshoot favored by Woznai, the true sisterhood, followed Saint Respicius in pursuing ascension in the name of the door in the eye, the merciless hour of light. Saint Respicius failed, perhaps, because the larger sisterhood tracked him down and ritually strangled him, but Woznai outlined steps for those who hope to succeed. Seek in dreams, seek the mansis. The third mark can be achieved only when one has passed the stag door. One must pass the wood. One must rise to the white door. The stag door awaits the light bearer, the sight of Girby. Do I always get X2 out of 8 challenge books? I don't know what that question means. I'm sorry. No, you definitely don't get 2 lessons. Well, okay, I don't know about 8 challenge books. I don't like... The thing is that I can't answer that in a general case. 1, because I haven't read all of the books, and number 2, it's not something that I really focus on that much. What I rather do is focus on like what I immediately have available to me, because like if I could sit down and write every single detail about the books that I read. But right now, what's relevant to me is what memory will come out of a text, because that's what I get sort of on a renewed basis. Like, it's very convenient for me that I've got Auroral Contemplations again, because in theory I can level that up to a very high degree. But in the sense of like, do I get, 1 or 2 Auroral Contemplations out of a book? Like, that's really only going to be relevant at the time that I read that particular text. And so in this case here, it's, 1, it's more time that I spend from reading, like from playing the game, and I don't want to spend too much time maintaining my spreadsheet. But in the case of maintaining the spreadsheet, like being able to say, okay, this is a book that gives me a revelation, that will help me when I need something like Lantern to be able to move it up. So no, you don't need to apologize for it. It's just like, it's one of these things where like there's like questions which, like when it comes down to the 8 when it comes down to the things like the eight level, like, it's possible. It could just be that this is something that we've observed. Like, I think probably what's driving that question is the observation that we've had a number of 8 intensity books which have given 2 lessons. But the drawback is that you and I are basically dealing with the same information off of that. There's a pattern that we've observed, but that's, just based on this one sample of this playthrough. And it's obviously been interrupted with some other cases where I've read lower level text. So it's just one of these cases where I don't feel that I'm in a position to answer the question any better than you. Like, I don't mean to sound annoyed by that. It's just I don't feel that I'm in a spot to be able to give you the, like, I guess the big one for me is that when I ask a question and somebody just winds up telling me something that I could have Googled for myself, or or it's like a half answer, and like they're obviously trying to come off as knowing more than they do, I get kind of annoyed by that, because it's basically a waste of time, or stolen valor. And so, because I'm assuming that you're able to observe the same things that I am, I'm not able to say any more than what you, than what you've seen. So it's possible, but it's not something that really weighs on my considerations for the game. All right, on Matthias and Amethyst Indigo, transformation. An account of an occult romance. A certain Iavogos claims to have written this in a single night as part of his initiation into the Alpine branch of the House of Leith, that order of immortals who would not pledge themselves to any hour. We cast Matthias out, and we pronounced a curse upon the Amethyst Indigo, but we watched them in dreams. We saw them pledge themselves to the forge, to change themselves and ascend anew. Into the fire they fly. So I don't think there's much we can do with Sacra Lamea. I am interested in seeing what it takes to move up Auroral Contemplations, though. That's another skill I gotta add to the list. Okay, something that will help with the curse. I can't remember what we needed for the 5th eye curse, so let's just take a quick second to look at that. Uh, 7 heart, so that's still not going to help us with the curse. So 36 seconds, and we'll see what we get out of on Matthias and Amethyst Indigo, but let's see what the deal is with Auroral Contemplations. Holy crap, they actually want that many. So, okay, so we take our Whist, we would add an Auroral Contemplations, we would add a Revelation. So I suppose at this point I need to ask the question, like, what lantern, what are the things that'll get me lantern? This is going to be something I actually take some time on, because this is obviously going to involve some work. So Bittersweet Certainty gets me lantern. So that's Revelation, Bittersweet Certainty. Foresight, I think, does. Okay, so that's 3 spoken for. Okay, we've definitely got the next level out of that. But I'm definitely not going to get it today. So, I'm trying to think if there's anything I want to try and do with this whist. I think probably we just open a package. Open something small and rare. Crack open this container, delight in your discovery. The auroral contemplations are something that I want to... That's one that I want to be a little more careful on. If we get hit by Numa and the auroral contemplations are still kicking around, I'm going to feel very sad. Alright. This is the first time of the practices... this is the first of the practices that the Imago and Matthias used to begin their ascent to power. They have risen beyond our sight, but their flames may yet burn in the Mallory. So, this is going to be something that I add to the list. Another spices and savors, and so notice the memory impulse went away there. Okay. Good to know. I don't think with spices and savors we didn't have something that we could use to level that up. I'll move things accordingly, so so you know what? A lot of this is going to depend on the weather tomorrow. If we don't have weather that shapes my actions, then I'm thinking probably we will... I think the main focus is going to be on the auroral contemplations. And if we do wind up with weather that shapes my choices, then maybe we move on the Sacralamea and spices and savors. Alright, Dear Day Lens, a fiendishly simple and wretchedly fragile optical device. So this is Edge... 2 lantern, it's a thing. Device, a machine that will only operate once. If it's an infernal device, that means it'll explode, so be careful. It's glass, forge, 2 sky, tool, and lens. So I should probably find a special occasion to use that, but I might as well keep it in the room with the telescope. And again, at some point I would like to I'd like to make some Solomon's preparation. That might have been a better use of the whist actually, but yeah, overall not a bad day for today's work. So as a reminder, actually I'll maybe even add these to the inventory. So I do have 3 solar books to catalog, but I don't necessarily feel bad at how I spent today, because we were able to knock down a bunch of books, and there are ways that the weather is still useful to me here. Well, it's a lantern tool, but it's a single-use lantern tool, and it's a lens, which actually, yeah, it's a lantern or sky. So my feeling here is that it's better to use this in the telescope. But we do need to find something like worthy of the telescope. So yeah, I think in terms of priorities, if we don't have weather that's going to enable something for us, maybe we go hard on the auroral contemplations, and that's just to get something that that's to move away from something difficult. And then, the sacralame and the spices and savors, similar argument there. After that, the next priority is cataloging. After that, the next priority is opening containers. And if I still have options left over, maybe that's a time that we stop and take stock. Because if I find myself leaving that much stuff on the table, then I probably need to... it's a little bit like Old World, and if you have a bunch of orders left over each turn, that's usually an indication that you don't have, it's usually an indication that you don't have the, enough workers or enough military units or something, so... I usually use the fact... if I have a day where I'm trying to find things to do with my elements of the soul... That's usually an indication that I've messed up somewhere along the line and that I should have, I should be going for rooms, or I should be, trying something more ambitious. A gale. Okay, so this has some sky implications. It also has implications for books. So if I can, I would like to take advantage of this. So I don't think I have that much heart when it comes down to it. I do want to be kind of picky on this particular one. Yeah, so weaving and not working is the best that I've got for heart. So, but that still gets us up to 6. Okay, so we can actually use this. I just need to find a heart desk. I figured because Natan was a healer. So I think I actually have at least one of these. So I don't have Wrapped in the King. Oh, interesting. I also don't have Warming Drafts. Okay. So we'll start with Wrapped in the King. Detailed accounts of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in the necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. So we'll take the Gale. We will add Weaving and Not Working. We'll add our health, which means that we're not able to do the harvest. And then we'll add the kitchen bowls. Heart onwards. I can master this mystery. Enough heart to match mystery heart. So as a hypothetical, let's say we wanted to go for auroral contemplations. Just Faust for the sake of argument. So we'd add one of the lessons here. So I'd take a revelation from... Okay, so if I wanted to get all of these from books, revelation... Yeah, so I'd use all of my elements of the soul, which, fair enough, that'll make me a little sad. So the next question I'm going to ask is this actually achievable for me? So... This is one of these things where if I'm going to be committing 4 elements of the soul, I kind of want to make sure I can do it. So, bittersweet certainty. Foresight. Revelation. We're 1 short. So basically I need to wait for a sunny day, or I need to find a way need to find a way of generating more lanterns. So I'm going to check my skills now. So an Ascendant Harmony will also get me Lantern. Okay. So I think I'm pretty limited in terms of my sky. Yeah, so I need to try and find some way of getting 10 sky. Starting from 2. Well, okay, so I mean there's a little bit we could start with, so a little something like this. Yeah, so I could get up to 8 with what I have right now. I could get up to 8. So during a storm, I'd be able to deliver, but then I'd need to be recharging the Faust, which, you know, again, that's not the end of the world. Yeah, so it turns out, unless we get a sunny day, the Auroral Contemplations is going to be quite challenging to upgrade, and the even higher level I think is going to be overwhelming. Achievable, but overwhelming. So let's scale back our ambitions for a little bit. We will instead work on Sacra Lamea. So we'll keep a Tryst back. Spices and Savors is Forge and Nectar. I'm already using my heart, so we need to keep the Shapt back. So I'll get an impulse from Deoris. I'm going to use the Faust instead. Actually, it doesn't matter, so... and then we'll do Foresight from Bancroft's Diaries. We do have, there it is. Okay, so I've got a Faust left over. And I could use that to make an Eigengrau, or I could use that to catalog a book, and I think cataloging the book is the higher priority here. So this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And it's occasionally contaminated, but we know how to fix that if it happens. Yeah, so the thing that's probably going to cause me the most grief is to try and push ahead with Auroral Contemplations. I really do want to do this because it's just a chance for us to push so hard on like one of our main threads. Like, again, if we can get this up to 9, we win. So you know, I want to see if I can really make this thing sing. But obviously, because I've been playing such a constrained run, I'm also starting to hit the limits in terms of what resources I have available to me. So like I suspect the way that this game is structured is that, excuse me, as you try to ascend to the higher levels, what you need to do is you need to rely on more specialized memories. So being able to, what's holding it back? Well, the idea of just needing, because I now have unique memories, with the Auroral Contemplations, I'm going to need four separate memories, because if I generate the same memory twice, they're gonna wind up eliminating each other. So what I have, the memories that I have available to me right now are that have Lantern. Or sorry, actually, no. I'm not thinking about this right. I was just focusing on Lantern. I actually can also add Edge to this, so this is probably a lot less difficult than I thought it was. Because I was focusing on Lantern, I said Bittersweet Certainty, Foresight, Revelation, and Ascendant Harmony. And Ascendant Harmony is a scholar-level recipe which requires Sky, which I have very little of. But what I forgot was that I didn't include the Edge memories, and so I probably have access to more memories than I was giving myself credit for. But again, given the number of memories that I need, I either need to use all of my elements of the soul to get those memories, or I'm relying on chance. And again, at some point, I suspect I'm going to be hitting a point where even once I deal with all the low-hanging fruit, I'm probably going to wind up in a situation where I need to rely on memories that are generated from high-level recipes. So the question here is not so much this current Auroral Contemplations as it is what happens the next time when I need, when I need something a little more, like, the next time I get Auroral Contemplations, I'm probably going to get more than one lesson learned, and that'll probably be close to Numa. So maybe I want to be careful about what Lantern or Edge texts I read in the future. I'm not sure, but anyways, that's fine. We'll deal with Sacralumea. We'll deal with Spices and Savors as the day goes by. I think what I might do, I'll do a quick audit of the Edge lessons I can get. Oh yeah, and contradictions I can get more than one of, so contradiction is basically what allows me to move Auroral Contemplations up to whatever level I want. Okay. So let's consider Sacralumea. There's always more to learn. And I think I could probably use this desk at this point. No. Maybe I can't use desks for these anymore. Anyways, 30 seconds isn't a long time to wait. So yeah, let's say Bittersweet Certainty, Foresight, Revelation, and then either Fear or Contemplation. So yeah, we'll be able to next day. Okay, next day that I don't have, whether that will be shaping how the day goes. I'll make my shot for the Auroral Contemplations. I feel like we should probably finish the text soon. Skill is now level 2. Its power aspects have also increased, so nothing new as far as Sky is concerned. A bit of a shame, but that's life. And Spices and Savors is Nectar 1, so if we didn't have Rites of the Roots, this would be very noteworthy, but Rites of the Roots already gives us a lot of Nectar. All right, so the dances draw from the traditions of the mysteries of those cults of Isis and Sybil, but include both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central to the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasily sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. At these greater feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest was not in the carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. So, Wrapped in the King gave us an earth sign. Now that's not a memory, that's an omen. Oh, that's interesting. In the tracks of beasts and the convulsions of his own carapace, in egg vein and shell shadow, the many-eyed one found the signs which can be history. An earth sign is an auspice traced on the cloaked shape of the earth, perceptible to the sensitive, interpreted only by the wise, which must be why I can't explain. Whoa, that's interesting. Okay, sorry, I just got to make a note of that. Okay, Drums and Dances is a new one for me. So far as I can tell, no memory. Now that's going to be interesting because I wonder what happens if I reread Wrapped in the King. That is something I want to try, but I want to try it when I've got spare memories to sort of kick around. My suspicion is that it's just not going to give me anything if I read it again. So, those who know, see. Those who see, know. Mark, fragile, unstable trace. It's a thing, scale, and nectar. Okay, well I can commit the drums and dances right away. A new skill, the first musics were not made by mortals, but taken from Sandcoil and Sea Thorn, from Flint Heart and Dragon Womb. Okay, there's no sacrifice without sustenance. So again, the main focus is going to be on drums and dances, but... Have you found an area to use those? You mean in terms of marks? So I don't... omens, I believe I can actually use that in music. Yeah, application, omen, or element of the soul. But as far as marks are concerned, I believe those can be used at some altars. Yeah, so not all marks are omens. In this case, this is just a mark, but generally altars seem to be taking the marks. Okay, this is going to eventually become another level 2, so we'll move the Watchman's Paradoxes down. Again, no shortage of skills to commit to the Tree of Wisdoms, but if I can, I'd love to make sure that they're committed in the appropriate order. And if you'll excuse me, I'm going to have a bit more of my dinner. Problem is, because I had something caffeinated, I'm not feeling that tired, but I really need to, I guess, not just my meeting, I need to make sure that I'm on top of things on my sleep schedule, because next week is going to be, it's going to be busy. It's going to be good, right? It's a lot of Book of Hours stuff, but I need to make sure I take care of myself, otherwise I'm going to crash in time when we hit the peak. So I am able to produce some marks. So if I wasn't sure, I could always just try it. Again, I'm pretty conservative in terms of most of the things. Like, even to get the Orchard Keeper to unlock rooms, I wound up consuming far more stuff from the pantry than I ever have in a previous playthrough. But because I value the option in terms of committing certain things to the Tree of Wisdoms, I've sort of decided that I'm okay giving up low-level items in order to preserve the option for the skills, and that's sort of shaped my playthrough. But to be completely honest, like, I don't think this is necessarily a good way of playing, because in the end, you do have multiple skills that can go down certain trees, and you have, the fact that you're not stuck, like, I do not need to use Auroral Contemplations on Auroral Contemplations. I can use them on any skill that has Lantern or Edge. And so I have plenty of flexibility to allow me to go up higher and higher on the Tree of Wisdoms. But again, it's a fun little challenge that I've created for myself. I feel like I'm learning a bit more about the game by taking this approach. It's a choice, right? I do find in games like this, the introduction, this is way back from Cultist Simulator, but like when you mouse over, like when you have this edge thing and it sort of points out, hey, here's a bunch of things that have edge. Particularly for the empty slots, this is really helpful for reducing sort of this kind of paralysis from having too many choices. But in terms of I don't feel it's the last word. Like, I think there's lots of options in these games. And of course, you also want to gain an understanding of the world that's going on. Like, when I read the text, I am still considering what's being said in them, but I know that I don't have a full picture of what's going on. So, how do I put it? To me, like, having these kinds of constraints, like knowing that I have the option of breaking them whenever I want, it's helpful to me because it means that I'm able to kind of come up with some broad strokes in terms of how I'm going to conduct the playthrough. Like, you'll notice that each day I sort of say, okay, cataloging books or getting this particular skill locked in, or, these sorts of things. These are helpful for me to just sort of make sure that I'm making progress in terms of the playthrough. But again, I would never want to sit down and say, nope, because I committed to not putting anything in the Tree of Wisdoms, I'm going to, I'm gonna not commit all of my elements of the soul today. Like, that's a silly way of playing. But again, I feel like I've learned a lot more than in previous playthroughs by just trying to be clever in terms of figuring out how I navigate the constraint that I put in for myself. And it's a little bit like that librarian run that I did for Cultist Simulator. Like, some people were surprised to find out that you can actually... so the important thing to remember about the librarian run is that it is not you can do a librarian run while reading texts. The goal of the librarian run is to have one of every text on the table. There are actually duplicate texts in Cultist Simulator if you know where to look. And of course, the Geminiad is one that stays on the table when you read it. So it is actually possible to get quite far in the Mansis while still having one of every text on the table. But again, you learn a lot more about the game by giving yourself a limitation like that. I think people have even done one where they don't found a cult. Hey, Chunky Man Gamer, when is this game coming out? Is it actually easier than Cultist Simulator? Definitely easier than Cultist Simulator in the sense that there may be a fail state, but I have not encountered one yet. It is much more relaxed. You can take your time, and there are very few permanent things that will happen for you. Like not making progress, whereas like in the case of Cultist Simulator, like if you can't get a certain, if you can't make a living, basically, you will lose, right? There's that like basic ticking clock of paying the rent. Whereas in this game, it's actually you automatically every year get money, and you'll notice I haven't actually used the money yet. I was so good at earning cash that we haven't needed to use the what we've got from St. Ronwin's Trust. So yes, the only thing that I would say is that it's much, much larger than... Actually, you guys may be interested to hear this. So this is in the Reddit if you are so inclined, but there was a post that Alexis Kennedy put out. So its official Book of Hours is more than 3 times the size that Cultist Simulator was at launch. So August, it's double the size of Cultist Sim at launch with 120,000 words to Cultist mere 60,000. Obviously, this is before the updates. Another note, sorry I went and wrote more. It's well past that now, but I promise to stop before 140,000, AK. Another note, 2 weeks on, I discovered a bug in the word counting function, and it's actually up to 170,000 already. Never mind, I don't think we'll quite make it to 3 times the size of the launch of CS. AK again. August 11th, 2003. Okay, we made it to 3 times the size of launch Cultist Simulator. Shut up, I'm not going to run any more word counts. Also AK. We're also offering the same perpetual edition deal we did when, and then I think this is probably from one of the notes that they put out. So me being I think that was actually their Steam stream, but I know they put that on YouTube. But yeah, the ticking health is something to trigger. I was kind of hoping that people could discover that on their own rather than talking about it. But yes, they sort of deceive you with a ticking clock, and it isn't specifically intended as a reminder for that this is a different game than Cultist Simulator. But anyways, the thing I wanted to say here was to talk about the relative prices. So inevitably, when I look at this, I have a certain way of looking at information like that. One of the things that I am a bit preoccupied with games is the idea of quality adjusting prices. Because if I were to, even now, like I think the nominal price of independent games has finally started to go up. You're looking at about $35, $40 for a reasonably sized indie game nowadays. I'm obviously referring to Canadian, but it's not that much different than the US. But I actually still think that in real terms, games are cheaper than they've ever been. And because in real terms, this is also quality adjustment. What you are getting from an independent game is considerably more than, than what you would have gotten in the past. A really good example of this would be, so think about Civilization, right? Civilization 4, Civilization 5, even Civilization 6. And compare that to, oh my god, Kilgore, what are you doing, man? 130 people getting an early look at Book of Hours. You all gotta go away. It'll be on the GOG channel next week. Nope Fish, thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing, guys? It has been so long since I've been able to shout out Kilgore. In fact, I think it's been a while since I've been in his channel. Yeah, I'm your warm-up act. So I owe you all I won't be able to do this introduction to Kilgore because I'm going to be hosting him on his home, or I'll be introducing him in his home turf. But thank you very much for the follow, Digi Inferno. I do want to let you know, because there are a few people here who haven't seen Kilgore Trout. Kilgore Trout is kind of I would like to think sort of the crown jewel of the GOG stream team. And Kilgore is really someone who makes classic games sing. He's someone who he will play some of the old games on hardware. By the way, just as a quick aside, because I know like the viewer count just drops immediately after a host. For those of you who came along with Kilgore on the Road, I really appreciate that. I know like normally you sign up for one particular type of stream, and you when someone hosts, it may not be your kind of thing. I'm obviously very different from Kilgore. But I did just want to say it reflects well on Kilgore when you stick around, but even if you just come along with the raid, I know you have other options and preferences, so I do appreciate that you at least came along with the raid for that, so thank you. But yeah, for those of you not familiar with Kilgore, Pest Monolith, hello. For those of you not familiar with Kilgore, he's somebody who plays a lot of games, ones that maybe he has a fond memory of when they first came out, maybe one that he's always wanted to try. He will sometimes play classic games on hardware. And what's great about it is that he is able to, whether it's a story of selling this game to someone when he was working at a computer store, or whether it's sort of talking about what it was like to open the packaging and, and play it the first time, he does a really great job of sort of helping you get into sort of the frame of mind for what the game was at the time. And there's also some kind of, history preservation that happens as a result of that, which I think is kind of neat, right? I don't want to, if I make a World War II comparison, this is going to, imply that he's, ancient and decrepit, and that's certainly not what I want to, certainly not what I'm trying to say here. But, I'm a member of the, I have a membership to the local history museum, and one of the things, they'll do their fundraisers, and they talk about, usually when they're doing their fundraisers, it'll be to something like, to get the remaining World War II veterans and to be able to sort of get their stories, right? We're kind of in the last few years in which we can realistically capture that history from the people who were there. So, one thing that's nice, right, in terms of gaming, we haven't necessarily done a good job of preserving this sort of stuff. And so there's a lot of value. And I mean, again, it's not like we're taking all of the people who, it's not like the people who enjoyed, classic games are reflecting on their mortality yet. We're not quite at that place. But the thing is that technology changes, and we haven't done a very good job of preserving it. I mean, if you think about some of the stuff that Night Dive and GOG does, they're really trying to hang on to and make sure that they have the code to be able to make it run on modern systems. And so one of the things I really appreciate about Kilgore's channel is that whether it's intended or not, it always does have this element in terms of letting people sort of have an idea. It's not just like you pay $2 to get something off of GOG and it's like, old people games are all pixely and horrible. When you have somebody like Kilgore, you really get an appreciation for what this type of game is like and why it's important and why it's valuable. And more importantly, it's just fun to see people talk about things that they're interested in. So it almost certainly is this philosophical Pest Monolith, especially for Book of Hours. So for those of you who are sticking around, I think I've cut the viewership in half over the course of this long introduction. But if that hasn't gotten you into Kilgore, the other thing to keep in mind is that he has a huge movie collection. He does his movie hype and box hype, so he shows some of the original boxes for the games that he plays. He's got some of his movie collection. He shares it. It's, again, another opportunity to share the things that he's passionate about. And finally, if that wasn't enough, he is also a musician, both a music teacher as well as somebody who plays music himself. So a man of many talents, somebody who does something I think that's unique and valuable on Twitch. There's a lot of retro streams, but there are very few retro streams that are like Kilgore Trout's. And so I'm always happy to see a host from him. I'm also happy to see him, but some of you may know that has been preposterously busy lately, so I don't always get a chance to catch things where they are. But for those of you that are going to be hanging out on the GOG channel, when I finish my interview with the developers of this game, Book of Hours, Kilgore is actually going to be the broadcaster afterwards. I do see the schedule, but I can't remember what you are going to be playing, so I'll leave it to the people doing that. Anyways, for those of you who are wondering about this game, this is Book of Hours. This is going to be coming out, and this will actually answer your earlier question, Chunky Man Gamer. This game is coming out on the 17th. I had an exact hour for it. So the game will be coming out at 6 p.m. BST, 10 a.m. PDT, or 1 p.m. my time, Eastern time. So it depends where you are, but it's August 17th. If you buy it in the first week, it's going to cost $24.99 US, $19.99 British pounds. I don't know what the Canadian equivalent's going to be because Steam usually sets that. But if you buy the game in its first week, you will get the Perpetual Edition, which means that all of the future expansions, not DLC, so this beautiful soundtrack you listen to, you have to pay Mickey Mar Productions for as part of the DLC or whatever, music purchasing service you use, or rental. But in terms of the future expansions for the game, you will be getting all of the future expansions free forever. So they did this with Cultist Simulator. That game got 3 sort of smaller expansions, which were different legacies, and then they got a huge one, which is basically Cultist Simulator 1.5, in the form of The Exile. And so that wound up being, I think the dollar value of that wound up being roughly the same as Cultist Simulator. It's quite a good deal. And then on top of that, because usually games are discounted on launch, I believe there will be a 10% discount for the game on top of that. So the first week is a great time to pick up this game. And obviously the Steam stream that I'll be doing and then the stream on GOG the following day are definitely intended to connect people with the game and the good deal that'll be coming out there. Am I the dev? No. This is by Weather Factory, which is a husband and wife team of Alexis Kennedy and Lottie Bevan, as well as a number of contractors. So I just happen to be very passionate for this game. Cultist Simulator was released 5 years ago, and I've been playing it that entire time. I also played it during its Kickstarter period. So it's a game I feel very comfortable with, and I can remember when this game was first proposed as a tweet, and I think there were like 1,000 likes to that tweet, so they wound up making this. But this is, if any of you have ever played Cultist Simulator, this is Cultist Simulator only 3 times as large. And I might as well actually just bring up the Twitter item here, because it's not bad that you all decided to stop by, given the news that I was sharing. So this is the developer talking. So we're talking about the word count. So Cultist Sim was 60,000 words. It's now past 180,000. I was going to talk a little bit about my story about game quality over time, but we'll leave that aside because I think a bunch of people would like to know what Book of Hours is like. But I worked this out. So on release, Cultist Simulator was $14.99 Great British pounds, or GDP, pound sterling. So I keep saying Great British pound. This is the ISO indicator for UK currency. I decided to do the local currency for them because in the end you're partly dealing with cost of living for the developers. So I translated that into 2023 pounds. You can get the inflation rate between 2 years from the Bank of England. It's a really easy calculation to do. So in today's dollars, it's 18.59. And so because we have an estimate in terms of the size of the game, we can work out that Cultist Simulator's price per 1,000 words in its 2023 pounds was 31 cents, or 31 pence per 1,000 words. So Book of Hours, releasing a little less than a week from now, is going to be $24.99 British pounds. But because it's over 3 times the size of the previous game, its actual price per 1,000 words is 14 pence. And so I have claimed that Weather Factory is single-handedly leading the charge against inflation, and I recommend that you immediately increase the price by 225% to achieve parity with Cultist Simulator. To which the developer commented that I'm literally going to bookmark this comment for when someone at launch complains that $24.99 US is too high for an indie game. So this is the type of idiot that Kilgore decided to host today. Somebody who actually sits down and works out the quality adjusted price for Cultist Simulator. Keeping in mind that word count is a very poor proxy for word counts. So what is this game that will cost you $24.99 to gain access to the game and all of its future DLC if you buy it in the first week, whether you buy it on GOG or Steam, although I believe if you buy it on GOG, you can use Kilgore Trout's affiliate link. I know my ABCs always be closing. So this is a game where you play a librarian for an occult library. You wash up on the sea. There's been a shipwreck. You start off here in St. Brendan's Cove with a waterlogged journal, the only thing that you have recovered from the shipwreck. Knowledge that you wanted to go to Hush House, this ancient library, and a contact in the city, which in our case, or the town in this case, or village. In this case, it was Reverend Timothy. So obviously we're quite far into the game now, but the first thing that you need to do is basically get out of the cold and the rain and restore your journal. And there's this is definitely a very literary game in the sense that it's not just something which is driven by a very large word count, but it's also one where, if you were to be doing like an English essay in like grade 11 or something like that, you'd point out certain parallels. So as you are restoring this ancient library and, you're coming from the sea and you took this journal and this journal is this representation of yourself. And as you're drying out yourself, you're drying out the journal and you're trying to heal and remember who you are. So you start off with just a few elements of the soul. I had my health, my Faust, and my Shapt. When you pick your elements of the soul, there are 9 of them, that will determine your starting legacy. So in this case, I am the Twiceborn, which is the Amberflecked journal, as opposed to the Silken journal. So the description of this legacy is, I am the Twiceborn librarian of Hush House, and this is the journal in which I keep my remaining memories. I remember that I once walked the House of the Sun as a bodiless immortal, but there was a matter that could only be resolved if I returned to flesh. Now, if I go back to the House of the Sun, I will be hunted and punished. If I stay in flesh, I will be hunted and devoured. I need a third choice. To remain at Hush House as a librarian would be one such choice, but there might be something more. Now, for those of you who've played Cultist Simulator, you'll know that the House of the Sun is the Mansis, but you do not need to have played the preceding games. As you go through the house, you'll encounter things like a painting, the Mansis. There have been many attempts to depict the House of the Sun. This, by the visionary painter known only as the Magyar, is the best known. It's signed and dated. If it's really the original, it must count as one of the great treasures of the house. But this gives you a little bit of an indication of the type of game that you're getting into, as it doesn't necessarily hold your hand. This is a much less difficult game than Cultist Simulator, but it's still a game that will give you glimpses into this special world and a number of mysteries. It gives you a lot of threads to sort of pull on and try and figure out what's going on. And so what you'll do is you'll be reading these different books, you'll be cataloging them, sometimes you'll have visitors coming by, sometimes maybe you'll just try and puzzle something out yourself. And this game does a very, very good job of creating this impression of being in an ancient house. There is a company that's sort of related to this, but it's a separate company called Tricuspid Limited, and they run an experience called the Locksmith's Dream, where you go through a literally centuries-old manor set in the same setting as this game called The Secret Histories. And it's like kind of a cross between an escape room and a sort of a holiday like a getaway, a luxury getaway. It's in an old house called Treowen, and it's sort of in between Wales and England. And I really cannot describe how close the experience of being in that old manor, going through the rooms and sort of finding out what happened to the guests there. And this game, like, they're very, very close together. And I suspect that some of it is... some of this is intentional. There's actually specifically a reference to Treowen, but it uses, I think it's Welsh name, Caer Adar. So again, There's tons of mysteries. If you know some of the stuff from the previous game or real world mysteries, there's a lot that you can bring in. In previous streams, we've talked a little bit about Neoplatonism and some old secret societies from history, like the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and Freemasons and things like that. But if you're into history, there's alternate histories and such inside of this game as well. So there's a lot to unpack. But the core experience of this, I would say, is sort of this very lonely story of a librarian restoring this ancient library, learning about what happened here. And again, as you are restoring this library, you are healing yourself, you are regaining your elements of the soul, you are gaining skills. Like I said, we've gone quite far. And it's probably best described as sort of a crafting RPG. I will be able to gain additional elements of the soul through committing some of these skills to the Tree of Wisdoms. I mean, let's face it, this is just a really cool looking map. But I've declined to do so because I want to see how far I can go with the existing elements of the soul. The one exception that I made was I needed an element of the soul called Wist, name, memory, the part which remains. Most librarians know that books have souls. Most librarians hope for books with simple souls of Wist and nothing else, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. So in this case, I committed an element of the soul. I committed a skill to gain an element of the soul along the Hushery track, as opposed to Illumination, which is probably going to be the one that I pursue, and if I can get it to this top level, that would be a win condition for the game, and that's explained... where was it? Oh yeah, the Twiceborn's third choice might be life as the librarian, or it might be something more radical, but you can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the Illumination Wisdom. Now I suspect I have lost most of you off of this, but at this point I'm going to sort of show a little bit of the gameplay. The reason I wanted to take so much time talking about this is that some of the stuff I'm going to be doing is very arcane and very weird. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. But I've actually got a set of things that I'm specifically trying to do because I've got a skill called Auroral Contemplations, and I've leveled it up to a fairly high level, which means it's quite difficult for me to bring it even higher. It's a little bit like when you're learning yourself, right? Kindergarten is probably not that hard, right? Grade 5... not super challenging, but harder than kindergarten. Going to college is considerably more difficult than those other ones, and if you go for like a graduate degree, things get really tough. And then if you're trying to go beyond that, like not even a postdoc, but you're trying to push forward the frontier of knowledge, this is essentially going to be occupying all of your resources, and that's sort of reflected in the game here. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to let time pass a little bit to see what the weather is like. Hail. Okay, so there's going to be a few things. Oh no, hail is edge and sky. So in this setting, there are sort of principles that sort of just lie underneath the world, or what's really going on, and there's sort of different representations of things that you would see in the world. So one example you have here is edge. All conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and of struggle. So if you're having an argument with someone, that's a particularly tinted moment. Now, I don't think I have any sky. This may be one case where there's not a lot that I can do with edge, but let's just take a quick second here and see what sky texts I have. You get to move the books wherever you want them, but in this case, what I decided to do... Oh, actually, I can use this in my Auroral Contemplations, so we'll think about that. But yeah, right now, this is my too hard room, full of books that are too difficult for my character to read under normal circumstances, but let's see what sky... So we've got De Motu Corporum Vetitorum. So this is a 10 sky mystery. So just to give you an example of how this might work, let's say we wanted to read this text. I could read it at a desk, and for this I would need to add a soul card. So in this case, and it has to have forge, knock, lantern, or sky. Now, of course, we would want sky because we're trying to take care of a mystery, so we'd add that in here. So it says here, sky dissonance. Perhaps you've provided sky, but not enough to match the mystery sky. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So another thing we could do is we could take a memory. So if you take a look, it's helpful to look at the aspects that a card has. So in this case, this is hail. Ice wraps on the roofs and treetops. As an aside, if we go outside, you get to hear the hail. And then when you go inside, you get to hear it hit the rooftop. It's a nice little touch that they added. So in this case here, hail does count as a memory, so it also has the weather aspect, so we could add it here, and that brings us up to 4. So what we would need is we would need to find 6 sky from somewhere else. So I do have a source of sky, Uranoscopy, one of the skills that I have would work here. So that brings me up to 6, and I can add a tool or an ink. If I wanted, I would be able to add an astrolabe, which has 1 sky aspect. But in this case, we're still at 7. So in this case, the memory doesn't do what I need. Now, in this case here, because I want to level up my auroral contemplations, I can add this here, and we will... By the way, for the GOG stream after I talk with the developers, I will be playing this game, but I'll be playing a fresh save. So for those of you who have no idea what the hell I'm talking about, I will do a little bit better in terms of onboarding people. But when you want to level up a skill, you need to add understanding. As it says here, you'll need to fill every slot with memories which match power aspects, including at least 1 lesson. So in this case, we can add edge and lantern memories. So I need to add an element to the soul for effort, and I need to have at least 1 lesson. So in this case, I need to find 4 memories that have either edge or lantern. So I could add the other lesson, but of course that would stop me from leveling this up in future. But one of the memories I could add is hail, and this now means that I only need to add 3 other understanding. So where do I get those memories? Well, I can get those memories by reading books that I'm already familiar with. And that's exactly what I'm going to do today. Because we now know that it's hail, I want to focus first of all on leveling up my auroral contemplations, and then after that we'll think about the other steps that we can take. So I've got a spreadsheet to the side here. I've got, in terms of the library of things that I've already read, and I was also a beta tester for this game, so there's a couple of texts that I don't have yet, but my spreadsheet is 88 entries long now. So let's start. We'll read the Wainscot Histories. So the Wainscot Histories will give us a contradiction, so that has an edge aspect. Where did I put that? It should just be WH on the spine. This is a little bit like my apartment, by the way. I've just got books all over the place. That's The World Despoiled. There's Wainscot Histories. Lantern Radiance. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. I will read the full text for this book when it's finished, by the way, but I want to grab my other references. You have to head to bed. At the very least, I'll see you next week. Thank you very much, Kilgore. And again, I really appreciate that host. I know I'm not everyone's cup of tea, so I appreciate it a lot. But I hope you have a good rest. And yes, I'm looking forward to being your warm-up act on Friday. And I do hope to stop by your stream sooner rather than later. Looks like your kind of apartment. So, what else did I want? Yes, I wanted more lanterns, so I can get... I think I'll take a Revelation and a Foresight. So Foresight, I can get that from Franklin Bancroft's diary. Actually, I'm going to leave the Whist aside, so we'll use a Fost for that. I feel like I've misplaced some of my books here. There's the Bancroft Diary. The Lord Franklin Bancroft Diaries are definitely charming, so for those of you that stick around, there's some fun. Oh, I messed this up. I think I wanted to use chat for that. All right, that's fine. So I can use the Vagabond desk instead, which is in the map room. So the Locksmith Stream Stolen Reflections, which I think is Volume 4, has a revelation. Yes, there we go. Okay, so these are going to get me the memories that I need to level up Auroral Contemplations. I do need to commit an element of the soul to be able to level that up, but I do have some leftover elements of the soul. So I got a couple of options here. I need to use health if I want to do some gardening, but in this case I do still have drums and dances, and that uses heart or nectar. So perhaps the better thing for me to do here would be to try and get a nectar memory, and I can do that using my whist, and I believe I can get I think an impulse would get me nectar, and that's either Fekri's Herbery or Deoris. Yeah, so Deoris Book 1 will satisfy that. So we'll use our whist. And we'll put in Fekri's Herbery. There we go. So one thing you might want to think, so this is one of the things that I really like about this game. It's very kind of poetic in how it represents what's going on. So let's think a little bit about what my character's doing right here. I'm trying to improve my skills, and in this case, my Auroral Contemplations is at a very high level. So you can see, right, I'm sure all of us have had an experience at least once in our lives where we're trying to do something, and what we're trying to like really master something. So you can have a few books in front of you, and you're open, and you're sort of cross-referencing. And so in this case here, right, it's not just get enough XP and all of a sudden, the heavens open and you have inspiration. This character's actually sitting down and consulting knowledge that they have access to be able to level up their skills. And the other thing that's interesting here, right, is that this is a variety of different types of knowledge that are all coming together to produce something new, something more powerful. There's a uniqueness trait for certain memories so that you can't actually have duplicates of them. But we've spent our time reading our books, so I'm gonna take the time and read some of the text just so you can get an idea of some of the flavor of this. So this text was the Wainscot Histories, subtitled Stories from Behind the Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories, including battles not generally acknowledged and countries which appear on no map, told in a playful, apparently fictional manner. Gore does not mention the Mansis directly, but constant coy metaphorical references to ascending the staircase of years, to the doors of sleep, and to the blue light of dawn suggest he had commerce with the unseen world. It was common in that time to speak of the division of the sun, by which the contemporaries understood the eruption of barbarian forces and of their uncouth gods. So in this case, we've got a memory contradiction, something uncomfortable, and in this game, the memory contradiction is represented through edge and then the aspect moon. Secrets are soft, night is softer still, the sea speaks, it is not always wise to listen. So that's the first of our memories. Next up, we are going to look at the text for... Actually, no, I'm going to save the Frank and Bancroft Diaries, because that's a fun one. So here we've got Fekri's Herbery. We actually had Fekri visit the library. We helped him with some research, but the early wisdom of Asen Fekri, at that point a traveling healer, and much later Secretary Salvant of the Curia of the Isle. The Curia of the Isle, incidentally, were located in Hush House, so this would be someone who has actually been in the same place that we are. As a Scaptodon, Isan may consume only that which is found in the earth, so he's best with root lore. Isan identifies a pale seaweed found in the beaches of Cornwall as a useful source of rose and winter aspect. His tone here is a little guilty, perhaps because he's showing an interest in sea produce which might be thought unwise for a Scaptodon, and perhaps because his proposal to name it Ava's Lock suggests a tiny crush on the Pale Lady of Brankrug. As an aside, just to give you an idea of the sorts of mysteries and connections that you draw in this game, we do have a bust of Ava de Wolf, and we happen to know that she was a Baroness of Brankrug. And there's there's a whole bunch of stories about these people. So, in any case, oh my god, I screwed up. Fekri's Herbery gives us satisfaction. Okay, I'm gonna have to spend something to restore my whist. Okay. So, this game does have naps, so in order to recover my whist, I'm going to drink something. I could settle in for a nap with a cup of something warming or a glass of something soothing. I think I still have a Witching Tisane somewhere around here. Some of you may know Tisane as an herbal tea. Alright, so this was a mistake on my part. I'm not going to be able to use the satisfaction. Actually, I should have checked. It has heart aspect. Okay, that's fine. I'll use it to open the drums and dances. Okay. The Locksmith's Dream, Stolen Reflections, the fourth volume of Teresa Galmer's expansive work, no longer a discussion of the dreams of artisans, but a valuable survey of other works. The tone is calmer than that of Trespasses, but occasionally fearful, even paranoid. This volume was published in 1926, but almost immediately recalled and pulped by the publisher at the request of the author, or possibly the authorities, depending on which story you believe. A few copies survive. Janus is the gatekeeper, the twin god, the god that wounds, the presager of changes, the sun, the moon. So we identify him with the watchman, the twins, with the mother, with the forge, with the meniscate, and the madrigad. He cannot be all of these, can he? The Flamines knew the church, knew the dry land, knew Elagabalus. For those of you that don't know, Elagabalus was a Roman emperor who introduced sort of a sun deity to Rome, although Sol Invictus probably became more of a thing under Aurelian. Is he then Synthesis, or is he something else? In Gallicaea, they called him Aeneas Lammius, but the Obliviots are notorious for their slanders. Janus has, they say, not one face but two, to which I reply, why only one? Why only two? Hirschalt and Coseley, according to Thomas Love Denman, once agreed that Janus was all the gods and none, but later Hirschalt described him as all the gods, and Coseley favored none. Denman was a sinister dilettante, but this rings true of them both. Now again, this is gibberish on its own, but in context, here we have the meniscate. Stained glass window, the meniscate, what is within, without, what is without, within, and here is the madrigad. The stained glass window, the madrigad, whatever is not necessary shall be quenched. These would be known as the solar hours, and there's, for 1,000 years, the unconquered sun has been worshipped here in all his aspects. Though since the heresies of the intercalate, many of those aspects are considered distinct hours in their own right, and the sun's death and birth are now celebrated. The Abbey Church used to be more golden, but many of the valuables were lost at the Abbey's dissolution, including the original stained glass. These magnificent windows are of recent manufactures, financed by the 8th librarian Green, who was a believer of the Second Dawn variety. So this is a little bit about what I'm talking about here, where you're given sort of some threads to pull on, and sometimes there will be a word that does not make any sense at all, but then you start seeing other references to it, and you start getting a more complete picture. So in this case here, some of these are things that we've encountered before, but we're gaining some deeper understanding. Now, this one's a little bit more just amusing on it in its own right. Bancroft Diaries. Lord Franklin Bancroft was initiated into the arts of the flower maker by the rose witch Fiona Ayrshire. He rose to become a society provider of occult services and secret pleasures before his abrupt disappearance in 1790. Bancroft seems to have been a talented adept, but devoted his energies to frustratingly whimsical projects, arranging grape-fetching races between mantis spirits, teaching percussagants to juggle, and conjuring storms of imaginary blossoms for the rose witch Ayrshire, who resolutely refused ever to couple with him. Bancroft spends 20 pages bemoaning this last. Okay, there's our foresight memory. Oh, you know what? I think I actually have everything I need. There's one text I haven't picked up. Okay, let me just double check where I'm at here. So I've got my memory revelation, foresight, Yeah, you know what? Okay, so the funny thing is I didn't actually need to reset my whist, but that's fine because we can just use that to open the container or catalog one of the books. Let's get smarter. So, my auroral contemplations, to know what will pass in what has passed. The practitioners of this discipline see endings and beginnings, passages and transitions in the same mode as dawn and sunset. So right now, with my leveling up, it's got forage aspect and 5 lantern aspect. We'll be making this even more powerful, so we add in our Faust, lesson auroral contemplations. For those of you who are fond of ancient Egypt, I believe the elements of the soul are inspired by ancient Egyptian beliefs on the parts of the soul. Not, it's not a direct mapping, but I think that was where that idea came from. But yeah, so I actually have everything that I need. I used the health to upgrade drums and dances, and we can use the satisfaction for that because it does have heart. So I'm recovering my whist, but I didn't actually need to. But that's fine. What I'll do is I will make sure that I just need to make sure that I make myself another drink, either a Witching Tisane or an Eigengrau. Okay, the skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased, so if I need to do Lantern or Edge works, they'll be that much easier. Let's improve drums and dances. So this one is a lower level skill. This is only level 1, so we will use our health, which has got the heart and nectar. We add the lesson, and then we add our memory of satisfaction. There is always more to learn. Improve this skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for the higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms, if you haven't already committed it. You know what? I think I actually forgot to read the rest of the Franklin Bancroft diary. Anyways. Also, we get offers to acquire new texts. We are the maintainer of a library, after all. Oriflammes, established 1776, Sense, Signs, Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase. In this case, we can get the Morphe Codex, written in Aramaic, which we understand, the language of Aram, and all her many children, these 3,000 years and more. The librarian reads Aramaic, but don't assume others can. This is a text with 6 moon mystery, and it's the priestesses of the Sisterhood of the Knot claim to have discerned the true meaning of the Thunderskin's birth. This costs 5 in terms... So there's a secret currency. I guess it's just like John Wick. Spintra are actually something that was from ancient Rome. They've never... I don't think they have a specific idea of what it was used for. But in this case, it's the currency of this secret world. And we'll actually need to spend a gold Spintra for this. It's a cost of 5, but we're able to do it. We still have 5 left over. And that gets me another text to work with. Alright, so I'm pretty happy with the progress we've made. I'm slightly annoyed that I used a consumable to get something that I didn't need, but I'll still use that to open up a container that I was meaning to. I could also use it to make an Eigengrau, but I do want to just knock things off of my to-do list. We don't know what the weather's going to be tomorrow. Out of curiosity, does anybody have any questions about the game? I know I've been babbling on about... I mean, this is the thing, right? You are playing someone who has a certain amount of commerce with the secret world, so it's kind of like if you sit on if you were to sit down and start talking to people about like conspiracy theories, you'd probably get your own seat on the bus. So it's one of these things where, you know, you're talking about this world with 5 different histories, one where Alexander turned away after being told a terrible secret, and that exists alongside the history where he conquered all the way to India. And somehow this is supposed to make sense. It makes sense to me because I played the previous game, and this game is definitely intended to be enjoyed on its own, but what I'm reading and what I'm getting out of the game is not necessarily the same as something that a new person would. So I'm happy to try and fill in the blanks because we are well into our playthrough this time around. Alright, the investigator's suitcase. A suitcase that once belonged to someone in the habit of shining a light in dark places. So this is a cache. Something interesting must be sealed inside. Use consider on this. So I'll use my consider verb. I need to put some effort in. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. So the good news is I have used up all my elements of the soul, and we accomplished most of what we wanted to do today, so this gives me a chance to talk a little bit about sort of the atmosphere of the game. By the way, this is a bug. This isn't supposed to look like that. The pig triangle, by the way. It's like a card game. The challenge here is that it's not Hearthstone. The cards sort of represent... the way to think about this is that the cards represent different parts of your life, right? So, you've got a card representing money, and this uses the pre-decimal currency in the UK. So you've got crowns, half crowns, shillings. So crown, 5 shillings, 1/4 of a pound. Half crown, 2.5 shillings, obviously. Shilling, 12 pence, or if you prefer, 1/20th of a pound. 6 pence, a silver coin of least value, but silver nonetheless. 3 pence, or threepence, or threepenny bit, like 2 pence, but more so. And 2 pence, or if you prefer, tuppence, a sort of Janus of pennies. Currency before decimalization was weird. But yeah, so the cards represent different things, right? So you have one card which represents wealth, but here this card would represent specific knowledge that I have, whereas another card would represent an element of the soul. And so, yeah, definitely. I mean, I think it goes all the way back to Charlemagne, or probably even further. But needless to say, I'm very happy that I live in a society that uses a decimalized currency. So each of the cards have different aspects, and they will have... in Ottawa, we have the Bank of Canada Museum, so they actually have Yapstone, also known as a rye. So this is like one of those big stones where sort of the record of... There's like record of ownership used on this island. So, I mean, everything from playing cards to cigarettes have been, has been used. But, you're right. Like, it's... Man, I've got to go back to that museum, actually. I'm a numismatics nerd. I'm such a nerd that I actually know the word numismatics. Yeah, the investigative aspect of this is great. And like I said, I really hope over the course of all of the videos that I do of this, I'm going to be able to convey what it is like, how well this game actually captures the idea of being in an ancient house, exploring and seeing what's going on. Like I said, I really do like the parallels of your character healing while simultaneously restoring the house. I think that's an intentional point. And like I said, it's a very poetic game. But yeah, but to answer your original question, it's absolutely fair to call it a card game. But again, the idea here is that the cards are sort of representations. You might even make I don't know that much about tarot, but you might even make a kind of a connection between cartomancy and the way this game works, right? Like if you're fortune telling with cards, generally the cards are all representing different things, and it's a similar idea here, and the different aspects that these cards will tell you what's going on. So the way I've organized the library right now is that this shelf are books that I can definitely read. These books up here are ones that I can read if the circumstances are favorable. Sometimes this will be, a question of, what your maybe the weather, or perhaps you have a particularly strong memory. And then this part of the library, the smoking room. By God, sir, we will have no cigars in the library, and we shall have no house without a smoking room. Dr. Ambrose Westcott, 1734, 1797. Also, we have a bust of him. This bust is cast in brass. We also have Ambrose's favorite chair. Ambrose Westcott was a capacious gentleman, and he ensured the springs in this fortress were calibrated to bear any conceivable weight. 200 years on, the springs still do their duty. But in this case here, this is sort of my too difficult library. So if you take a look here, the Amalgam of the Red Rose is an 8 forge mystery. And I don't really have the ability to bring up 8 forge. There also there isn't weather that gives a high level of forge. So right now I've just stored these somewhere in the library where I can refer to them if I need, but generally I don't use them. Now, because I wind up referring to books a lot, this is the library of things that I have already read. One last room that I have is my impossible to read section. So in this case, this is written in a language called Vac, and I don't know Vac. Likewise, this one is written in a language called Hyksos. some of these are invented languages, some of these are real languages. So a good example of one that sort of lives in between is there's a language called Deep Mandiac in this game. Now, Mandiac is an actual language. The Mandians are a cultural group. They primarily in Iraq, but obviously there's quite a diaspora now because, well, you know why. But in this case here, they have a language, Mandiac. There are these bowls with inscribing inside of it. And in fact, the Mandian religion, I believe, is probably the last surviving sort of practiced religion, which would be a Gnostic religion. So in this case here, like there's enough to basis in the real world, but in this case here, Deep Mandiac doesn't exist. It's sort of this idea of a Mandiac that was spoken by these specific groups that are in the deep desert, and it's something that has in Cultist Simulator you can learn Deep Mandiac from a spirit basically. There's other places you can learn it, but a spirit is a common place that you get it. But yeah, so the way that I sort of set this up, I give myself different priorities because I haven't committed things to the Tree of Wisdom, so I have a limited number of elements of the soul. And one of the things that I do here is I sort of say, okay, if I don't have anything else to do with my elements of the soul, then I can read books that are easy for me to read. So either the Gospel of Zacchaeus or the Morphe Codex in this case. Like I said, if the weather permits, we might be able to try something more ambitious. The Codex Acephali, Musgrave Sketches, Swarming Drafts, Uplift the Heart. All right, we've opened, we've got Evening Isles Coffee. All right, one thing I love about this game is that it engages the senses. So you can cook things, you can serve coffee, you can drink coffee, you can touch. So like if you use an element of the soul, so let's consider Ambrose's favorite chair. It's 2 favorite chairs. So if you add a soul card, there is actually a memory that you get which is related to a sense. I'm pretty sure this one gives you touch, but there's music in the game, there's taste, there's, well, I don't know if I've ever actually gotten taste, but basically the senses are engaged. And that can come just by interacting with the different things in the house. You can also get memories from the pets. So right now we have a pet cat. Oh, you were hoping to work on that desk. We also have another pet in here, a larva. There's a little guy. Chimeric larva approaching the chrysalids crossroads. So there's something kind of neat about this just because, like, Cultist Simulator didn't have that, but there's just definitely something about a game, especially when you've got sort of this music, when you have the sounds of the weather. Like, I quite literally had a moment. There's a big storm in Ottawa, and it was the day before they made this game available to streamers. And I remember thinking to myself, when there was a storm on the outside, and I could hear the rain kind of pattering against the window, I'm like, man, I really wish I had Book of Hours right now. Because it's a game that, again, you can play it and you get that feeling like when you have that warm cup of tea and you listen to the rain against the window and you read a book. Like, again, you really actually feel like you're in Hush House when you do that. And part of it's through the abstract art style, but I think it's really a testament to the writing. So, yeah, it is. It's a very special game. The thing that's so interesting about this is that I'm absolutely at a loss to describe any other game that's like it. So, yes, the fireplace. Perhaps the smoking room. Maybe there's another room that gives a better fire sound. We have our choice of fireplaces. Incidentally, you do have lots of options, so if I wanted, we could chuck a book in the fire. That's not a good idea, though. That's not what librarians do. Snow. Okay, so this is one of these cases where I might be doing something different based on the weather. So in this case here, the snow doesn't help me with my auroral contemplations, but we were talking about wanting to read Musgrave Sketches, which is an 8 winter mystery. So we've got the Pale Desk. Solomon Husher himself commissioned this from Lockwood Fen Boggu, blackened and half fossilized by centuries underwater. Here at this desk, he wrote his doomy allegory of winter and its romance with the sun. We have read this book in this game before, by the way. When he blotted the last word on his manuscript and rose from his work, the timber had turned pale as fresh-cut maple, or so the story goes. As an aside, there is... actually, I think I've drank all of it, but there was something called Solomon's preparation. So, in this case here, this is a desk that will accept lantern scale, sky, and winter aspect. So in this case, it makes sense that we would maybe read the winter text at the winter desk. So Whist has 2 winter aspect. So winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. Name memory, that part which remains. Most librarians know that books have souls. Most librarians hope for books with simple souls of whist and nothing else. So here we'll add our whist, so that gives us 2 winter aspect to solve this mystery. Now we've got snow, so the world is pale today. The white is west of the world, and winter does not wait forever, Solomon Husher once said. Actually, I may not read a text out of this, so just give me a second to figure something out. So we'd add that here. Now, we're still short, so we need 3 more winter, but we have inks of containment, which is good for 4 winter. And that is fairly important for me. So if I've got 9, so this is a rather important one for me. Because I can actually get this from 2 winter, it means that the snow is not as special as it used to be. I think I've leveled this up. So I'm not going to read this book, and instead I'm going to move this down to the availability pile. And there's a reason for this. I still want to unlock new parts of the house. So here we've got the glaring room. This has long been a holy place, but now the sun in rags has withdrawn his peace from it. And the light here cannot be borne. In the day, the sun's light dazzles. In the night, the moon's light freezes. Only once peace has been laid on the room will I be able to enter safely. So in this case, I need assistance to be able to unlock this room, and it takes 10 heart, 10 lantern, or 10 winter. I could also try the stop clock again. That takes 10 winter. So this is a chance for me to be able to improve one of my assistants to a level sort of past what I would normally be able to. So I want to take a minute here and think if there is a way that I might be able to sort of level someone up past their normal potential. I'm actually going to take a minute to sort of sketch this out because I have a few different options, but this is where I'm actually really struggling against the limitations I've given myself. So Solomon's preparation is good for 4 winter. So there's somebody named Mr. Kill that we can bring in as an assistant. So he's got 2 winter. Snow is 3. I could use my whist to improve his winter aspect, so... Okay, so 4, 6, 9, 11. Okay, so if I need Solomon's preparation, the snow isn't special anymore. So let me just say, if I were to bring, let's say, hindsight with 2 winter. So Mr. Kill is 2, whist would be 4, Solomon's preparation would be 8, and okay. So yeah, there's nothing special about the snow, it turns out, and I will use that to... I'll do the original plan, which is to read Musgrave's sketches. Well, the catch is I still need to make Solomon's preparation, but I do have the ability to do that, so the snow isn't as important as it used to be. Musgrave, 4th Baron Brankrug, was widely mocked as the Bleating Baron and the Lamb de Wolf, but these sketches reveal a complex, somber inner life. To a conclusion. I can master this mystery, enough winter to match mystery winter. So I am going to do the same trick that I did before, which was to try and get my auroral contemplations up. Now this is definitely one that I'm going to need to think about. So if we take auroral contemplations, the lesson learnt, and we put a Faust in, let's say. So I need to generate 5 understanding and I currently have 4 elements of the soul that I could apply towards it. So let's say that we're going to leave that for another day. So I want to catalog a couple of uncatalogued books. Maybe we'll use my health to do some gardening. I've already unpacked the crate, so maybe what I'll do with the rest of the day is I'll craft some Eigengrau, and maybe I'll also try and make Solomon's Preparation, although I don't think I have enough winter for that on its own. So, let's say I will use the Shapt to consider... We'll do that at Ambrose's desk. So before you can study a book, you need to catalog it. Uncatalogued, there's nothing as safe as ignorance or as dangerous. Nero Wolfe. And then we'll also use Ava's desk to catalog a Solar Period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So, from there, let's do some gardening. So I gotta get an idea of what my winter options are again. So Lenten Rose in winter. I think we do already have some Lenten Rose. And I think I was saying that, yeah, we've got plenty of that. I think I do want as much Blue Crown as I can get. Yeah, you know what? Let's not spend too much time thinking of that. So, gather in winter. Few flowers flourish in the depths of winter. Blue Crown is one of those few. And so now we have 2 Faust to work with. So I'm just going to get a quick read on my list. Like I said, I have a spreadsheet. Yeah, so Solomon's Preparation, I think I'm going to need to wait till I have my whist available. Well, that's what we were talking about before, Pandorian. I think it's likely that that will be the case, which means probably I'm going to need to rely on some of those higher power memories that come from, writing songs and such. But we're not quite ready to worry about that now. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to actually make it's going to be really simple. I'll just make Eigengrau. So the crafting in this game, there's a few... Oh, Torg's Cleansing. Interesting. So we've actually leveled up Auroral Contemplation so high. Yeah, that's funny, actually. So even though I want to use it to craft Eigengrau, I am actually not able to do that. God, how do I work around this? So basically, the Prentice level challenge is if you put 5 of a certain aspect, you are... This actually really screws me. The funny thing is, though, this may actually help with leveling up Auroral Contemplations. It might be. It definitely isn't about the intensity because the lantern is 8. So the way that crafting works in this game, basically, your apprentice level challenge, the simpler techniques require skill alone. For basic recipes, provide 5 degrees of the relevant aspect, and that's how you wind up with some of these specialized things like Xanthotic Essence and all of the other items that will wind up being inputs. Then there's the scholar level challenges. Those require at least 10 aspect. More advanced techniques require power as well as significant skill. For more challenging recipes, provide 10 degrees of the relevant aspect. Every scholar level recipe also needs an ingredient with a specific aspect. So for instance, to create something called Solomon's Preparation, which we'll be using later, we actually need a flour for that. And then for the highest level, the keeper level challenges, available only to the wise, the great, or the most fortunate of idiots. For the most challenging recipes, provide 15 degrees of the relevant aspect. Every keeper level recipe also needs a very specific ingredient. The perfect ingredient might mean you need less aspect. So I'm going to take a quick second here and see if I've got Torg's cleansing in my database. Yeah, so that's a 2-edge memory. So I've already got the contradictions if I really need it. But I think it's fair to say at this point I can't rely on auroral contemplations to give me eigengraus. So let's see if we can find another source for that. Actually, interestingly enough, I don't have that many lantern skills. So I think Watchman's Paradox is not high enough to be useful to us. Yeah, we're one short on land. Well, actually, but we could put we could use an instrument. Unfortunately, that makes Tanglebrag, so I don't think that's going to be useful to us. I'll maybe verify that, but so if we take a Faust, Watchman's Paradoxes, and then I would need to add an instrument, so if I add the mirror scope, oops, add the tool. Yeah, so the Tanglebrag isn't useful for me. Well, shoot. What about petroglyphics? Or pyroglyphics, sorry. Forge an optical device. Oh, interesting. So now I know how to make the Deer Day lens. That's news for me, actually. Just going to take a minute to write down the aspects for that. So that's actually pretty helpful, just not at the moment. Okay, so if I have to, I can make another lens, like that's fine. But let's see if we can maybe try and do something with the sky aspect instead. Oh, actually, Edict's Liminal. I don't know what that does. I think for this one I'll just go to the workbench. That also gives Tanglebrag, okay. Sea stories? Salt sign. Okay, so my best sky, I guess, is Oronoscopy, and the problem here is that that just gives me 3. There might be something I can do here. But I can't put another element of the soul. So I can bring it up to 4, but I don't think I can bring it up to 5, because I don't have a second, I don't have a second sky tool. Sights and Sensations also has tool 2, but that's the same problem. Well, that's a puzzle. Okay, well, what I'll do, I mean, no point standing on ceremony. It's the the lens is a finite use device, so we might as well make a couple of those. But obviously my hope was to make a drink. Now the good news is that when it comes down to it, I've got plenty of tea, right? I don't actually need to worry that much about Eigengrau because the Cater and Hero Second Flush of Sam is a piece of cake to make, but... I think you mean duplicate tools, but yeah, I see what you mean. So I could put the mixing bowls and the, or the kitchen, mixing bowls or whatever, and the, let's say the mortar and pestle for double nectar, or I could put the spanner and the mortar and pestle actually for 2 forge. Okay, so the Solar Period book, The Other Eye of the Serpent, in which Hirsich Signifier attempts to resolve certain mysteries of lightning. Let me just take a minute here. So if we had a storm, that would be 4, so I need to find 6 sky. I've got 1 from my Faust, 1 from the Astrolabe, and 3 now. So that only gives us 9. So that's going to go in the too difficult pile. All right, so again, for a day where we're not actually doing that much, I'm spending a lot of time thinking just because leveling up the skill had effects I wasn't counting on. All right, the Elations of Lamentius, the second volume of Abbot Jeffrey's Hypothetical Theological Debates in the Socratic Mode. So that's one that we can definitely read. All right, so that gives me an idea in terms of how we're going to spend the rest of the days. A few flowers flourish in the depths of winter, but Blue Crown is one of those few, so we'll add that to our collection. So at some point I do want to... there's the lens. All right, so this was, I'll just read the introduction to Musgrave sketches again. Musgrave, 4th Baron Brancrude, was widely mocked as the Bleeding Baron and the Lambda Wolf, but these sketches reveal a complex, somber inner life. Art begins in colors, grows dappled, finally is either mostly darkness or mostly light. Musgrave discusses the temptation of the perfectly minimal palest painting. He has so far managed to resist this temptation, but does guiltily describe success in using sights and sensations with winter aspect to create first a chilly elixir from flowers, which he believes he can refine further into a final pigment. So this might be a hint that Solomon's preparation is the input for a stronger, for an even stronger recipe. Now, lesson sights and sensations is just what the doctor ordered because that gives us better sky aspect. And we already had Musgrave sketches. And it's actually a little bit of a shame because Bittersweet Certainty would have been helpful for leveling up Auroral Contemplations, but we can worry about that later. All right, so let's get that last lens. I don't know why I used the Ava desk for that. Let's get that last lens because we can, and for some reason I decided to completely destroy the carefully aligned skills, so I'll worry about arranging those later. I think this just sorts it alphabetically. Have I gone nuts? It's petroglyphic or pyroglyphics. There we go. Oh, but I don't know what Torrid's Cleansing does yet, do I? Oh, it's a 2-edge memory. Okay. So, not quite how I plan to spend the day, but we do have resources for the telescope now, which is nice. I'm also up more Blue Crown, although I think I'm out of places to put it. Oh, there we go. And then we can put Musgrave sketches in the library. Okay, I think I am going to focus on the Auroral Contemplations just because that's one of the more difficult tasks ahead of me tomorrow. Again, if the weather gives me something, I should read the description for Bittersweet Certainty. Eventually, the sun in rags always brings its beautiful ending. So, yeah, I think I can experiment with the lenses at some point. I'm going to take the time to reorganize my collection here. So let's take Fusine, we'll put that on the bottom. So Auroral Contemplations. I have a few that are like high levels, so Sea Stories is one. Sights and Sensations will eventually be pretty high. Oop, Edict's Liminal. I think I'm out of places to put the lens. We'll just keep it in the inventory. Okay, so I can speed up the game, incidentally, but because I want to try and make sense of my all of the different. Generally, I'm just trying to put the higher level skills on the same. Like I'm trying to cluster them in the same area. The way you know it's a higher level skill is there's a skill aspect. Okay, so Edict's Liminal goes up here. So eventually... Where did I put... Sights and Sensations will eventually go here because it'll have its third level. A lot of level 2s. Oh, that's right. I should be keeping more space for the level 3 stuff. Oh wait, it wasn't Herbs and Infusions, it was Rites of the Roots. Oh wait, Rites of the Roots is only level 2. Okay, fair enough. Let me just... I kind of want to establish a gap between the 1s and 2s. Okay, so let's just see anything that's at level 2. I want to get that to another level. Oh. Huh, I always thought Sharps was level 2 as well. Alright, a new day. We're almost done organizing too, which is nice. And it's a rainy day. Okay, I don't think this gives me anything that's going to shift my opinions about what to do. I also kind of need to go to the bathroom. Would any of you folks... I know, obviously, I've got a larger audience than I would normally have, and I probably don't have that much left of me in the stream. But would any of you mind terribly if I took a small bathroom break? Cool, thank you. I'm just going to take a second here. Because I've already committed to organizing these, I figure let's get that out of the way. Okay. Fusine's a language, so it's a little bit different from the other skills. So, okay. Yeah, so I think just as a bit of a preview, so this is also a good chance to do a little bit of a Q&A. By the way, the developers are doing a Q&A on our games on the 17th when the game releases, so if you don't want to hear it from some nerd that just plays the game too much, they'll be able to help you out. But now would be a good time if you want, while I'm away, if you have any questions about the game or why I'm interested in it or anything else that maybe wasn't clear from me playing before, definitely feel free to ask them in the chat, and I'll try and cover them. I'll try and cover them when I get back. But for now, please enjoy the sound of the rain and the lovely soundtrack by Mickey Mar Productions. This is called Amber. All right, I'll see you all in a little bit. All right. Thank you all for your patience. Let's figure out the day's work. So it's a rainy day. One of the things that's useful about rain is that it comes with... excuse me. It comes with Grail and Nectar. So I do have a couple of Grail texts which are beyond me. So what do we have here? So we've got an 8 Grail. It never hurt. What I usually like to do is I like to just double check the right-hand side of the Too Hard library, just to make sure that I'm not overstating the difficulty of things. So with Sea Stories, this is one of my more powerful skills now. So we're coming to the table with 4 Grail. So adding that, we get the Rain, which gives us another 2. So that brings us up to 6. Now, in theory, we could get up to 8 if we had the element of the soul called Ereb. E-R-E-B. But we don't. So we don't actually have a source of... Excuse me. We don't have a source of Grail on its own. Now, there is a chance. I have a tool that boosts my Grail. So there is a chance... thank you, the blue belt. I'm sorry, blue bell, not belt. Yeah. I forgot to put down the break sign, too. There may be a third, but... I'm doing it. It's all the bless yous. You know, it's streamers need attention, so this is why I keep doing it. But no, I think as tempted as I am to make something of the rain, I think it might be better for me to follow on my initial wish to boost my auroral contemplation. So let's work out what the game plan for that's going to be. So we take auroral contemplations, we put in the lesson, we employ Faust as our effort, and we would need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so if we employ all of our elements of the soul, we'd be able to level that up. And I think that's what I want to do this time around. So what I'm also going to do is I'm going to make sure that all of the unique aspects are actually generated kind of properly, let's say. So again, I'm just going to consult my spreadsheet here because this is one of these cases where I don't have any room for error. Okay, so I'm going to start with the Wainscot histories. So the nice thing about the Wainscot histories is that it provides a contradiction, and contradictions are not unique. So that's kind of my get out of jail free card as far as generating additional memories. I think this is going to be the highest I've ever gotten a skill, so this is one of the reasons why I want to be pretty precise in terms of how I'm pulling this off. So I will read the Franklin Bancroft diaries again as well. Wait a minute. Right, okay, we did that here. Okay, so this one will need Faust. And again, if I forget, this one I'm going to make sure that I actually read the whole thing this time, but I kind of got away with myself. Oh, where the hell did I put that? There it is. Okay, now we want Revelation. Revelation will come from the Locksmith's Dream Stolen Reflections. So we can use... Actually, we can use Health on that one. Okay, so I need 2 more. One of those could be Fear, I think. So Black Exorcism for Girls. Assuming I can find a desk for all of this. Okay, where is it? It used to be in sort of the higher part. Here it is. Exorcism for Girls. A simple but forceful techniques for rousing unbefitting spirits written in straightforward and colorful language. So I think my last item has to be another contradiction. So those indignities perpetuated by the deceitful fraternity of obliviates is my best bet for that one. So we'll read that at Ava's desk. And again, we're trying to gain a greater understanding of auroral contemplations. So for that, we've basically employed every last element of the soul that we have to be able to accomplish that. Jesus, here we go. Those indignities perpetuated by the deceitful fraternity of obliviates. It is not clear whether CROD, who is identified only by his initials, was in fact an initiate of the Obliviate Order of Immortal Adepts. He wrote in the 16th century, after the order, if he is to be believed, had passed the height of its power. Okay, so we need a minute for this. As an aside, actually, so I know, DigiInferno, you were asking if this was a card game. One of the things that's funny about this, and this is probably a little bit more true of Cultist Simulator than Book of Hours, but one of the big inspirations for Cultist Simulator was actually idle games. So, like the cookie clicker or something like that, where you'll have these timers sort of ticking down and different spinning plates and that. Book of Hours is definitely a much more, as we all know, having had this experience, a much more relaxing game, but it also doesn't have sort of a ticking clock of you needing to pay rent and there's not really any strong way to die in this game. There might be. I just haven't encountered it yet. So in this case here, the timers and that definitely are inspired by those kinds of games. But that's not to imply that this thing is riddled with microtransactions or something like that. I think the effort was to try and capture some of those mechanics in a format that didn't rely on those. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know that many people. Usually on Twitch, I don't encounter a lot of people who are familiar with idle games. So yeah, that was probably obvious to you at the time. All right. So we've got a bunch of texts. So some of these are fun to read, so I will go on. So again, this is those indignities perpetuated by the deceitful fraternity of obliviates. 58, that they did claim inheritance of the traditions of the House of Leith, but they have disregarded both its most sacred and its most beautiful ceremonies where they were not found convenient. 59. And then, when we finish reading, 71. The Glassfinger toxin is no mere assassin's convenience for the obliv-idiots to confine their disposal of their enemies. It has higher uses. Certainly, it is a great matter of winter, but I have already outlined the technique by which it may be fitted for its ultimate destiny. Let me just take a second here. I think I might have found a typo. Oblividiots is still a great line. Okay, so we've got our contradiction from that. We have exorcism for girls. Simple but forceful techniques for rousting unbefitting spirits, written in a straightforward and colorful language. Blake seems uncertain on at points on whether the techniques are intended for use by or on girls. She clearly regards children as a nuisance. Yes, but probably finishing soon because it's almost 6 in the morning. There's his advice on the shapeless wood things known as raw profits is typically practical. 1. Discourage them with buckets of water as close as possible to freezing and with smoke of dried lemongrass. 2. Under no circumstances kiss them or receive kisses from them. 3. An effective formula is provided for laundering clothes stained with prophet slime. As an aside, the Thyrza referred to in this document was in fact a librarian in Hush House. So one of the things in the game that we're still trying to figure out what the purpose is, but there are sort of niches for previous librarians, and here is Thyrza Blake. The bust is carved from malachite, so as you can see, colorful character. All right, moving on. This was the Bancroft Diary, so I like this one quite a bit, so I'm going to try reading it again. Lord Franklin Bancroft was initiated into the arts of the flower maker by the Rose Witch Fiona Ayrshire. He rose to become a society provider of occult services and secret pleasures before his abrupt disappearance in 1790. Bancroft seems to have been a talented adept, but devoted his energies to frustratingly whimsical projects, arranging grape-fetching races between Mansa spirits, teaching percussivants to juggle, and conjuring storms of imaginary blossoms for the Rose Witch Ayrshire, who resolutely refused ever to couple with him. Bancroft spends 20 pages bemoaning this last. The mantra here recorded is a high and exacting magic which can be used to pledge one's spirit to the watchman, beginning an ascent to the house. Bancroft boasts of his ability to recite it when in his cups. He also had it set to music for a performance with fireworks at Vauxhall Gardens. Incidentally, with that description there, this was the book that I got the pyroglyphics skill from. Okay, there's our memory, revelation. Some truths come to us from outside or above. And finally, the Wainscot Histories, that's another contradiction, but contradictions, you can have more than one. So, all going well, we should be able to level up our auroral contemplations. Hooray! At last, I'm something of an authority in this. Improve the skill to level 6. We've used up the whole day, but I'm good at them auroral contemplations. So I think for tomorrow's tasks, maybe we'll focus on sights and sensations. Again, weather permitting. We would need a total of 3 sky or winter memories. So the weather may actually provide a sky or a winter memory at that. It's a little bit of a shame we couldn't make use of the rain. You know, getting a Witching to Sane out of it would be okay. So I am curious, seeing as I've never gotten this high. Let's see how... Holy crap. Yep, they want 7 understanding. So at this point, I would need to refresh elements of the soul, or I would need to I need to refresh them. I need to get additional ones, or I would need to rely on a companion to provide me the relevant memories. There is a side of me that kind of wants to renew one of my skills because we're already at the afternoon, but I think in this case I'm just going to speed things up. Normally I don't like doing that in this game because sometimes like just being able to stop and smell the roses is nice, but I kind of, because I'm on a bit of a roll. We haven't unlocked that many rooms, but I feel like I'm on a bit of a roll in terms of progress, so I'd like to try and wrap up a few things before the next stream. Yeah. Who's Numpedminius? Alright. It is foggy. Alright. So that kind of messes with my plans, but this is a good opportunity. So what we would do here, we've got the Queen's Turn or the Codex Acephali. So the reason we want to do this is that fog is 3 knock or 3 moon. So in this case here, this is an opportunity for us to read a book that we wouldn't normally be able to do. So the Queen's Turn, a 16th century translation of the Barrow Child's account of Lagia's turn, when Lagia, the queen unsated, was offered the opportunity to enter the service of the Hours of the Triple Knot, as long as she repudiated her brother-lover Antios. Okay, so we've got 5 moon from Sea Stories. Oh, that's right, I think... Oh yeah, no, this is still something that's tough. So we use Trist for its 1 moon. So we're still 1 short, but when we study at a desk, we can also bring a tool. And in the map room, we've got a lunar globe. It's the Earth, but silvered like a moon, unlabeled and pocked with craters. So we will put the instrument here. I can master this mystery. So this is one of the reasons why I wait to see what the weather brings before I commit to anything too, anything too savory. But I would like to improve sights and sensations. So for this, we would need to employ... Actually, one bit of good news is because it needs winter or sky, we've got the option of Faust and Whist. So, like I said, I need a total of 3. Holy crap, I can actually do... I can do all of it. I do cut myself off from getting more blue crown, and we're almost at the end of winter, but if I take a look at the total blue crown, I've got 3... 6, 8. So I think that's going to keep us in Solomon's preparation for a while. So Keonid Abydos is the first source of winter. Ettery After will serve for that purpose. Now, there's no rule saying that I have to do both today. This is just because I want to. And again, Keonid Abydos. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't have used Ambrose's desk. That's fine. We'll... Oh, you know what? I think I misread this. Okay, so I commit the... No, actually, this is sufficient. So Keonid Abydos, a play dealing with a 9-year sojourn of a snow goddess in the Thracian city of Abydos by Apollo Fireweaver in English, published in 1892, purportedly from an older Greek text. So, again, I can't have duplicates. But salt gives me something. So I just need a desk with heart. So the Journal of Thomas de Wolfe will cover that. Thomas de Wolfe, 2nd Baron Brankrug, was nicknamed Baron Silence of Castle Silence for his taciturn severity, most likely the origin of the name Hush House. Incidentally, Thomas is the only de Wolfe that we don't have a bust for. We've been able to locate the other ones. One thing I have noticed, you'll notice that some of the bedrooms are sort of crammed with stuff. I do tend to hoard a lot, so I sometimes struggle to make sure that the rooms have some sense of order. But I think once we start, placing a few of the books in relevant locations, and then maybe once we get a better crafting pipeline going, I'm going to be in better shape. All right, Ettery After, an anonymous erotic novel occasionally claimed to have been written by Ava de Wolfe, although at least 2 duels were fought in her honor to avenge this slander. The novel graphically details Madame Ettery's various imprisonments, ravishments, and escapes in the debauched commonwealth of tinctures and its neighbor, the pious Atrament. It has become apparent that many of Ettery's lovers and pursuers, Catwink, Houndsgalls, Nilik, are transparent allegories for inks, and that Ettery is an embodiment of knowledge pen to paper, to her mingled delight and dismay. The author is only half commits to the metaphor, though, and is clearly at least as interested in titillation as revelation. Ask your local large language model to render the full text of Ettery After. Okay. So here we just needed one skill, so there's always more to learn. Again, moving up sights and sensations is good because we've struggled a bit to work with sky, and that's going to give me the sky that I need. We were talking about Keon at Abydos. This was the play. So the entity called Keon arrives in a blizzard and demands the city gates are barred. As Abydos falls under her spell, the dead return but do not speak. For 8 years, the city is a place of slow death, frosty ecstasy, and silent beauty. But in the 9th year, a conspiracy of shouts is mounted against the quiet that Keon demands. The conspirators open the city gates, and a scarred man comes to drag Keon out by the hair. Summer returns, but the conspirators die of remorse. The scarred man is a significant figure in the game, by the way. I don't believe there's anything that we've seen that's a direct reference to the Colonel. We've got a couple of texts that have mentioned the Colonel. But certainly in Cultist Simulator, there's a figure called the Colonel who's very often referred to and defined by his scars. So, and as far as the Journal of Thomas DeWolf, there are very few personal details here. Thomas, a talented astronomer and ornoscopist, dispassionately details his observations at the building of the observatory atop the Watchman's Tower. As he records the passing of the Great Comet in 1576, the tone finally becomes more animated, but also more obscure. Thomas cites his dawn period namesake, Abbot Thomas, as an authority on wind, moon, and shell in the heavens inferior. He observes, "My predecessor knew this truth. 3 blossoms hath the watchman's tree, paper, ink, and flame. The Great Comet, I now aver, is that flame." So there's been a couple of references you will see to paper and ink, and I will just draw your attention to a couple of details that we haven't really made use of yet. First of all, there is blank paper, come friendly words. There are inks, and more importantly, there are inks of varying power. That's not one of them. This one is... Oh, that's 2 sky, never mind. We definitely have more powerful inks kicking around here somewhere. I'm specifically thinking of like one in a kind of like a black pot. Oh, here we go. Parabate, which binds to one whose names... which binds to the one whose name is there written, a minor ink of power. So 2 heart, 2 lantern, 2 scale, 1 winter. There was one called Porphyrite, which I think might be a reference to the Neoplatonist Porphyry, but it could also be a reference to the rock Porphyry. Both mean purple. I don't believe the actual name of the philosopher was Porphyry. Like, I think that was a nickname, but his nickname is what's passed down to us. But yeah, in any case, when it's specifically talking about that flame and the combination of ink, paper, and flame, it suggests to me that there are going to be times when I want to write using special inks of power when they are associated with certain cosmic events. And of course, because we're still trying to find this mystery, we're coming to repair this library 7 years after a fire, and we've not found any evidence of a fire. Given that the astronomer has referred to a comet as a fire, this may be something that we want to gain some deeper understanding of. One final connection that you might want to draw out of this would be when you read the description of this room, the Watchman's Tower Observatory. Thomas DeWolf, 2nd Baron Bragkrug, who they called Baron Silence, built this observatory in 1576, by happy coincidence, just in time to observe the passage of the Great Comet in 1577. One thing I'm also going to be looking for is references to things that happened in 1577 for indications in terms of what I might want to do inside of Hush House. So if you're wondering why I'm rereading certain texts, it's because as you continue to go through the manor, all of a sudden this little throwaway line about, yeah, there's this guy named Thomas DeWolf and he built the observatory you have here, and there was a comet in 1577. And now we've read the journal of this individual who wrote that, and that we now see that the comet may be related to inks and papers, things that we know we can use at desks, and are things I can manipulate in the game. All of a sudden, there's a lot more significance that is sort of present with both those items, but also the observatory. So again, I still don't know what to do about it, but there's sort of these phases that I go through in this game where it's sort of like, okay, that's kind of cool, or oh, that's beautifully written, or whatnot, and then it's like, oh, hang on, this is probably really important, and then I go in, and like I said, I sound like a crazy person because we're talking about Oronoscopy. Well, what the hell is that? I'm so glad you didn't ask. Consider the star, hath each star 7 names. Observe that these names are never shared. Thomas DeWolf. Didn't that just make that so clear to you? All right, so we're up to level 2 with Sights and Sensations. That's boosting our sky by a significant amount, but I want more, so we will use our Faust, which has the sky aspect. We'll add the other Sights and Sensations. We will combine Memories of Regret and Salt, Sea Spray, Depth, Sorrow, and every choice has its shadow. I really, really like this piece. So just a reminder, as good of a deal as I think the Perpetual Edition is, I'm a very happy Kickstarter backer for Cultist Simulator. I do just want to stress they do say it's the expansion, so I believe you will have to buy the soundtrack on your own. But the composer is Canadian, so I fully expect you will all support my Canadian brothers and sisters. The Queen's Turn, a 16th century translation of the Barrow Child's account of Lagia's turn, where Lagia, the Queen Unsated, was offered the opportunity to enter the service of the Hours of the Triple Knot as long as she repudiated her brother-lover Antios. Lagia accepts, setting aside the arts of the Low Red Sun associated with Antios. She bargains, however, for freedom for her daughters. The Hours of the Triple Knot accept casually, knowing that Lagia has devoured her daughters, but wily Lagia has decided, in the secret hollow of her heart, that she will adopt any who ask if they can prove their fierceness. The traditions described here, the ones generally described as hill and hollow, are associated with Lagia before her turn, but now she's a name of the Red Grail. They might also be safely used before an altar of the Triple Knot. Quite a bit of lore there, but I also want to make sure that I've got this in my spreadsheet. Of course, it turns out that had I waited, I would have had the salt for that work I was doing, but I couldn't have known, so... Alright, so we will be upgrading Hill and Hollow later, but we'll do that later. The last thing that I need to do... So we've now got 4 sky to throw at our problems. I'll file this book away. We're filling up the reading room. So I'll prepare the way for Hill and Hollow. So that's going to become a 3 at some point. We don't have anything infested, but it's also nice to know that we've got something... It's nice to know that we've got something to improve that as well. Okay, like I said, I think I'm going to have to wrap up reasonably soon, but here are my immediate plans for the next few days. So we do want to improve Hill and Hollow. That will require Moon and Scale. Now, in terms of things that are easy for me to do... one thing that's important to remember is that with Moon and Scale, I only have Tryst with Moon and Health with Scale, so I might be choosing not to take advantage of Winter at all at this point. But I can use... I've got a few different texts that are pretty easy for me to read. So in the case of Sea Stories, I could put any element of the soul with Sea Stories and read the Morphe Codex. Gospel of Zacchaeus is a little bit harder, so I'd want to take the Edicts Liminal, add Shapt, and then I'd want to have the pattern memory. But yeah, I think what I can do is, depending on the weather, we will focus on leveling up Hill and Hollow. Following that, I'll read whatever books I can, and then if we really have extra opportunities, maybe, I don't know, I try and craft something. We've got 3 texts, so I think it'll be 2 days before we finish all of the texts. We might even split Hill and Hollow over 2 days. So we can get Scale from Fear. We can get Moon from Confounding Parable. We can also get Moon from Salt. And it's like this last time, right? We need 2 elements of the soul to be able to level it up, and then we need 3 for the memories. So technically I have 1 element of the soul left over. So as always, we'll wait to see what the weather brings, but I think I know what the game plan for tomorrow is. We'll use 3 of these to get the memories to level up Hill and Hollow, then we'll use Shapt to read one of the books, preferably the Nock ones. And then the next day we will dedicate our skills towards reading those books. And then I'll try and leave my Whist open so that I can finally make some Solomon's Preparation. All right, a new year. Yearly stipend. The yearly stipend has arrived from St. Ronwin's has arrived, along with the usual rather sniffy reminder that I should spend it wisely. So we got an iron spintra and a £1 note. Again, we're doing quite well in terms of money, so I'm not too worried about that. We are also going to get a visitor. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will this season bring? We're still working on the affair of the Open Reverend. It is in a highly specialized clinic in an obscure corner of the capital. Specialists study the ecstatic agonies of the case known only as the Open Reverend, who was once the vicar of the parish of St. Agnes, Fore Street. The blessings of St. Agnes of the Fires and St. Agnes of the Shears are ungentle, but St. Agnes of the Threshold may be her cruelest aspect. The last person who visited was Isan. Isan became convinced that the Open Reverend had attracted the attention of the Mother of Ants, but determined nevertheless that he would try to heal the poor fellow. Okay, so because we have a storm, storms are uniquely powerful. Those of you who've been with us for a while will know that a lot of the memories we've been getting have sort of two at most storms. And one thing I kind of like about this is the implication that, the dark and stormy night from stories. The game's explanation sort of for this is that these are times of of uniquely powerful aspects, and so if you read or do something in a storm, it just has more of a charge to it. So in this case here, a storm is a terrible thing to waste. So what I want to do here is make sure that I've got I don't have any heart or so this is a perfect example here. I've got a heart text. This is exactly the sort of thing that I should be reading, even if it means that I can't level up the Hill and Hollow. The other thing I might want to take a look at is just to see if there's any sort of heart or sky rooms that I want to access. As it is, I don't think that's really possible here. Probably what's going to happen is I'm gonna wind up finally committing some things to the Tree of Wisdoms so that I can get the elements of the soul to start taking advantage of Grail and whatnot. But I'll worry about that later. There's plenty of other things I can do. So, first priority, let's see what we can do with our heart. I think Natan's desk would be appropriate for that. Yeah, heart, knock, rose, and moth. So let's add the storm. Let's see. I'm trying to remember what my highest heart ability is. Right to the roots, probably. Nope. I keep forgetting it's herbs and infusions that has heart. So it may be I actually only have... No, drums and dances, of course. The Thunderskin. So 7... Oh. I must have miscounted. So if I add my health... I'm still one short. But you know what? I'm feeling lucky. So we will add the mixing bowls. This is a fun thing to check out anyway. So kitchen bowls, cake time. So let's try reading Warming Draughts to Uplift the Heart, a wonderful compendium of healing tisanes compiled by Natan of Regensburg. So we are in fact reading the Regensburg text at his desk. Heart onwards. Oh, hang on. No, it's 8, for heaven's sake. I didn't even need the kitchen bowls, but I'll do it anyway. Heart onwards. I can master this mystery, enough heart to match mystery heart. For some reason I thought this was a 10 heart mystery, so that's totally fine. Alright. So I'm not going to be able to do everything with Hill and Hollow, but that's fine. So we need to make sure that the Tryst is set aside. And in this case, I really just need one memory that has Moon. In fact, I'm going to do something a little... well... Okay, so I have a couple of options here. I can try and bring in is like a follower who will... I can try and bring in someone who will be a source of memories and hope I get lucky. Scale and Moon are not that easy to get a hold of. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I am going to bring in Reverend Timothy. I'm going to use my Faust to... In fact, we'll just use the Faust to get the salt from the Queen's turn. So I've got Whist and Shapt left. So with the Shapt, I should be able to read the Gospel of Zacchaeus. No, sorry, not the Gospel of Zacchaeus. I should be able to read... the Elations of Lamentius. So we need the Ambrose desk for that. And for that we will employ Edict's Liminal, which now has 4 knock. Knock, a gate flung wide. I'm a match for this book, enough knock to match mystery knock. And then with my Whist, I'm going to try and use that to create a Solomon's Preparation, which I believe I can do with Sights and Sensations. I'm just taking a minute to verify that. Yeah, so Inks of Containment will get me there. So... well, I can get Eigengrau. That's a start, but let's try and go further. Oh, you know what? I'm too short still. So I'm going to wait because Reverend Timothy might get me what I need out of that. So Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Reverend Timothy, Rector of Brankurg, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally and the gate and the light. So we can talk with Reverend Timothy, speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. One funny little detail in this game is that most conversations with characters take 30 seconds, but Reverend Timothy takes 45 seconds, so he's a bit like me. We'll see who's visiting in a minute. Friar Stanislav John Schaller, priest, diplomat, gardener, a soft-voiced man with a very steady gaze. So he is here to investigate the affair of the Open Reverend. he's going to be here for about 6 minutes, so I can get by without addressing him right away. And we can now improve Hill and Hollow for 1 level at least. So we'll use our Tryst to level that up. And then we add the Memory of Salt. There's always more to learn. And we'll take care of the next level tomorrow. We'll need 2 memories for that, but that won't be too challenging. Alright, so we got a memory from Storm from Reverend Timothy. Oh, I forgot to read the text, sorry. So the memory of the storm is less powerful than the storm itself. The storm is memory storm is 2 heart, 2 sky, whereas storm is 4 heart, 4 sky. All right. So our Hill and Hollow is up. The real advantage to this, I think, is going to be the extra scale that we get. But in this case, we've already committed both our heart and our tryst, or health and our tryst, so we don't have scale or moon to level up. We won't worry about Hill and Hollow here. I'm going to worry about trying to get some winter for Whist so that I can level up, that I can build a Solomon's Preparation, and if I can't build Solomon's Preparation, I'll just build an Eigengrau instead. It's not that hard. Alright, Memory Impulse. I forgot to read the text again. Sorry, I'm so used to reading this that I keep skipping over. Alright, so, The Elations of Lamentius, the 2nd volume of Abbot Geoffrey's hypothetical... theological debates in the Socratic mode. If Janus were an hour, Lamentius might be counted among his names, but Janus has never passed that threshold, and so Lamentius is not. Geoffrey discusses the signs upon the threshold, drawing comparisons between the duties of guest and host and the status accorded to ours and other powers who dwell in, are permitted in, or are forbidden access to the House of the Sun. It was, of course, Geoffrey who later invited censure by giving sanctuary to Natan of Regensburg in an age where Jews were, by royal order, unwelcome anywhere in the kingdom. So, I don't believe I have this text yet. I'm going to take a minute to add it to my spreadsheet. We are now up to 89 entries. Okay, that got us a pattern and a lesson, the great signs and the great scars. So we can use that lesson right away. That's a brand new skill for us. A new skill. Some glyphs are too obscure to reside in any language, but too potent to remain unwritten. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I am often glad when I do. So again, we're going to keep talking with Reverend Timothy while we can, just see if we can get something useful. We can still get something out of the Whist, but I would prefer to get some kind of winter memory, specifically a 2 winter memory, so that I can create something more powerful. Okay, there's my new skill. This goes into Horamachistry or Hushery, and it is 2 Grail and 1 Knock. Not surprising that it has the knock aspect, because wounds are knock aspect. They are openings. Okay. So we're getting close to the end of the day. It's afternoon, the little hour called Nons, when the doors of the mansis are most tightly closed. For the secular, the hours when we may anticipate tea or celebrate it. Okay. So nothing too special there. Note that Solace is not that different from Storm. So Peace After Trouble, 2 heart, 1 sky, whereas Storms are 2 heart, 2 sky. There are storms great enough to shake the moon from the sky and one's thoughts from one's skull. The birds mean that the day is starting to end, so I'm probably going to pack in with Reverend Timothy and just accept the Eigengrau with my Whist, and then tomorrow we'll focus on Hill and Hollow. We'll read the remaining texts, and then I'm not sure what else. We probably need to focus on building some Solomon's Preparation, and then we'll get Mr. Kill ready for more work. Okay, So let's have a chat with Friar Stanislav John Schaller about the Open Reverend. The poor soul used to be my friend. I'm not sure what he is now. So try this book with as much mystery heart as their heart interest. I'm going to take the opportunity before I do that to craft the Eigengrau. Distill a kind of possibility. Alright. I am a gardener before I am a priest, and a priest before I am a healer. I know my limits. Perhaps you can help. Try a book with as much mystery heart as their heart interest. They have 3 heart interests, so we actually have 1 book that we've basically been given to everyone. In this case, I think we even have the symbol. It was Apollo and Marsyas. Now, it's also partly just because it's really the only heart book I've had for the longest time. But we'll carry on the tradition. Everyone chooses their path, but I fear that my friend may have chosen to be a path. Well, if so, I will not walk him, but I know enough now to understand what he might want. Thank you, librarian. The game does actually note who consulted the text. I think it's to avoid duplication, but I'm not 100% sure. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. These memories will go away with dawn, but the hill and hollow, because it's a persistent memory, I only need to worry about that going away at the end of Numa. The surface of the substance is difficult to resolve, almost as if it wasn't there at all. And we got a bronze spintra for our trouble. So we're back to 2 gold spintra, even though we bought that expensive book. And I'm just going to put the Eigengrau in the pantry. Daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So again, we'll see what the weather brings. A sunny day. Okay, so this is an opportunity for us. My heart is missing. Probably because I read a book, but I didn't actually finish it, so... Warming Dross to Uplift the Heart, a wonderful compendium of healing to saints compiled by Natan of Regensburg. Natan and his family sought sanctuary at Brandkrug, but were confined to the Barber's Tower, as it was then known, by the suspicions of the monks, but won more freedom over time. Natan records his delight on the day he was finally permitted to access Earl Brian's meadow. He speaks very carefully of the black bird he met in its branches, and the treasures of music and history that it brought with him when he healed its wing. So I want to take a minute here to note okay, so we've got the book and herbs and infusions lessons. Alright, so there's a few things for me to do today, but this may be a chance for us to make something with the sunny day. This may be a chance for us to do something with Reverend Timothy. So, first of all, I want to keep adding to my library. Now, with Reverend Timothy, we can use him to help us unlock the blockaded stairs. I think that's really the only lantern task that I want to apply him to. There's the lantern task of this room, but it's probably a little... Actually, you know what? He's one of the better candidates. No, he's not. Mr. Kill is still the best candidate for that. Okay, so with Reverend Timothy, we can give him the sunny day, so that's 2 lantern. Oh, actually, hang on, because my Sights and Sensations is up. So I've got 6 with Sights and Sensations. Sorry. 6 with Sights and Sensations and the sunny day. 7 with Faust and 8 with the Astrolabe. So I don't think we have an 8 sky. Yeah, we're up to 10s here. Oh my god. There must be order. Oops. All right, there we go. So, 10 skies. What kind of a librarian do I think I am anyway? All right, it'll have to do. Okay, so let's think about what Reverend Timothy can do. So we're focused on the blockaded stairs. So we could get him, he starts with 2 lantern. We can get him another 2 lantern with our Faust, so that brings him up to 4. We can use the sunny day, which will bring him up to 6. We can bring him up to 8 by feeding him the Don Lion coffee. I believe we've already used the 1 coffee that was there, so we'll need to brew it. And then finally, we give him the tool. So yes, we want to bring in, first of all, we want to bring in Reverend Timothy. Second of all, we want to enhance him. We are that's going to be our main focus for the day because that lets us unlock a new room. Next up, we want to... Okay, so we want to get Hill and Hollow. So if we do that... we could employ the Tryst and the Whist to try and get the Moon and the Scale, and then we would use the Health. So that would leave me the option of the Shapt to try and read the Gospel of Zacchaeus, but I actually need 2 more after that. So instead, I will... Wait a minute. I'll use the Shapt. Okay, so the Tryst is for the Morphe Codex. The Health is to upgrade Hill and Hollow. The Shapt and the Whist are to get the relevant aspect. So let's do that now. We'll read the Queen's turn to get the Salt. I think we'll read the Exorcism book for the Fear. Where on earth did I put that? There we go. Exorcism for Girls. So then we'll use the Tryst to read the Morphe Codex. And then we use Sea Stories with its 5 moon. There we go. So, Priestess of the Sisterhood of the Knot claims to have discerned the true meaning of the Thunderskin's birth. And at this point, I won't worry about getting memories from Reverend Timothy. At this point, we're committed to our current path. So, first of all, we're going to talk with Reverend Timothy about Faust. Collaborate, Faust, together we'll be watchful. So, one of the things that we did in the early stages was we unlocked some of the early rooms just by having, having certain people present. Oh, you know what? There is one thing I didn't check. If I prepare coffee, I may actually need to use an element of the soul for that. So, let's use the Don Lion coffee. brewable, ready to be steeped, warmed, or transformed. Use this at a fireplace or a kitchen range. Unfortunately, this doesn't work, so we'll have to use... You know what? We'll brew a coffee while we're... Renounce or brew. If I cast this object into the fire, it will be transformed, destroyed, or lost. A few things can explode. Okay, so I need to actually recharge one of my aspects as well. That's going to make life a bit more difficult, but I have a plan for that. So I think the tea doesn't have enough lantern yet, so we'll take the second flush of Sam. I'm going to use that to regenerate my Faust. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. So that's going to take 90 seconds. Okay, so we've got memory salt. We've got edge a trophy. So we can use this to upgrade Hill and Hollow now. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve this skill to level 3. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. Okay, so we still want to improve Reverend Timothy, so we've got him up to level 6, so now we need to get him up to level 7 using the tool. The mirror scope, bewildering and occasionally useful. The last thing we can do is get him to drink some of the Dawn Lion coffee, but I need to brew the Dawn Lion coffee, and I'll only be able to do that after I nap, so 50 seconds away. And then, of course, we get to do all of this fun again by leveling up herbs and infusions, so I'm going to prep the way for that. We're going to turn that into a level 3 as well. I've actually got more level 2s than I thought I did. I hope I got that right. Alright, so we're going to give this a little bit of time just so we can get our Faust back, and sounds like the book's finished. Okay, from the Morphe Codex. The writer credits the Red Grail, the Ring-Yu, and the Horned Axe, the powers the Sisterhood reveres, with agreeing a final treaty between the Hours of the House and the Hours they displaced. The Thunderskin loved the Yu, and the Grail destroyed him, as restitution for the slaying of the Horned Axe's sisters and brothers. The Thunderskin entered the Mansus through the Peacock Door, a privilege never given to the Witch and Sister, but then their merit was much less. The writer admits that entry through the Peacock Door is unseemly, but insists that under the circumstances there was no other way. Now I think I have this one already. No, apparently I don't. And unfortunately, I forgot what came from warming drafts to uplift the heart. So this gives a beguiling melody. That's 2 Grail and 2 Sky. 2 Grail, 2 Sky. Oops. Okay, our rest is done, so we will brew some coffee for Reverend Timothy. Throw over the fire. Bring water to the boil. Permit the potential here to express itself. Have you ever heard of a cup of coffee, or the description of the pursuit? Sorry. Have you ever read a description of the process of brewing coffee rendered so beautifully? Okay, so yeah, I need to figure out what I'm doing with herbs and infusions. We will also be able to level up. Oh, that's actually going to join the level 3 group as well. There it is, Dawn Lion Coffee, a pot. Coffee from beyond the great deserts. So we do still need to serve it. I think I'll keep this in the lodge. So serve, pour out. Poured out. So, again, there's something... I'm trying to think of a lot of games where you have this opportunity to... you have this opportunity to sort of show... like... I don't know, like, just a big house that you explore full of, like, good things, right? So there's food, there's drink... You get to brew a cup of coffee and you give it to your assistant. I don't know. These are just things that they just kind of keep reinforcing the some of the, I hate saying cozy, but like some of the coziness of the game. So little details like this I like quite a bit. Anyways, I can offer my assistant something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. We should still have time. So again, all this effort went into being able to get past the blockaded stairs. At some point, I do want to read warming drafts to uplift the heart, because I forgot what the memory for that was. I can watch the video and rewind it, but I would do that on my own time if I wanted to do that. All right, down to the Greshams. So, last act for today, we will open the blockaded stairs. Someone has filled these stairs with blocks of timber and broken furniture. They've filled the timber and furniture with signs to bring shadow and despair. Did they want to prevent an intruder from passing or a resident from leaving? Either way, it'll be difficult and careful work to open the stairs. So it takes a minute to open an area. Now this is a fairly good one for us because it will give us access to this room below as well as above. And it's fairly important here because I do not have the ability to get this much grail or this much nectar with my current resources. I do have the ability to access the deserted well under the right circumstances. But currently I can't go through this garden, so if I wanted to get to this room, it would have to be through this stairway. So if I can, I would like to use the Shapt to read the Gospel of Zacchaeus, but I'm going to need to get a memory from that. As for the rest, I think we'll take our chances. There are a few different things that can happen, so. Okay, the Black Stairs, the secret artery of the house. All those abbots and barons and all their crowds of retainers needed their chamber pots emptying and their boots cleaning. These are the stairs that the boots and the chamber pots went up and down. They were notoriously cramped and treacherous. It was a rare year some poor scullion didn't crack an ankle. It was the Suppression Bureau, at very long last, who remodeled the stairs and put in electric lights. People say the Suppression Bureau never did Hush House any good. So the infested wine cellar would require 10 grail and 10 moth. That's actually possible. The rattling bridge would require ink. So that's a possibility for us. Finally, the heart-haunted room is not that hard for us, so that's 8 moth, 8 heart, or 8 grail. So, I mean, if we feel confident in terms of being able to access this room using moon, we should feel confident accessing the heart-haunted room sort of through this for the same reason. It's going to be a tough one. I don't want to understate the challenge, but if we play our cards right, it should work out for us. All right, Oriflammes, established 1776, Sense Signs Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase, check the book icon on the right, Skin of Silver, the epic of the final battle of the Lionsmith with the remnant giant Antaeus. And of course, we have heard that name before. Now this one is written in Deep Mandiac, which means we can't actually read it. I am still inclined to buy it though, because I have a lot of Spintra. So Oriflammes, thanks you for your custom. What we're going to do here, the clouds don't offer me a whole lot. I have to say that would be the ideal job for you. The being the librarian or the auction house. Sorry, Digiinferno. I'm almost at 7 hours of streaming. It's like 6:30 in the morning, so I'm getting a bit loose. Oh, the librarian. Yeah. No, this is good stuff. Just a reminder for those of you who haven't wishlisted yet, this game is coming out on the 17th, and if you order it in the first week, you'll get all of the DLC in perpetuity. Always be closing. All right, so the clouds present an opportunity here for me with Tridisma Harira. Instead of upgrading herbs and infusions, I actually only need one more input. So we've got the skill here. We would put the Tristan. We could then put in clouds, and for that we would only need the two more understanding to level it up. So we'll probably close off the opportunity for herbs and infusions, but I think this is the right way to play it. We are going to want to get these lessons learned, taken care of. So let's find some more sources of Grail and Moon. So Fekri's Herbery will give us satisfaction. So let's start with that. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So that's a Grail, so now I just need to find a Moon, and I think I can get that from a Confounding Parable. So my go-to Confounding Parable book has usually been It Is Written. Man, it's been so long since we've done gardening, but I think I'm going to use my health anyway. There is a reason for that. Alright, so Gale secured. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So the Trist has to be used to level this up. So this leaves me a Wist, a Fost, and a Shapt. Nuts. So if I didn't use the Trist, I would have been able to read the Gospel of Zacchaeus. But what I'm going to do instead, we'll use the Shapt to read Keonad Abydos for Regret. And I'm going to... There's no actual... I don't actually have a real reason for doing this other than the fact that I can't remember what this was. So I'm going to read Warming Drafts to uplift the heart. And again, there's no design behind this other than the fact I just want to know what the memory for this is. So the thing that I'm basically missing out on here is that I could have used this Fost to do something else. Like I could have, crafted something. But in this case, I don't know. I'm fine. I'm fine sticking with what I've got. Just being able to use the lessons learned. There's a season that comes called Numa, and if you have persistent memories at the end of Numa, you lose them. So when I have like 3 lessons sticking around like this, one of the priorities is to get rid of them. And so I wasn't originally going to use Tridesma Herrera. That was just, it just happens that there was a cloudy day and I wasn't going to do anything else with the clouds. But yeah, it's, you know, you do your best with the hand you've been dealt, so. Alright, so there's the regret from Keon at Abydos. So this I have a very special plan for. Thackeray's Herbery, we've got the Grail, and then... Okay, so this we should be able to level up the skill now. I did one too many. So I could have done the Gospel of Zacchaeus. Can I make use of any of these others? Not really. Nope, I was just an idiot. There might still be something else that I do with this, but... Wait. Why did I take an impulse? What did I think I was doing with that? So I had 108 down as providing a confounding parable, and it seemed to give me an impulse instead. That's unfortunate, but I might be able to make something happen with herbs and infusions now. So here's what I'm going to do. I do want to get my winter thing out of the way, so let's take the Whist, the Memory Regret. We will use Inks of Containment. So we've got 8 here, but if I add the Blue Crown, Craft Solomon's Preparation, muddle and mix a wintry preparation. So this is a very powerful drink that I can give to Mr. Kill, and that's going to be what we use to access the stopped clock as well as the glaring room. We're not going to do that today, but that is an option available to us. Now let's see what I can do to recover herbs and infusions. So I'm going to need to recover something with heart or nectar, so basically my health. I've already got one of the understandings, so yeah, in this case, I think just using one of the tea. I don't really use the second flush of Sam for anything else at this point, so I'll just get the rest. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. It'll be close to the end of the day, but we'll at least be able to knock down one of these herbs and infusions. And in this case here, the clouds... Oh, you know what? So clearly I got it wrong on one of these books, but because I wasn't paying attention to what book was what, I wasn't able to figure out what warming drafts to uplift the heart gave us. Well, that's what I get for being careless. I'm just going to let the game run by. Oh wait, is it paused? So yeah, I must have read the wrong book in terms of and because I could have sworn we would have gotten a confounding parable, and in the end it didn't really matter. But I did sort of, I bungled a few things, let's say. So now I gotta think, so what's the thing I would have gotten? I would make a guess that it's probably impulse. Sorry, I'm trying to find what clicked. Oh, the auction. Okay, skin of silver, that's going to go in the too difficult to read room. Oh, I don't have any room to put this anywhere. There we go. I need to start learning some languages. Okay, we're almost there. Alright, there's my health. So again, we already have what we need to get this upgrade in, so we'll start with herbs and infusions. Now I'm still going to need to dedicate, need to dedicate 2 memories to finishing this off, but that's a considerably easier task for tomorrow. And more importantly, it frees me up to do the Gospel of Zacchaeus. And because these remaining rooms haven't sort of made me do anything, I can try one of 2 things. I can either try to improve Mr. Kill to a point where we move him up to one of these other rooms, or I can take the opportunity to make another Solomon's Preparation, and that just puts us ahead for a future run. I'm not sure which choice I'll make, but I think tomorrow will probably be the last day that I do. So if I can finish off the text, that would sort of be the ideal. And in this case, I'm going to speed things up a little bit just because I am conscious of the hour. Okay, so leave this health aside to work the herbs and infusions. And hail, alright, that normally messes with the order of things, so I just want to double check. So with sights and sensations we can bring this up to 7, with Faust we can bring it up to 8, and with the astrolabe we can bring it up to 9, but I think we're still short of the 10. Okay, so I'll leave a Faust aside as a maybe for De Motu Corporum Veditorum. I don't really think it's going to do... Actually, there's one other thing that I can... Okay, I'm really sorry to do this. This is going to annoy some people. But there's an opportunity for me here to get some information, so... first of all, here's Solomon's Preparation. Solomon Husher would take this every night without fail before sleep to close his ears to the sound of the waves. But on the 9th of January 1838, a heavy snow fell on Hush House. When the other residents had dug themselves out, Husher was nowhere to be found. He had left a resignation letter and an undrunk measure of his preparation. So this has got 4 winter aspects, and it is a beverage, so I can feed that to someone, and it will give them an additional 4 winter aspect. Okay. So one of the things that's helpful about some of the weather here, because this has edge and sky, what I get to do now, because my sights and sensations is more powerful, I'm actually going to take the time to see if I can learn a little bit more about some of my skills. So again, I've got a spreadsheet here. Now, hail isn't that powerful, so this is just going to be a quick check-in. And I'm first going to divide it by primary aspect. So with the telescope, we can take the hail. Oops. We'll put the astrolabe in place. does the... Well, the lens adds something as well. So sights and sensations, and then Faust for the soul. So this can bring it up to 11. So... So this says, for a scholar level recipe, brush a light with a feather and see dawn essence drip from the air. I have no idea what that means. But we do have an awakened feather, so I'll try that later. I do have other tasks, though, so... Furs and Feathers needs an instrument, so I already have what I need there. I don't think I have Anbury and Lapidary. Bells and Braziers. Oh, but we don't have enough. We don't have enough Sky Aspect. I think probably the same could be said for Applebright Euphonies. Yeah, we're one short. Although... Let's try that again. Okay, music. Strings and songs. Right. Probably not surprising, strings and songs needs an instrument. Watchman's Paradoxes. Oh, but that doesn't have enough Sky Aspect. Ronoscopy? So the carve the song into wood is an interesting recommendation. Also, I didn't know that it would make a wistful air, so this is also good. Lots of music-oriented results I'm noticing for Sky. And finally, Sacra Lamea is the last one I don't have some information for. So that will make an awakened feather and then similar carved wood. Okay, so that was pretty educational. There is one last batch of skills I need to check. So glass blowing and vessel crafting. That's not gonna cut it though, we're only at 9. Although, I do know that it's a Deer Day lens. And then... Oops. Glaziering and lightsmithing we don't have. Okay. So that wasn't as painful as I thought it would be. So I suppose with aronoscopy, again, I'm trying to think about what kind of wood might have sky. Well, that doesn't count as wood. Right now we only have edge and winter wood, but I suppose that gives me an excuse to go hunting in the marshes, let's say. Okay, something for me to think about, but I don't think I'm going to be able to make, I don't think I'm going to be able to make anything out of this, so... But I do want to try this sights and sensations business, so let's just, I'm going to go to the workbench here, because this is kind of going to accept just about anything, so we'll add the memory here, sights and sensations... Fost for the awakened. Okay, so there's the awakened feather. Now, I think it said that if we add the awakened feather with the scholar recipe, we get something special. And the awakened feather already has 2 skies. So, align an abandoned feather to the currents of light. Or for a scholar level recipe, brush a light with the feather and see the dawn essence drip from the air. Okay, so we do have something that has aspect light. Let's just take one of the simple candles here. Ah! Oh. Oh, it won't take just anything. Okay. Well, that complicates things. So one of these altars should take... I think I can make this work. I want to see if I can find any candles that have sky. Maybe the hurricane lamp. There we go. We're 1 short. Well, if I get another Fost... Aha! The Ichor Auroral. Condense light into a rose fluid. Sights and sensations with scholar level plus light creates an Ichor Auroral. Now the question is, am I willing to give up this hurricane lamp in order to do it, especially because it takes 2 Fost? And I think the answer to that is no right now. But I'm glad to know that I have that as an option, let's say. Yeah, no worries, DigiInferno. Again, I've been going longer than I was expecting here, so... Alright, so... that was interesting. I think I already covered... if I wanted to read the book, we've got 4, 7, 8, 9... So we'd roll the dice on it. But again, I think that's actually a risk worth taking. So, the remainder, let's get herbs and infusions up. So we need 2 memories for that. Okay, so the health will be the effort. Let's say Trist and Whist. Damn. So I might have to hold off on the Gospel of Zacchaeus again. Okay, I think I know how I'm doing this. So let's get our nectar and our heart. This is a chance. I'm like 99% sure that this was... oops. No, this will work. I'm like 99% sure that this is going to give me an impulse. And then Apollo and Marsyas should give me a storm. Next, I'm going to roll the dice. I'm going to use my Faust, the Hail. Oh yeah, I could have tested some of these edge things too. Okay, sorry. There is one more thing I want to try with skills. Okay, so with sharps, yeah, we should actually finally be able to figure some things out in terms of what this will get me. So we'll go to the workbench. We'll take sharps. It doesn't really matter what element of the soul we employ here. Hail. Okay, Torg's cleansing. Sickle and Eclipse. Those used to be together. Lebitic Tincture. Okay, that wasn't as tough as I thought. So what I'm doing here is there's a bunch of different crafting recipes, but you have to discover them. And so what I'm doing here is I'm taking the Hail as an opportunity to learn a little bit more about what's possible. Even if I don't commit them, I'll at least know what the combination will produce. So in this case here, I think our best sky, let's just double check that. Yeah, it's Sights and Sensations. So what we can do here is we can add the Baron Silence's Astrolabe. So the tricky part here is that this is only 9, so we're going to have to hope we get 3 attempts. Welcome back, Diginferno, by the way. So we're going to try reading this sky text, and it's not necessarily one that we should be able to read, but what I'm trying to do here is take a chance and read one of these higher level text. So, De motu corporum veditorum. The author rejoices in the name of Abelard Hubris, and the title might be translated as On the Forbidden Motions of Bodies, evidently a reference to Newton's De motu corporum, published some 20 years previously. Okay, so this is going to take a minute. It's just going to roll by. Now, I'm going to want to keep a fairly close eye on what the needs are, because this might be asking me for things like elements of the soul, or it might be asking me for certain memories or that. I haven't actually generated the memory, so I'm taking a bit of a risk here. Although I guess if I don't commit the storm will give me a sky. So yeah, this is a little bit of a... This is kind of half thought through, but I can actually see this working in our favor. And then if it doesn't need our Faust, what we'll do is we'll grab the pattern, and we'll be able to read the Gospel of Zacchaeus. Okay, there's still a chance. So, stuff, also things, possible inspiration from a relevant thing. We can use a feather and we've got it. Or, oh man, they wanted 2 memories on this one. So, but because they want a thing, I know I'm going to be able to put a thing. Let me just double check that the awakened feather is in fact a thing. Yes, it is a thing, so we will employ it there. All right, we're good. So if I needed with the memory, I've got the storm, but that would keep me from reading the Gospel of Zacchaeus. And before I collect, yes, it does give us a memory impulse. Okay. We are on track to achieving everything we wanted to do today, which is wonderful. So, lesson, storm, and impulse. And then for... I want the pattern. Twin Serpent Tantra should cover that. Now again, we don't have this in the bag, so I need to make sure that I actually give this thing the feather. Okay, so this wants the memory. We don't have the memory. So basically, whenever you don't have enough, there's always a chance that you'll be able to achieve it. Sometimes you just get inspired, but in this case, it wants either a memory, or in this case, we're relying for stuff, also things. And if we don't provide it in that 10-second window, then we fail, and it's actually possible that we suffer an effect on our Faust, which sometimes can be helpful in its own weird way, but generally you do not want to be subject to the fascination. All right, fiddle with something here. Increase relevant aspects by using a thing. There might be like a drink or something that I could give it, but this is sufficient. This will bring it up to 11. So, all right, and we've got herbs and infusions up to level 3. So, I'd say that's a good day's work. We'll get another lesson. With 10. We'll see how many lessons we get, but... Alright. Hubris's thesis that stars, planets, and other bodies are the proxies or even the essences of the hours, and that conjunctions and occlusions reveal the outcome of hour intrigues in the Mansis. Hubris declares that the Great Comet of 1577, this is something to pay attention to, was the physical embodiment of the hour named Madrugad, that it disintegrated, but its fragments gravitate to bone marrow, where they can be located even now. He insists that oronoscopic techniques can be used with essential peroist and sufficient winter to create a talisman gerophugic. All right. Man, the books are getting interesting now. So... So I'm just writing this down. This is the sort of game that really benefits having a notebook beside you, because I don't think I'm going to be able to take advantage of this, but holy hell am I going to... want to follow up on this. Okay. I'm just writing this in my spreadsheet. So, memory store. And 2 oronoscopy lessons. Oops. Where'd you go? Alright, so our pattern. Hopefully this doesn't cross over into the next day, but if we can read the Gospel of Zacchaeus... Let's make sure we're actually putting that in the right place. We can read this in the map room this time. So we've got a pattern, Gospel of Zacchaeus, Shapt, Edicts Liminal. There we go. Knock, gates flung wide. I am a match for this book. Enough knock to match Mystery Knock. So this will take a little while, but we're good. So for Aronoscopy, this is going to get interesting. So let's think about how we're going to level this thing up. Currently it's at 1, so it's going to be joining the 3s when the time comes. Again, this is not a bad example of why it's not a bad example of why I avoid committing stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms. I have lots of options in terms of how I can navigate the Tree of Wisdoms now. But it comes with its own costs. I should have been able to read a number of these books much earlier if I had my Elements of the Soul, plus being able to combine them into even more powerful ones. Yeah, and I mean, the big thing here, again, we haven't spent a whole lot of time on the Tree of Wisdoms, and it's a shame, because this is just such a cool-looking map, right? But it's worth remembering, like, you can see these dotted lines. So, for instance, if I wanted to go all the way down Illumination, one thing I could try is to move up Hushery, you know, and then hop over to Illumination from Hushery 6 into Illumination 7. Now, why I would do that, I have no idea, right? The most likely candidate for that, of course, would be Auroral Contemplations, but, you know, it's an option that I have, let's say. In terms of level 3s, we've got... so from level 3... Well, if we put something in Preservation, then we can go up to Bossk, and then from Bossk we could do a level 3 Preservation. Actually, there's not as many 3s as you'd think in terms of those transitions. But yeah, like there's lots of stuff that we can do in terms of navigating the tree. And again, it's like at this point, this is almost comedy in terms of how much I'm resisting committing stuff to the tree. But like the thing is like look how much of the house we've been able to work with, and we still haven't talked to Mrs. Kill once. So. Anyways, the Gospel of Zacchaeus, an extremely heterodox account of the Nazarene Messiah and his works, describing his ascension to the mansus through the opening of his body. 7 were the wounds of his body, 7 the doors of the house, 7 the lesser aspects of the hours, and knock the aspect above all, for the mother of ants is the mother of salvation. I should actually work this out. So I suppose the wounds, you've got the 2 hands and the feet, so that's 4. The crown of thorns would be 5. Would the lashes be the 6th, and then the spear in the side the 7th, I guess? Or am I missing something? Who here's watched The Passion of the Christ recently? I feel like we shouldn't be reading the Gospel of Zacchaeus while there's some poor guy convalescing after events at St. Agnes of the Threshold. The book includes a description of a rite which can be used to raise a corpse to half-life, in memory of he who bled for the wood, but the marginalia claim that the mother of ants no longer permits use of this rite. So the Gospel of Zacchaeus gives us a stolen secret and 2 horns and ivories lessons. So I'm actually quite packed up on lessons, and we may be facing Numa. I can never spell Zacchaeus correctly, so let me just... I actually got it right finally. It's either the... Usually I know the double C, but I always get the A and the E off. And it doesn't make any sense to spell it with EA, but... I don't know. I'm an idiot, what can I say? Apparently this is the first book where I've been able to get a stolen secret, so... Okay. So I'm going to need to think a little bit about how I handle my horns and ivories. Although I guess the one nice thing here is that I'm out of books to read. So if I want, I can actually spend the next couple of days locking in my lessons, and then any leftover elements of the soul I have, I can use towards making Solomon's preparation. Actually, here's a fun little thing. I feel like how many of you? Yeah, over 30. If it was under 30, you wouldn't hear. So I've got some fun lore for you. So again, we've been talking about how, like, if you've played Cultist Simulator, there's an entire. It's not just a 60,000 word game. That was the base game on release. But there's now multiple DLC. So there was the Dancer, there was the Ghoul, there was the Priest, and now there's the Exile DLC. There's Lady Afterwards, which is an RPG. There's the Locksmith's Dream, which is a live event. And then, of course, there's all the other stuff that Weather Factory's done, sort of supporting this world of the secret histories. So there's lots of different interactions with characters. There's familiar names that keep coming up, like Teresa Gallagher or Christopher Alopoli, and so on and so forth. But one figure often associated with Winter is Solomon. So Solomon Husher himself commissioned this desk from Lockwood. This is Solomon's study. In 1818, the Very Reverend Solomon Husher became third librarian of the Curia of the Isle. Solomon's Beds, Julian Cosley, Solomon Husher, both great sages of Winter. We've got a statue bust of Solomon Husher. Wait a minute, where'd he go? Right here. Right. So anyways, sometimes you'll see him referred to as Solomon, sometimes you'll see him referred to as Solomon Husher. And of course, in our possession, we've got Solomon's preparation. So of course we know Solomon's last name, Solomon Husher, which of course means that Solomon's preparation, also known by its more common trade name, Preparation H. All right, let's think about what we're going to do with. So we've got Ornoscopy. Oh, this is interesting. So if we have to add Winter, despite the fact that this is a sky and moon. Okay. Gives me something to think about. And then Horns and Ivories is on its way to becoming 3 as well. So I think in this case we're just going to wait for we'll see what the weather brings. And then I know I kind of said that today would be the last day, but let's see if we can lock in these lessons. There is a chance. Okay, so there is a chance that I can get more books by using Mr. Kill to open the glaring room, but I think I'm going to use a lot of my elements of the soul to get the memories that I need for this. So. Okay, daybreak, memories fade, assistants depart, but the soul is refreshed. Sunny day. So that helps us with Oronoscopy. So in this case, if we want to level that up, we actually just lock that in right away. Let's use the Tryst. So we get that automatically. So I can employ Faust. Yeah, it's as easy as that. So we need 2 more for the next level, and that's got to be Sky or Moon. Now, Horns and Ivories would use Shapt. So let's not count that out quite yet. So we can use Faust. Use Apollo and Marsyas to get the storm. I'll get a moon just for the hell of it. So we'll read the Gospel of Zacchaeus again. I can use Whist for that. Okay, so I'm wasting some time doing this, but I actually want to see where we're at the end of the end of this. I want to see where we're at the end of this minute. If I can't make the horns and ivories thing work, then I'll just use the health to garden. And if I can make it work, then we're going to get our first hit on horns and ivories. And then the next day, that just means that we commit 2 elements of the soul to get the memories that we need to upgrade horns and ivories. And that leaves me everything else to do whatever I want, making the, the Solomon's preparation, for instance, or anything else. And again, this is, I'm not actually that worried about Numa. I think we've got some time before, best to avoid the Numa mean, yeah. I'm actually pretty confident that we don't need to worry about Numa. But it would be good, again, until I'm clear of Numa again, I think it would be good to treat these as something that can go away at any moment. So even being able to just reduce this down to 1 lesson learned, like I'd be able to handle that during Numa, but if I had multiple ones, that would be a little more difficult. In any case, it's academic now because we have what we need to level up Oranoscopy. So if I want to improve horns and ivories, we'd be turning this into level 2, which means that I just need 1 of either knock or scale. And I mean, we could just read the Gospel of Zacchaeus again. Oops. So can't get enough of that gospel. But yeah, from that we have a level 2 horns and ivories. It kind of uses up the day, but we were able to make use of the weather. We don't. So it is worth mentioning, like, there is a useful hireling that we can get out of this. The miner does give us some useful things like forge and scale and moon. But the thing is that, like, none of the challenges I have are forge, scale, or moon challenges. So in this particular case, it's a useful season in some cases. It's just not the one that I need right now. Incidentally, because I am capable of making certain inks, if I want, I could actually go across the rattling bridge. But I figure instead of just blowing out the scope of what I can do right now, let's just mop up what we can here. And then we'll when things kind of calm down, it can be, I can say, okay, well, I'll dedicate myself to making an ink, let's say, and then we'll move up from that. Anyways, let's upgrade horns and ivories as our last act for today. Apply our health, apply the stolen secret. There's always more to learn. Improve this skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms. Now, we haven't been talking to people for a while. Obviously, we've been a little bit of a hermit in Hush House, but sometimes you just gotta herm. Oop. I just wanted to put the lens in place. We really overdid it with the lenses, but hey, it works for me. Okay, let's think about, at this point, this is one thing I kind of like. I don't need to pause at the beginning and like work out the day, but I do like, I don't know, I kind of like to just organize things, because you notice, especially as I get tired, like I start to make mistakes in terms of where I place things. So now's not a bad time for me to take some time. I've already got my skills in the order that I want. I've been pretty good at maintaining that. But as you can see, I'm holding on to more things in my inventory, and I feel like there's some improvements we can make in terms of the distribution of a few things. So let's say, first of all, Solomon's study is looking pretty empty. And then as far as the codex is concerned, we've definitely had some improvements in terms of our capabilities. So let's just take a minute here. Let's take a look at some of the texts that are available to us, and let's make sure that we're not underestimating our abilities. So the first thing we've got here would be the Amalgam of the Red Rose. Now, I don't think our forge situation has changed. I'm going to take a minute to just double check that. So pyroglyphics. So with 3... Okay, so with pyroglyphics and a memory, we would be able to turn that into 5. With, actually, with Shaft, we'd be able to turn that into 6, and a tool, we'd be able to turn that into 7. So, realistically, we're not really going to be able to read that, but I'm going to put that in the, target of opportunity pile. Next up, Grail. So we have Sea Stories 4. Oh yeah, this is the catch. So we can take Sea Stories 4, we can take A Rainy Day, which would bring us up to 6. Well, but even then, we go up to 7, so there's a sort of a similar argument there. We're 1 away from what we need, so if I'm feeling particularly, I don't know, elation-seeking, I can give that a good shot. De Ratio Cercum. So what's our nectar looking like now? I think herbs and infusions is our best. Yeah, so we're at 3 there. So 8, so 5. Rain would... Sorry, let me do this properly. So 3, rain would give us 5. Health would give us 6. Okay, again, 7. So a lot of cases where we're just 1 short. But these aren't impossible, so I feel like these need to start being moved into the relevant area. Now again, if I keep risking it like this, I'm going to get hit by something nasty. So I don't want to build assuming that I'm gonna take advantage of all of these, but it's nice to think about the possibilities. Okay, this doesn't really help me with Horns and Ivories, but that's fine. I am going to take another minute because this audit is actually turning up some useful information. The Askite Supplication, so Hill and Hollow should improve things. So realistically, we're going to be looking at... Oh, God, actually Hill and Hollow is going to be a level 4. That's 4 scale. We can bring that up to 5 with our health. Fear will bring that up to 7. Okay, so Easite Supplications is actually a book we can just straight up read. So that one goes on the readable shelf. See, this is definitely why cleaning up counts. Edict's Liminals, so that gives us 4. We can add our Shapt to that, which is 6. We add... okay. So we can add a pattern to that, which brings us up to 8, but we don't have a knock item. And so this is actually still outside of our reach. And we've kind of already answered this question. Oops. Kind of answered this for most of our others. We already added the... hang on. 10 Sky. 10 Sky's not going to do anything. Forge, nope. The real question here would be Lantern. So the Chandler's Wish, we've got 7 for Auroral Contemplations. So Faust will bring that up to 9. Oh, dang. The Chandler's Wish is easily within our grasp. So with Auroral Contemplations at 7, we add Foss to that for 9. We can add the tool, the mirror scope, for 10. So then we just add a memory. In fact, we could do this right now. I should do it right now. Chandler's Wisp, formula and instructions for invoking Moth, Lantern, and exceptionally, paradoxically, the liminal and theoretical hour called the Chandler. The author is anonymous, admitting only that they are one who is not yet nameless. So, Faust, Auroral Contemplations, The Sunny Day, the Mirror Scope. I can master this mystery. Okay. We still need to work with our horns and ivories, so we'll use Shapt for that. Let's use the Tryst and, well, Whist I might want to make Solomon's Preparation. So the Tryst and the Faust will get me the 2 resources that I need. So again, that's Scale and Knock. Oh, that one's already occupied, so... And then we'll use Ava's Desk for the Tryst. And I guess we'll use the Fear for Scale, so I'll go back to my good old friend, the Exorcism for Girls. Did I misplace it? No, it's right here. Yeah, and I'm thinking maybe we use the health to get a regret with Kion at Abydos. And we can make another Solomon's Preparation. So again, no gardening, but I'd say that's a good use of the day. So yeah, speaking of, so we've already cleared out what we need from this room. Oops. Trying to think where I want to put the rest of this stuff. Okay, we'll put Solomon's Preparation with the rest of the alchemy stuff. Yeah, well, I mean, the other thing is that, like, we did so much of the gardening before. Like, that's the gardening I did earlier when I wasn't needing to use my heart was kind of an investment in this time when I needed to do a bunch of stuff. So it's not, like, obviously there's time limits in terms of when gardening is most useful. But it's hard for me to point to something that I need that I don't have right now, which is good, so... All right, let's get Horns and Ivories upgraded. Wait, why did I say this was turning into 4? It's Horns and Ivories, not Hill and Hollow. Okay, I think I got overexcited, so... Inks of Containment is still where it needs to be, but let me just double check that scale. Okay, so 1 scale from Heart, 3 from Hill and Hollow makes 4. The Tool makes 5. Yeah, so this is another Target of Opportunity book. Is it possible to garden but leave the flowers and but take the health as sort of a space-saving measure? I don't think I follow, because gardening exhausts your health. So the only reason I can think you would use gardening would be to get the flowers. But I may be misunderstanding your question, and I apologize if so. Oh, wait, no, it was here. Okay, no, Horns and Ivories is actually what I was looking for. So yes, no, this book is actually achievable. It's just the wrong scale book that I was thinking of. So sorry, Pandorian, could you please rephrase your question? Because I think you're asking something sensible, and I'm not understanding it, rather than just sort of, I'm probably just letting the hour get to me. But say there's 2 patches in an entrance area. If you garden but take your health, is it possible to keep the flower there for later? Okay, I'll give you an example of what I think you're saying. So, muddle and mix a wintry preparation. So we're crafting Solomon's preparation. Okay, so while we're doing that, and eventually I'll need to read the text. So we've got my favorite place, right? Sea Holly in summer, Blue Crown in winter. So in order to work this, we need to have an element of the soul with heart, which means we can employ core or health. And we would have to also put knowledge, and it has to be knowledge which has got nectar. So we would hit start, and we would that would fatigue whatever element of the soul that we used, and as a result, it would give me a flower and a health. Now, like any slot, I can leave the flower there, and then I can just pick it up later if you wanted. So if you're talking about like I've got too many shelves, then yeah, I would have to clear it out if I wanted to use it again. But I could use it as like a temporary storage location if that's what you mean. Okay, yeah, and sorry, I'm seeing Evils saying you mean like leave the flower. You can. I figure there's enough things. Like, honestly, if you overflow, the stuff just gets left on the bridge. It's not that big of a deal. So, but yeah, I think if you wanted to, you could leave it. It's just you wouldn't be able to use the verb until you cleared it out again. Okay, so this was the Chandler's Wish. The author makes a passionate argument that the hour named the Chandler is in fact the oldest, even though he does not exist, because he is supposedly the culminating event of a plan that precedes Grail and Moth. Where the Chandler has passed, the understandings of the Colonel and the Lionsmith will wrench open truth. Where the Chandler will pass, Moth will pass before him. Okay, I wish I understood more of that, but this seems like a very important text for me to follow up on. And Inks of Revelation, which we don't have, so this actually isn't that hard for us to absorb as well. So I'll give you an example of what I think you're. I think I'm going to give you an example of what you're looking for, Evil's Resurgence. Let's say that the memory foresight was the flower in this case, right? Because memory foresight is what I get from reading this book over again. So we take the Inks of Revelation, we take the Auroral Contemplations. I'm a little reluctant to. Here's what I'll try and do. I'll just grab this and stick it in the... There we go. So I can just close this window. And we'll let the day go by, because I'm not missing out on anything doing this. But we can just let the day go by. And in this case... Now, obviously, memories don't go on shelves or anything like that. But there's nothing preventing me from following up on any of this stuff. I'm going to take a minute here and read Inks of Revelation. A new skill, the inks in which the histories are revealed. And we'll prepare some space for this in the list. Alright, Inks of Revelation. So, 2 lantern, 1 moth. Nothing too special for us, but hey. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's just I feel that the same thing can sort of be achieved in other ways. So like the thing is that especially for things like the flowers, I tend to want quite a few of them. So yeah, but I mean, if you didn't plan on using it, then you could. Usually what I do is I just kind of keep some things in my inventory until I find a proper place for them. And part of this is as I'm consuming things, like the pantry's getting open. So if I wind up like running out of space, I can start moving some things to the pantry. You notice I've moved a few things down to the foundry, and or the forge, and it's foundry. And you'll notice most of the time they're like metal and glass and actually gem. Yeah, so this shouldn't be in here. No, that shouldn't be in there either. This can be here, though. There we go. But yeah, so in this case here, I'm gonna pick up the memory foresight because I don't need to worry too much about it. But yeah, no, like if you wanted to, like, there's nothing stopping you from doing it. For my part, like here's a good example, right? I could get more shelf space by moving this astrolabe. Like the astrolabe does not need to be in this current area. In fact, if I were to move it, say, I could probably try putting it somewhere in here. Maybe, maybe not. Okay. This is maybe a bad example, but yeah, like if I'm kind of cramping a couple of books up here. I could stick them in here. One thing I did do to make some more space was I moved the film canisters up into the room with a projector. Now, this is not very useful because it just so happens that none of these are really viewable to me. I could maybe try the admonitory automata project, but I'd be making something of a leap. So I could put 2 memories in it. Well, actually 2 memories, so 4. Okay, let's think about this. I could get 4 forge, add that to the 3 here. So that's 7, but then the soul would just make it 8, so I don't get to put the tool in. Yeah, the catch is I don't have metal. So if I had metal, 2 plus 4 is 6, plus the petroglyphics is 9. Yeah, even with the 9, I wouldn't be able to do it because I don't have the tool. I could take a chance on the, on the three rolls afterwards, but I don't know. We'll probably with pyroglyphics. Oh, I thought it was Numa. I was like, I'm glad we only have Inks of Revelation, but more current affairs. Okay, let's get our. So I think I actually only need 1 memory for that. Yeah, so for Inks of Revelation, we need Lantern or Moth. So we'll get Revelation from the Rose of Woznai. I feel like the Sisterhood of the Knot books should sort of be stuck together. So I'll adjust the library accordingly. Okay, so that's, and then we'd need Lantern or I guess I already used the Tryst there, so we'll put the Faust in place. I'm keeping the Whist because I want the option of making Solomon's Preparation. Oh, we don't know what the weather is yet, so if it's a sunny day, I'm going to be sad. Cloudy day. Oh, but that still could have been used for the Inks of Revelation! Oh, well. Lesson learned. Okay, so I need to get some fear for for the scale. So we need to use our heart for that. So, and then my shaft can give me my regret. Well, whatever winter thing I need, but regret's easy because Keonid Abydos always gives us that, so. And then we'll use the whisk to make another Solomon's Preparation. And then depending on what we get from the text, we... Actually, I guess the one thing I will say for myself is that I have been able to explore more of the house than I actually have, so maybe I should get on top of that. Okay, the skill is now level 2. Its power aspects have also increased. I don't think we've seen Yvette Southey before. Playwright, philologist, psychoanalyst, as happy with questions as with answers. So she's interested in Winter and Moon, understands Erica Payan. Now, normally I would like to hire her for tutoring, but I do want to help the poor Reverend. This is pretty straightforward. We'll talk with her about the Open Reverend now. OR, I knew he was troubled. He was a patient of mine before what happened to him. Whatever exactly that is. I'm a novice in these matters, but I am coming to realize that most of us are novices of the time, are novices most of the time, so I hope that you have something suitable in your collection. Try a book with as much mystery winter as their winter interest. So, that's... Well, there we go. We've already given this to Zachary, so let's try and put some variety in this. Maybe Keonid Abydos when the time comes? We've got a minute, so... Oop, wrong book. That's 6, so... Alright, well, you get Wakefield's take on it as well, unless I can find another 4. I mean, I don't know if there's a penalty or an effect for giving people the same text. So if I have a... I also don't think, like, if you overdo it, I don't think there's a penalty for that either. I just kind of like to keep the numbers as close to the original as I can. I can't imagine how anyone might begin to heal his flesh, but if he decided he wants to speak with me, I have some inkling now of what I might need to understand. Thank you. Okay, so let's go about this reading the Ascite Supplications book. So, prayers addressed to the Horned Axe by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. So we add not regret, we add fear, we add horns and ivories with its 4 scale, we add health, so we're up to 7 scale. My god, how do we solve this? Well, we just put a nice little serpent-styled glass. Carved snakes writhe down the frame. A prominent inscription reads, "To the librarian Gervinius in earnest of our wager." And magically we get 8 scale, unearthed. I can master this mystery. Enough scale to match mystery scale. While we are doing that, let's go back to the lab. So we'll take our whist. I'm going to move the... I want to try and transition the flowers to an appropriate place. Yeah, so the memory revelation is just going to sit there. The one real shame about this is that we might have been able to turn that into a level up for whatever skills we get out of this, but all good. Okay. A bronze spintra for our trouble, so we're starting to repair some of our spendthrifted oriflammes. All right. If we should pass not, let our enemies pass unto their deserved end. What else can we do today? I think we just wait for everything to finish up. So let's just take another look. So Duratio, Quercum, I have 3 nectar. I just want to double check that 3 nectar is the best I can do. Yeah, lots of 3 nectar cases. So 3 nectar, 4 with the... Oop. One prayer describes how sufficient moon aspect can be used with Tridesma Hyra with almost any egg to hatch the stone's children, the sky's daughter, the sea's sons. I now need to go to another piece of paper. All right. And that gives us an impulse, as well as stone stories. Okay, so that's a new one for us. Okay, I just gotta add this to my list. A new skill of the earth, its forms of dwellers living and dead, and that's going to eventually turn into a level 2, so I got to make some space for it. What else are we up to? I got a couple gaps in my list. Right, because I'm going to be adding stone stories here, and then this was for Solomon's preparation. So we're out of space for Solomon's preparation now. And we can move this out of this spot on the desk, which is nice. All right, another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom. Stone Stories is nectar and scale. And also good for dealing with infestations. Looks like about 2 more columns, so we've got, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so 16 more skills, I suspect. I'm going to feel really bad if we run out of skills. Oh, and then there's the languages, so we're not even going to get those skills out of the books. So yeah, impulse and fear, I guess, for tomorrow. So, and then we'll want to make sure that we have nectar or scale. So we leave the health aside. Let's take the tryst and maybe the fost, and then that leaves whist, fost, and shapt to just play around with. It's always nice to leave random things hanging around the alchemy room. So skilled, you need skills to deal with your skills. See, what I really want to know now is, could I have done this without committing... Like, the whist made it easier, for sure. But there is a side of me that wonders if I would have been able to pull some of this stuff off. I thought the whiskey was the poison. There's a side of me that wonders if I would have been able to pull a lot of this stuff off without the whist. The problem is there's a lot of winter stuff in here, so like the whist really did like crack this thing open. Mind you, we're also running out of room in the reading room. Like, we're on the last shelf, I just realized. Although there is one thing I can do, so if we move... Okay, I feel slightly bad that I'm doing so much rearranging for such a simple thing, but... I don't know if that makes anything better, to be honest. Let's also start putting the roses together. There's not going to be enough space for all of these at some point, but we'll see. We'll see which volumes we get next. Could have sworn that I had more books on the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. Alright, this will do for now. We're paused, aren't we? Damn it. I thought it was just a really long night. Yeah, there's definitely a lot more organizing I want to do in the reading room, but I am rather happy about how much we've been able to fill the reading room. So the C stories 5, 6, 8, 9, yeah, so it's all, these are all kind of the same chance. Alright, rain. So this would be, if I wanted to run with the Beekeeper's Ends, this would be the time to try it. The catch is that I want to use my health to improve stone stories. The good news is we can use the rain to boost stone stories. So in this case I get one of my Faust back. Do Exorcism for Girls again, why not? All scale. So this leaves me with quite a bit, like, if you look at it, there's a lot for me to do today, and there's not a whole lot, there's a lot that I can do today, and I'm not committed to a lot of stuff. So, let's think about the moves that we want to make. I would have, again, like, under normal circumstances, I might have tried to take advantage of the rain, but let's just use it with the stone stories. I'm not losing a whole lot doing that. I think at some point I want to craft an ink, but let's save that until we've moved up into the glaring room and the stopped clock. So that tells me I should be using Mr. Kill. So we bring in Mr. Kill using Whist. Now one interesting thing is I can save myself the trouble of... replacing the Whist. Let me think about that for a second. So we've got Mr. Kill. We give him Solomon's Preparation, so that automatically makes him a 6. He becomes an 8 after the... Okay, hang on. Solomon's Preparation, 2 to 6. A Memory brings him from 6 to 8, and it's the Whist that makes him the 10. So no, I am going to have to renew the Whist. But that's fine. So, speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill likes conversations about endings. His wife prefers to talk about beginnings. A shilling will buy his help for a day. Let's to it. All right. So I do need to get a regret of some kind. So we will let Kiona Vabdos take care of that for us. Alright, so I'll feed him some things to start... Oh, sorry, I should have talked to him. I'll feed him one of the Solomon's preparations. I still need to figure out what I do with the Faust, Shapt, and Health today, though. Well, the Health will be used for Stone Stories, so I've got Faust and Shapt left over, though. A nice drop. I can offer my assistants something to drink. They'll be. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. Okay, I don't know if the Foresight's going to do anything for us, but... So we can lock in the Stone Stories now. There's always more to learn. Okay, so that's that. Wait a minute. I wanted to use the rain, Wait a minute. So I didn't need the fear. This is what I get for streaming so long. I know I said I was gonna... I know I said I was gonna finish a while ago, but clearly not. I also should have been trying to get that whist back, so let's take a nap with some tea. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. So 90 seconds until we get the whist back. We can use the regret with Mr. Kill right away. Down to the Grecians. Alright. So as far as memories go, we are locked in. So what do I do with the Faust and the Shapt for the rest of the day? It's really whatever I want. A couple of these I can basically just put into anything, and I get what I want. So let me just take a quick second and look at the skills. So unfortunately, I'm just shy of what I need to use Inks of Containment to make the Eigengrau. I do actually need to use Whist for that. Well, but with the rain, surely I should be able to make a Witching Tisane. Desires and Dissolutions. Actually, that's pretty weak for us, though. We can still do it, though. I'm like 99% sure. Unfortunately, my shop doesn't help here. We could probably make it at the workbench. So, Desires and Dissolutions, Arraign, Shapt, and then if we add the spice scales, there we go, craft a Witching Tisane. Hush House still rings with thwarted desires. I'll mix that into a Tisane. Okay. So until I have my Whist back, I might as well just keep talking with Mr. Kill. He might give us an interesting memory. I need to figure out what I want to do with this Fost, though. I guess, here's one thing. I can try and find out what Hill and Hollow... No, Fost is not relevant to Hill and Hollow. But what about some of these other things that I've got? Inks of Revelation? I can definitely find out what that does. So apparently I can make a Refulgin out of that no matter what. So why not? You only YOLO once, as the youth of today say. Mix a pigment of Blinding White, the first precursor to one of the great inks. Inks of Revelation with Prentice level creates Refulgin. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? So in this case, we've almost got our Whist back, so we'll just wait there. Alright, so we'll have a chat with the Coven Maker. We'll watch for what lies ahead. And that brings us to our 10 Winter, which is exactly what we needed. I thought I heard a click somewhere, but I'm probably just going nuts. But I'm still missing my shop, so it must be here somewhere. Okay. So, while we are at it, so I believe I get some books from the Glaring Room. So, this has long been a holy place, but now the sun in rags has withdrawn his peace from it, and the light here cannot be borne. In the day, the sun's light dazzles. In the night, the moon's light freezes. Only once a piece has been laid on the room will I be able to enter safely. So that's a minute. That'll give me a minute to try and find out where the hell I put the rest of my stuff. Glow little color. So that's two lantern, and it's a material, and it's a pigment. So I suspect there's going to be more that I can do with that in the future. Now, let's find where I put my shaft. Am I going crazy? Oh no, it's the Tisane, right? Yeah. Okay, we can put that back in the librarian's quarters. As far as the Refulgan goes... Alright, let's see what we've got here. The Solarium. This room was once for the meditation of favored visionaries. Here, White Matilda prophesied the victory of the Iron King in the Wars of the Roads, much as it would occur 300 years later. She got his name wrong, though. Pigment. So, basically... Pigment was in Cultist Simulator, but it's a little bit like any of the other aspects, depending on what you're trying to do, it's relevant. So pigment, call it a color, call it a stain, call it a jewel in waiting. I don't know if there's painting in the game, but there will definitely be things that... I would be surprised if there were things that didn't require pigments as inputs. So we've got Dawn books, we've got 4 solar books. Here we have William Harry's, the bust is cast in highly polished bronze. Bisclevet's not, as Bisclevet is the half-human hill child of these parts, and this is its sign. We've got an awakened feather, potted pink orchid, paradise palm, potted snake plant, a sturdy sun-loving relic from a warmer place, potted bamboo, water it, and you can almost hear it growing. Another Sol Invictus symbol. 9-wink clock, the most effective and irrefutable alarm clock ever to grace the house. Oriflammes wants to sell us stuff again. I'm noticing that all of this stuff costs 5 now. But I can read Fusine, so I'm going to go for it. I'm going to feel bad about it, but I'm going for it. Oriflammes, thanks you for your custom. I'm like 99% sure that Oriflammes is charging me more because I keep buying all of the books. Alright, I still want to see what I found in the solarium. A restful seat, a dawn-colored seat for a solar congregation. Sunny day. Alright, I'm going to need to think about that. Contemplative seat. Perch here to meditate on the mysteries of dawn. So, there's a couple of options that I have here. I don't have any immediate use for the sun. I think there is a very good argument to be made that I should do everything I can with Mr. Kill to move up. So I am going to... So I'm going to hire him again. Mr. Kill likes conversations about endings. His wife prefers to talk about beginnings. A shilling will buy his help for a day. So we'll use the half crown here.
I would never want to belong to
Very Heart, thank you very much for the follow. Let's... So I definitely want to prioritize reading these books, or cataloging these books, rather. But as always, we want to see what we can do with the materials that we have available to us. So I'm going to use the last of this tea to renew my whist for Mr. Kill. We know that we need to get at least one winter... we know we need at least one winter memory to boost him to the level that I want, so we'll do that right now. We can do that in the reading room. My good old friend Keon at Abydos. Okay, other than refreshing the whist, those are the essentials spoken for. So, I guess the question I have here is there something that I'm missing about... Hang on. I'm wondering about this Refulgan. So it's a material, not a liquid. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to take a look at some of my lantern. Well, okay, actually, there is one thing I could try. Like, I can make another Refulgan, basically. But I don't really need the... Well... I wonder. We take Inks of Revelation, Frost, Sunny. But it won't take a material. Okay. There's got to be something I can do here, though. Yeah. I'm thinking I can learn a little something about this. But it won't accept a tool. Okay, that's fine. I'm still interested. Anything will do here, frankly. Okay, mix a pigment of blinding white, the first precursor of one of the great inks. Or, for a scholar level recipe, if I add glass, I can resolve it into a more potent lantern liquid, the second precursor of the great ink. I would not have expected glass. Now, surely the forge won't accept the lantern stuff, though. Yeah. I still wanted to make a note, though, that we're adding glass for the next one of these. So we'll do the same thing with Watchman's Paradoxes. And again, this is just a chance for me to learn a little bit more about my my abilities. Why did I think... Where I thought the other 3 was going to come from? Alright, I'm obviously taking my stupid pills again. Alright, let's get on with the rest of the day. I think 4 elements of the soul to catalog books is reasonable. Now, I believe the Dawn texts are more likely to be cursed than anything else. There's a very specific order in which I want to do these things. So let's take Ambrose's desk. Okay, sometimes contaminated. Occasionally contaminated. They're all dangerous. All right. So we'll start with one of these. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to do this one at a time. Well, no, one at a time seems to make sense. And that's because if one of these things does wind up cursed or otherwise affected by a malady, I want to use that to catalog the rest of them. And obviously, like, make a ton of Eigengrau and stuff like that. Okay, so let's get Mr. Kill buffed. Nice drop. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. Let's also get going on recovering the whisk. So we'll use the last cup of tea. Obviously, we can pour 3 more out of this, but I'm just trying to use whatever's available at the moment. Yeah, and like I said, I'm gonna do this one at a time to make sure that I'm not doing anything too reckless. All right, this is on Matthias and Amethyst Imago Loss, an account of an occult romance. A certain Para, son of Aaron, claims to have written this in a single night as part of his initiation, into the Damascene branch of the House of Leith, that order of immortals who rejected their past and future. 6 moth is a piece of cake for us, so we'll add that to the read pile. I'm going to try... Again, we'll use the Ambrose desk. Actually, you know what? We don't need to inconvenience self. We've got the Nana desk, which is just as good. Catalog a Dawn Period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Dawn Period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So again, if the contamination hits the FOST, then we'll just be able to use that to catalog the rest of the books. I want to kind of do this one at a time to make sure. I wouldn't if there were sort of if it was a rarer chance of getting cursed, but I have a feeling at least one of these is going to have some kind of a curse, and I need to prepare for it. We are not ready to boost his aspects yet. Okay, so we've got Regret to boost Mr. Kill with. Exalt with a memory. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. I don't think we're going to be able to go past the stopped clock with, at least with Mr. Kill as we currently have him. Oh, we cataloged the book. So this is written in Deep Mandiac, so the Lion in the Glass is not available to me, and I think I'm out of space for these books. So let's find a new place for the phonographs. I should get back to cataloging. Okay, this is idiotic that I'm risking health right now because the desk is easily accessible, but screw it. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are occasionally contaminated. So this will give me some time to search out the house for the right place to keep phonograph. Actually, you know what? Our too difficult room is starting to free up, so I think we can talk with Mr. Kill about a... Oh no, we almost have our whist back, so... So technically this one we could keep in the too difficult to... Yeah. We may have to move it out, but this one still counts as too difficult to read, so actually we can put that on top of the... Oh, actually... I didn't need to make it that difficult. So this is not a bad example about why me pausing and like working out the whole day isn't necessary. I haven't been doing things in parallel. I've actually been doing, I've been doing my cataloging in sequence, and it hasn't stopped us from being able to get what we need. Okay, the Book of True Blood. This would be great, but there's no way I'm doing a 14-edge text right now. So the last text we have available to us. Now this is, this one we do need to use something like Ambrose's desk because it's the Shaft. So we'll still have 2 texts to read tomorrow, but we also have, to catalog tomorrow, but we also have probably 2 texts to read tomorrow as well. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Okay, so this one will go in the too difficult pile. Oops, get back there. Yes, this is already full of 14s, so we'll just shift you down 1. over here. We've got 10 winter for Mr. Kill. My assistant and I will be prudent. Up to the stopped clock. With maniacal but methodical care, someone has disassembled the clock and scattered it around the room. Wheels and parts have been piled and lent on every surface. A W has been marked on the stairs in soot. So I believe that is the second reference to W-style vandalism. I'm not quite sure what to make of it, but I note it. And the Ascendant. So this is a 10-edge text. This is almost certainly something we could read. Like in a hailstorm, we'd be guaranteed to get this. Unfortunately, it is written in Hyksos, so we don't know how to read that. But we avoided curses, so, you know, life is good. So let's think about the books. We've got a 6 moth, and I believe this is a moon. No, this is a winter. Wait a minute, 12 winter? There's no way I'm reading that. Oriflams, thanks you for your custom. So here, but I'll just buy up everything I can until I can't afford it anymore. I'm sure there'll be a point where like I feel really sad because I'm not able to afford a book, but that won't be today. All right, music to my ears. The Great Clock. Oh. The Tower Clock. George Collars, governor of Brangkrug Jail, oversaw the design and installation of this great clock with the reluctant help of the librarian Serena Blackwood. She might have refused outright had she known how he intended to reuse the horologist's techniques for his so-called condignator. An inscription on the greatest wheel reads, "Strike the hours." So this takes elements of the souls and omens, memories, and forge, knock, sky, and winter. The next level is Fallen Bells, which will require 11 forge, 11 heart, or 11 sky, all of which are currently outside of my abilities. So, but that's good, right? Like a lot of this was about trying to find the limits of what we could do, and we are finally starting to run out of steam with sort of the tricks that we've been doing so far. So, I'm not going to be too upset to finally start committing some of this stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms. So it actually looks like I only have one text to read tomorrow, so that's not too tough. I suppose, as always, it depends on the weather. But yeah, Edict's Liminal, I don't even really need to... If we had just one more on Edict's Liminal, we wouldn't even need the Tryst. So I think what we'll do, we'll read the text for sure. I'll catalog the books. I suppose I can do it in sequence too. And then from there, I think maybe we try and make more Solomon's preparations, and like I think it'll be a crafting day. Unless we discover something amazing in the texts. All right, another sunny day. So let's consider with Faust. So yeah, there's not a whole lot for me to do. So I guess let's think about gardening for a start. So I think Fragrant Chalice is a good one for me because I can use that to make a Witching Tisane. Yes. All right. We're gonna get quite a bit of fragrant chalice, actually. And then I did say I was going to read this text, so that would be Natan at Regensburg desk for Moth. Moth choice. I can master this mystery enough moth to match mystery moth. I'm not going to read the text here just because I tend to like to read them all in sequence anyway, so this will take some time. Maybe we'll use the Faust to, or how about the Shap to generate a regret for the Solomon's preparation, unless I'd like an Eigengrau. We should probably make the Solomon's preparations. So that's... Whoa, not Kiona. Good lord. Winter, nothing more. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, now I have an idea of this book's nature and its content. So 7 shards. This is going to be a very straightforward one for us to read. We do need a memory for it, though, so I can't use the Faust as I had originally intended. But that's fine, because this Faust will just be used to catalog the remaining Solar book. If this is the one with the curse, I am going to rage quit. So once autumn comes, we have the potential for the deserted well, less likely for the overgrown kitchen garden. Rose-haunted hall would be another target. The heart-haunted room. Okay, so how would I make moon happen? The History of Inks, a legendary grimoire of exotic ink-making lore. The cover and some of the pages, unfortunately, are stained and crusted with something more like mucus than ink. Okay. We want to add this in the proper place. No, the number of 14s is growing, I'm noticing. I'm actually kind of glad that we're getting a few more texts that we can't quite handle. Like, obviously, you know, I want to just go banging through this game and, you know, and be awesome, but it's nice to have a little bit of a challenge sitting there. Okay, so we know we want to read this text tomorrow. Again, I didn't make use of the sunny day, but that's life. All right, there's Kion, so we will turn this into Solomon's preparation as usual. This is just mostly getting rid of the blue crown. We'll maybe keep some of this off to the side, but I'm not I'm not trying to get rid of blue crown, but I do want to try and make the most of what I've got here. And then we should be finished with this book soon, I think. So on Matthias and Amethyst Imago Lost, an account of an occult romance. A certain Para, son of Aaron, claims to have written this in a single night as part of his initiation into the Damascene branch of the House of Leith, that order of immortals who rejected their past and future. The laws of the house forbade Matthias to love. The customs of the wood forbade the Imago to remain. So he conjured her a final time, and when he had uncovered the shears of Alcapura, and she suffered him to cut the wings from her back so that she might remain, and he suffered her to cut the parts which hold man's seed, to keep them from the detestable act. This was love in all its blood and joy. We have cast out Matthias from the house. In the cradle of the roots, Matthias and the Imago left their names, and though their names were lost, they found their name day riddles. This we recall in solution and separation, so that in the presence of the moth our memories may become our futures. Do this wisely in memory of the name and the long who gave up their pats, that they may be together forgotten. Okay, just a second. Sorry, just getting my report. I also feel like this is a different text from the Cultist Simulator one. So I definitely feel there's a few things here, in particular when it's referring to, where was it? This we recall in solution and separation, so that the presence of the moth, in the presence of our moth, and so on and so forth. I feel like there's something here about how to use this skill. But it gives me something to improve, so this will be a new level 3. We'll need to use something for that, but so 2 memories. I'll get a stolen secret for the knock, and then maybe impulse for the moth. So let's think about the next few steps. So 7 shards. I've got 7... Oh, sorry. No, 6 edge from Auroral Contemplations. All right, I need to think carefully about this now. So I can get 6 from edge. Ah, okay, this is actually a Book of Opportunity. I need a Hailstorm. So 6 edge... Yeah, so 6 edge. I've got a saw, so that can bring that up to 7. Weirdly enough, if I had Arab, I would be able to bring that up to the 10. But as it is now, I need to wait for the Hailstorm. Take more preparation H. So, I hope all of you ask the really important questions of Weather Factory when they do their AMA on our games. So, if you think about it, like, you know, why did you name the powerful winter drink Preparation H? Why is the secret currency of the, you know, of this world ass tokens? If nobody, does anybody here know the etymology of the word Spintra? Why is the Weary Detective's pen name less? Yeah, it's not just because of the Grail one. I believe the word for Spintra, I think, shares the same... you know what? Wikipedia will probably cover this. A spintra is a small bronze or brass Roman token. The tokens usually depict on the obverse an image of sexual acts or symbols and a numeral in the range of 1 to 16, 16 on the reverse. One idea is that it was possibly used in brothels, although none of the literature on spintrea contain any evidence to support this assertion. Another idea is that they were used as locker tokens in suburban baths. They were all produced at a single office around 22 to 37 Common Era. Spintria was used by Suetonius to refer to young male prostitutes. The Greek sphincter, in the 16th century, the name passed from the ancient sense... Sorry, pause for a second. The name passed from the ancient sense of persons committing outrageous acts, in other words, sexual and or sensual acts outside what was considered the norm, or the place where outrageous acts occurred, such as Tiberius's gardens on the Isle of Capri, or to the tokens themselves. So yeah, and also if you want to see indecent images, you can all check out the Spintria Wikipedia link. This is a family channel, so yeah, ass tokens. You learn all sorts of things when you play these games. So the clouds help me. By the way, if any of you do ask Weather Factory that question, I will disavow all knowledge. You're on your own. Alright, so we're going to leave the Tryst to the side. Let's use the Shaft to... Alright, I think this is going to be the last day because we're sort of at the limit of what we can do with what we currently have. You always go to long... Oh man, Digi Inferno. I mean, I don't mean to... I know I've kind of like jokingly, quote-unquote, sold this game to you a couple times. Like, if you do wind up playing this, and I hope you do and like it, but like, obviously that's up to you. Everybody's got a million games to play and stuff like that. If you like doing big lore searches as a result of a game, my God, man. Like, I don't know if you played Cultist Simulator, but that is a game that will send you down rabbit holes you did not know existed. The thing, one of the things I love the most about my journey through Cultist Simulator over 5 years, like there was one set of things that I was interested in when I started playing it. But the more I played and the more I kept looking up, the more I realized that some of the outrageous stuff that seemed invented actually was from history. So, I mean, again, in the setting here, there are 5 histories with contradictory events. So there is a history in which Alexander turns away before he goes to, kind of the decisive battle with Persia. There's one where the sovereigns of the leashed flame, in England sort of takes over everything, but then is sort of destroyed, sort of fiery in this conflagration. And it doesn't always tell you what history you're in or where these different things are. So again, there's incredible stuff that exists alongside very ordinary things. So like there's a lesser known Roman Emperor Elagabalus, but what I didn't appreciate about Elagabalus was that apparently he was the first one to try and introduce a sun deity, or at least reintroduce a sun deity, because I think there was one that was like kind of predated the Roman Republic. But anyways, and so Sol Invictus did come later, but Elagabalus would be an indicator of that. And the sun, the unconquered sun, or the undivided sun, the sun in splendor, is absolutely a major entity in this setting. So, again, like you take some of these actual bits of history, but then you just put the right spin on it, and all of a sudden, there's just so much stuff that sort of winds up promoting lots of. Just lots of fun little angles and directions. And as Evil's Resurgence is mentioning here, they used to host this like proto-ARG called the Enigmas. Unfortunately, they shut them down. Apparently, some people got weird about it. But yeah, that led people to do a bunch of searching as well. So. Yeah, interesting. So if that is the sort of stuff you like reading, there's definitely a lot. Like I haven't been doing it as much this time around, but I've absolutely talked about my not exactly background, but my interest and my familiarity is definitely more along the lines of classics. So a lot of Neoplatonism, which obviously did have an influence on sort of later sort of mystical traditions and occult societies and such. But there's no shortage of rabbit holes to go down. This is a very well thought out game, and again, because it's now 2 video games alongside a tabletop experience and then a live event, there's a lot of kind of cross referencing that happens as well. Yeah, no, this may be up your alley then. And obviously, like, I've got all my. If you're interested in sort of the openings and stuff like that, I'll obviously be doing the GOG stream, but I have uploaded the VODs of this playthrough. So if you want to see what some of the earlier stuff is like, you can definitely check that out if that helps. But again, there's no. Sometimes the rabbit hole is reward enough. All right, I'm debating as to whether or not I should wrap up the playthrough here, just because you'll notice I'm actually at that point I talked about where I have cards that I'm not really using. So let's maybe craft another Refulgin. And I'll use the Faust to get a Regret, because that will let me make another Solomon's Preparation. And then I think we'll cross over into the next day, because there won't be anything else for me to do. Yeah, the intention was to just try and keep this at like a 3-hour stream, but it is what it is. I think I'll just try and power through the lack of sleep today, and then use that to just get like a good, like an early bed and like a long sleep to try and get myself back on track. You know what? I never looked at the instruments here. Okay, oscillate oil, spanners, a crate of supplies. Oh man, I could have opened the crate of supplies. All right, we're gonna add that to the to-do list. Oh, I should have tried to make an ink. Oh well, we'll do that later. Alright, there's our stolen secret, so we can boost up solutions and separations. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. You mean... Oh, sorry. But you also learned that the Farewell Town mentioned in Days Gone was inspired by the town of Bend, Oregon. That used to be called Farewell Bend. Oh, that's interesting. I actually... when I was little, I grew up in a place called Kelowna, which isn't that far from Vancouver. So whenever we would travel to Vancouver, we'd pass through a town called Hope. And Hope has the distinction of being the town that Rambo shoots up in First Blood. They actually have a little tourist attraction related to First Blood there. So, okay, so I don't think that unlocks anything we don't already have access to. It's always nice to have more. All right, so I gotta wait on a memory. Some Refulgin for me to play with. Oh, we already got. All right, craft Solomon's Preparation. Muddle and mix a wintry preparation. Also, I could be... Looks like I'm getting low on the flowers. Oh, that's right. I actually wanted to be... I wanted to be gathering a lot more fragrant chalice. Shame on you, game. Oh, neat. Yeah, one of the things I actually really appreciate about there's some game developers that seem to have a real gift for like putting a place in a game. It's not just like games; it can be stories of any type. But there really seems to be a special gift that some people have for writing or describing a place that you sort of see it with totally new eyes. I've always really appreciated when people do that. So it's one big appeal of the Secret History setting for me is that if you're interested in history, there's enough kind of wild stuff in here to sort of make you think about history in a different way. Whoops. There we go. All right. Troll. Okay, no, fair. I think I'm going to leave the bug reports till after I get some sleep. So I know I need to report this pink triangle. There's a couple typos. I think I found something about the pause button. I didn't want to report the bug because it was like very vague, but I think I'm able to replicate. Oh, actually, sorry, there is one other thing I want to do. So I've got some cursed texts in here, which I may be able to read. So the world does not weep. So that one I can't use with Trist and Health. So I can get 4. Okay, so I can get 4 from Inks of Containment, 2 from Whist. So that's 6. Ah, okay. 6, 8 from the yeah, so we're just shy of what we need there. Still, during winter I should give that a shot. With pyroglyphics I've got 3 with the tool it's 4. Memory is 6. Shaft would be 7. You know, this might actually be one that's worth trying. Okay, so it's a sunny day. Yeah. There's not a whole lot for me to do. Okay, I said the last day was the last day. This for sure is the last day. So I'm going to use my Trist to investigate something handy. I'm mostly trying to make sure that I lock myself into something useful for the next case. So there we go. I want to get Foresight, so we will use that with Lord Franklin Bancroft's diaries. Just one more level, yeah. So while I'm at it, I'm going to get Whist to bring in Reverend Timothy. Yeah, I mean this is a risky move that I'm making, but I'm a little unhappy with how static I've let the playthrough become, because I feel I have opportunities to go deeper into the house that I just haven't been taking because I want to get my ducks in a row. And I don't feel like there's a reason for me to be holding back. Actually, the funny thing is, yeah, so I don't even need to read the cursed book, but I will read the cursed book because then I don't need to think about the cursed book again. So Reverend Timothy is, I'm talking with him so that I can kind of get a nice stream of memories. I think I'm also going to talk to him about the spanners so that he has some forge that I can throw at the problem. Ooh, regret. Petrol, black oil rendered pale. Now we know how to start the fire in Hush House. Spanners, when you need them, you need them. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. You'll still be able to use this tool. Okay. So there's memory foresight. That's the 2 forge that I needed. So we're basically ready to roll the dice on this one. So we'll take Ambrose's desk because it takes forge, so we add shaft. We'll add our highest forge skill that we have. So I'm actually going to go left to right on this just to double check I've done it properly. So yeah, pyroglyphics is the best that I've got. Foresight is 2, and then we add the hammer or the mortar and pestle or the square. Yeah, there we go. Actually, I guess we don't have a hammer. Anyways. Oh yeah, I guess I should add the book, huh? As nice as Westcott's Compounds is, and I probably should be making more of that in the future, that is not the thing I'm trying to do, so we keep all the cursed books and... Okay. Forge, the wavering spark. Perhaps you've provided forge, but not enough to match mystery forge. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So it's very important that we keep a... very important that we keep an eye on this, because I've gotten a malady on one of my elements of the soul for something I knew I was able to complete. Diogenes bursting into the academy. Behold a square. There are chickens in the game, by the way. Terrence and Tuppence. I should find something to do with the lantern, but let's see what's queuing up first, and then if I have something left to do with the day, we'll carry on. So, Old Copper-Nose and the Softer Metal, a disgraceful compendium of ribald poetry about the habits and corruptions of Henry VIII. So the reason why that was in a different place is the fifth eye curse. Someone has unhelpfully placed a curse which may tear open the unwilling eye of the soul. This contamination can affect your Fet and Faust. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against curses. So opportunities, there's still a chance. So only connect memory, so we're good with the memory of regret. Extra effort soul, we don't have the soul that we need. We could get it, but in this case, the memory will be sufficient. So we have succeeded, or will succeed. So no soul. There's still a chance, so this is where we use the memory. You can't tell in advance what these are going to be. You'll always get 3. Some of them are you don't even get a chance to give it an input. It just gives you like a random boost. But in this case here, we had what we needed. We used the memory regret. and we were able to boost the power. And what's nice about this is that depending on what we get, we have a Fost left over, so we may also be able to use this to level up one of the relevant skills. All right. Henry's great misfortune, his crushing injury at a jousting bout, has left him unable to stand any straighter than a splintered withy. The most savage mockery is reserved for Henry's great debasement, where the corruption of his softer metal is supposed to have crept into the coin of the realm. The last and most serious lampoon makes seditious references to the Crucible Revolution. Bells and braziers, so that's... Oh, great! We are going to be able to level up off of that. So we get Foresight, so let me add that to my list. This was a very productive session. So productive, in fact. No, I don't have the element of the soul, but still. Add 1 bell and braziers. Consider there's always more to learn. So if I had an element of the soul that I could apply here, I'd actually have been able to get the second level out of it as well. But that'll eventually be a level 3, so we need to find a 2 to move down. Okay. Liminal meter. I mean, we can keep talking with Reverend Timothy, but it doesn't matter because we don't have... we don't really have anything we can do with him. Still, he likes a chat, so... Alright, Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. Add an element of the soul to enhance Reverend Timothy's effectiveness for the day or just talk. And in this case, the chat with Reverend Timothy really helped because we were able to turn that into a boost for bells and braziers. And we know that for tomorrow, and that will not be a day that I play, but we know that for tomorrow we're going to be able to put a couple of memories into to boosting this. And I believe we will be crossing over into autumn. So there may be some opportunities that open up with regard... So this was kind of the thing I was hoping to hold on to. There's the possibility once we hit autumn, once the rains arrive, that we will be going into these nectar areas. So if I'm not able to successfully pass those, then... You know, winter really all I can hope for is to read Codex Asphali. And then what I can do, if I want, I can try my luck with the, basically doing the same thing with the Amalgam of the Red Rose that I did with Old Coppernose. There's no rule saying that that innate Forge mystery has to work. It's just that on balance of probabilities, one of the 3 that gets drawn is probably going to be something that allows me to complete the mystery. We're not guaranteed, but, you know, it's... we've got a chance, basically. So we'll see what the weather is, and then we'll sign off for the day, and I'll get whatever approximation of sleep I can manage. One sleep token. I thought it was Numa. Stole Stolen Reflections. All right. So again, I usually use these to create a Witching to Sane. That may not be what I use them for later, but... Okay, so it's a cloudy day. There's not a whole lot for me to do, and unfortunately that doesn't help me with bells and braziers. But what I'll do... In fact, what I can do here, just to make sure that I lock myself into the right course of action, we'll get Reverend Timothy. I'm going to give him the... God, I'm going to wind up playing the day, aren't I? What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to idiot-proof today's... tasks. Okay, and then the Tryst needs to get the Foresight. Oh, right, and then I need the bells and braziers, so... Oh, I've already messed it up. Okay, there's the Foresight. Darn. Where can I get a sky? Rose of Hypatia. Okay, so there is a reason why I wanted to lock this stuff in, and it's for the exact problem that I'm running into. So let's just take a minute to take stock. So I'm talking with Reverend Timothy to boost his forge, to give him some forge aspect in case that's required when I read this text, which I'm going to put in the readable section. We've got so this Foresight's going to be used to read the book. Where was it? This one's going to be used for bells and braziers, which means that this whist should be used for regret? Yeah, and actually I'll use the Faust for that. So if nothing else, I can use that to make Solomon's Preparation. So the reason why I did this is that in 1 minute, I'm going to have all of the memories that I need to level up bells and braziers. Ah, sacre bleu. I wasn't thinking. Because if I used the whist instead of the Faust, I could have used that to level up bells and braziers. So that's fine. I still have something I can do with it. We'll use the Witching to Sane to recover the Faust. I got clever and then I outsmarted myself. Okay. But yeah, so in 90 seconds, I'm going to have all the elements that I need to level up bells and braziers and also read this text. Overall, in terms of the playthrough, I don't think we'll get Hail during autumn, but this is a book that we can read in Hail. We've got this, which we can read in fog. Fog can happen during autumn. This might be something we can read during the rain. And then calcite supplications, I guess, has the same logic as the nectar books, that we can read those in the rain, although presumably after we get Arab. So there's like 4 books that are realistic targets of opportunity. And we've got Marcosi, 99th of their name. Very impressed with your progress. Watched all your Twitch videos last night. Please visit the other locations in Bragkrug, though. The moors on the far right of the village. I don't take requests. I've visited the moors before, and there is a reason I haven't visited them, and it is because if you look at the aspects that it takes heart, rose, and scale. So I don't have rose right now, and heart and scale are both tied to my health. So the drawback here is that my health has been what's been powering my gardening, and my gardening is the reason why I've been able to get all the way to my last sort of deposit of books. Which was right up here. So that will change. I think you may recall from the videos before, there was a while when I used my tryst to... there was a reason, like I'd used my tryst to do beachcombing. And again, you'll notice for those ones, I never used my heart. And again, it's because I don't have fet. And in this case here, like, it's because really I've only committed one thing into the tree of wisdoms, and better still, it happens to be the one skill with all of this effort that I've done. It's still actually only at level 1, so this is the ultimate in regret minimization. So now the positive way of putting it, because I don't want it to be entirely me getting mad about, being told how to play the game. I think in the first video I mentioned the more, but yeah, like the thing is that I am going to get more inputs, but right now most of my progress hasn't really been relating to crafting except for flowers, and because I only have one element of the soul that would allow me to check the more or do the flowers, I opted for the flowers just because they're going to be the sorts of things that enable the actions that I need to take right now. But because at the end of this playthrough, we've sort of hit the limits of what we can achieve without committing any more elements of the soul, this is the time that I would want to be building up more resources. So you'll notice that, like, I used to have 3 rooms full of the blue crown, and in this case here, right, we don't have as much blue crown because it's all been turned into Solomon's preparation, and we don't really need more Solomon's preparation. There'll be kind of a similar thing that happens with fragrant chalice. But again, because I don't need to collect any more of that, that's now a time where Tryst can be re-employed towards Crowcross Sands, and health can be employed towards the moors. And then, in this case, it's really, or not the moors, but the moor. So with Sea Stories, we'd be bringing 6 moon to the beach, and then, is it really just 3? I feel like we've got another. Is it Bilkin 72? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, Horns and Ivories is our better scale. So either Horns and Ivories, or Herbs and Infusions. And in that case, we'd be bringing 5 of either of those into a walk on the moor. But anyways, so yeah, we'll definitely be doing them. But in this case here, it's just when you don't commit stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms like I've done in this playthrough, you have to be very choosy with where your elements of the soul go. For instance, there's a reason why I had to refresh that Faust, because in the end the Whist would have been the better call here, because I would have been able to level up Bells and Braziers. Anyways, I think you get where I'm going with all of this. We'll get to it, but probably in 1 or 2 episodes. So if it's next episode, that will be... Oh yeah, no, we've got 2 episodes. We will probably get to the more before the game is released on Friday. Assuming that, a new deposit of books doesn't come in. Anyways, thank you all for the follows. Thank you for the support. I know a lot of you came in with Kilgore. I really need to get some sleep. It's like 8 o'clock now. 9 o'clock? What? I don't even know what time it is. Let's see. Jesus Christ, it's 9 o'clock. So, if only I didn't sleep in before before the stream. I'm still going to say it's August 11th stream. But again, I'll be back on Monday at the latest. Particularly for those of you who may be new to Book of Hours, I do just want to draw it to your attention. I'm going to use the Steam link here because it's what I have immediately available, and I don't know if there is wish listing. So again, I know a lot of you have come from GOG. I trust that you're all going to be able to find this on GOG yourself. But Book of Hours is being released on the 17th of August. I used to have the times, but I don't have them in front of me right now. If you buy the game within its first week, it will be you will get what's called the Perpetual Edition. In fact, you can see that if I go to the main menu. So some people get a little worried about this. So if you see this logo in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you'll know that you have the Perpetual Edition. Basically, you buy it the first week of the game. It's what they did with Cultist Simulator. Basically, you get a lifetime access subscription, whatever you want to call it, to all of the expansions for the game. It's not all of the DLC, so this lovely music that you're hearing is something you will have to buy separately. But as far as gameplay content is concerned, it will give you access for all future expansions that they make for as long as the game continues to receive expansions. In the case of Cultist Simulator, that meant 3 new legacies and then a huge expansion called The Exile. And Weather Factory has committed to doing additional DLC, although what it is and how many they do obviously depends on how well the game does. I suspect you would not see something to the scope of Exile if Book of Hours doesn't sell well. But in any case, it's an exciting time. The game comes out on the 17th. You buy it within that week, you get that good deal. I think it also is 10% off. And I believe the Perpetual Edition is, you'll get that whether you buy it on GOG or on Steam. So, but as for me, I will be streaming this game at minimum Monday evening, Wednesday evening. On Thursday, I will be on the Steam page, so if you want to see me do a fresh new game, I'll be doing that for probably quite some time on release, basically at the hour of release. And then on Friday, on the GOG channel, I will be interviewing Weather Factory, Alexis Kennedy and Lottie Bevan, basically about the game, talking about it, and then for any time that's left over, because presumably they're not going to want to talk to me for several hours, as much as I would like to, and as interesting as they are, that, you know, they probably have several hours worth of interesting things to say. I would definitely, I'll be playing, again, a fresh game of Book of Hours to try and onboard people. So lots of stuff coming up with that if you are interested in this game. Last thing I'm going to do is see if there's somebody playing Book of Hours. And unfortunately, there is not. So is there anybody I know currently streaming? Because I would hate to... Let's see if somebody's playing Cultist Simulator. Nope. Super Raft Boat together? Godless? Jesus. I'm running out of things to host. Okay, I'm sorry to do this, but I don't have anybody that I can host. I don't, like, nobody I know is online. None of the games that are, like, consistent with Cultist Simulator are there, so I'm just gonna have to shut it down. I apologize, but I hope you all have a good rest of your day, whether you watch some more Twitch, whether you get some sleep like me, or whether maybe you go and read a book that was inspired by all of this stuff. But thank you all again for the follows, for watching, for supporting. We will see you on Monday at the latest. Take care. Bye.